Yo. Oh shit. This is out of place. Yo, what's good, gang? We are back once again. It has been a very long time. Since before Dallas, I believe. Since we've done one of these every deck streams. Life has been very busy. I haven't had a chance to do an every deck stream in a little while. I'm gonna turn this down just a little. But you know that awesome. We're off to a great start. Hold, please. Wow, welcome back. Wow, totally normal start to the stream. Totally normal start to the stream that didn't have any technical issues whatsoever. But we are back. It's been quite a while. But you know I wouldn't leave you guys hanging without reviewing literally every deck ever played in this game. So we've got kind of a crazy lineup today, going all the way back, all the way to Dallas, up until the most recent premiere, leading into tomorrow's premiere. So this is literally every deck played in Moonrise. So the whole format, we got it all right here. We're going to be reviewing all of it. So this is probably going to be a long stream. Midnight here, can't wait to wake up in 6 hours and have this still playing. Yeah, it's gonna be great. We're gonna try and get through this before the end of the night, because allegedly I'm playing in the premiere tomorrow. I might sleep through it. I'm not sure. I'm kind of trolling with my deck, but you know, Beast mode, beast mode. We're going through all of it. We're trying to power through because there's been a lot of stuff that's happened. There's literally 500 decks in the slide decks. There's 3 slideshows to get through. But through the power of Red Bull and mental fortitude, we will get there. Yo, what's good, Sir Tractor, Rybot, Dymax, everybody hopping in here. We're in for a doozy. We're in for a doozy. It's gonna be a long time. Sleep cycle is completely obliterated. It's okay. It's okay. I got up early today so I could get all the chores done. So that if this goes all night, everything's fine. Everything's fine. So let's start with Dallas. This was the first ever in-person premiere event. If you don't count the Atlanta one, according to law. Well, we don't. So let's do the breakdown. We got 28 Blizztrix. Blizztrix was the most popular deck at Dallas, and if you played at Dallas, you would know that that was very much true because they were everywhere. They're everywhere. Josh might have psyoped the community a little bit with his Blizztrix deck, and it might have bit some people in the bum just a little. Still not over it, Josh. Don't forget the curse emote. Oh, right. Thank you. Great reminder. I have cooked us a brand new emote, actually. A very relevant one. A very relevant emote. Let me see if I can find it. And as always, I will offer you guys this brand new powerful emote if we can get some number of new channel members today. Let's say like 2, maybe 3, because this one's really good. I present you with Curse of Law. So, I will offer you guys 1 Curse of Law YGO in exchange for 2 channel memberships. And this will become a permanent emote on the channel. This one's very, very good. Very, very good. Where are we at? So that's the deal. I'll give you guys Curse of Law YGO. Don't bring up Blizz again. I'm sorry. I'm still not over it, Josh. I'm still not over it. But anyway, so Blizz is the most popular deck. The next most popular deck, interestingly enough, was 5s. So not the Lunar Aggro deck that had been the most popular, like most dominant deck at that point in history, but actually 5s, just the easiest deck to play. You just put some beaters in and you just go. And I think that makes sense. There, a lot of people, biggest Celestials event ever to date. Probably a lot of faces who don't run the Premier circuit as often, and want something simple to play. So that's cool. Yo, what's good, Ari? Papa Law is staring me down and I'm uncomfy. Oh, here, yeah. I'll remind. So for anybody who's just coming in, the goal for today is two channel memberships. If we can get 2 channel memberships, Curse of Law YGO will become a permanent channel emote on Caster's Corner. So that's your incentive. That's the goal. That's the goal. Is there a way to like pin that as a chat? Can I pin chats? Oh, I can. 2 channel memberships equals Curse of Law YGO. Yo, what's good, XR? How's it going, homie? Curse of Law YGO emote. So I'm gonna just go ahead and pin this. This is your goal for today. This is the goal for today. Get us 2 channel memberships and you guys will get a Curse of Law YGO. I think that's very fair. That's two channel memberships. Two. And if you're already a member, you already have access to such banger emotes such as Barabong, Whale Arrow question mark, and Fent Terror. Such great emotes. We really bring nothing but the best at this channel. We got the best emotes. We've got the best decks that we didn't make. And we've got the best channel members. That's you guys. Anyway, so we got 5s. Lunar Aggro, of course, coming in 3rd place. That's to be expected. That's, at least at that time, was the deck to beat, the deck to play. It still is, technically, because I really want to see if Law correctly categorized it. But all the fire decks that you've been seeing do well, all the earth decks you've been seeing do well, those are all lunar aggro decks. And I haven't had like a chance to like soapbox about this in a while, but they've been getting miscategorized. But they're all the same deck. It's all the same deck. It's just Werepup stuff plus eddies and good cards, four 5 beat sticks, and a Nexus user. That's lunar aggro. And what does the Earth deck do? Oh, look, it plays 4 5s, a Nexus user, a Werepup stuff. It just switched. It switched the 5s. It switched Spectrus for Viscerus. That's all it did. Which premieres this? This is Dallas. So we have slacked. There's a lot of premieres that we have not covered, so we're going all the way back to Dallas. So from everything from Dallas to now, we have to cover, which is like 500 decks. Lycovoid is a trap card in Moonrise meta. Yes. So the fun fact, Lycovoid is just don't poke the bear. Then, surprisingly, 4th place, Tornadian was the 4th most represented deck. And I don't think that we're going to see that trend continue because I think it's fallen off in popularity significantly. But at the time, this deck was very popular and was performing very well. We had 9 heal control, which makes sense. It's still one of the most viable decks in the format, but maybe requires a little bit more skill to play, and also can kind of just lose if you don't play perfectly all the time. We had 8 Schnark, that's really interesting, 7 Bug Snacks, 6 Vol Tempest, I think I played against at least one of them, 6 Water Reanimators, 5 Morfrost, 5 Postamoose, shoutouts to Brewlock, 5 Thunder, 4 Chronodile, shoutouts Dimax, 4 Fire Nexus, shoutouts Rybot. Where's Rybot? Rybot, are you still in chat? Can you make yourself known real quick if you're still here? Just real quick. Just real quick. Real quick. Okay, he's not here. Perfect. 4 Windbox, 3 Burns, 3 Dracoaway, 3 Pent-Terror, shoutouts to Fentanyl, 2 Fulgorix, 2 Lunar Phase, 2 Ferrogeist, 2 Phosphospel, 2 Scrap, 2 Solar, 2 Wasp Ivy, and then there were like a Bears, a Blazers, a Mill, a literal starter deck. I'm here. Oh, okay, hold on. How do I ban you? He fell for the trap, boys. Can we get an 07 for Rybot? He fell into the trap. He fell for the trap. GG's, dude. Shout out to Rybot. Water Nexus, Water Toolbox, Zephyrog. Yo, there was a Zephyrog? Why didn't this win the tournament? Alright, let's look through the Blizztrix decks. I'm going to expect that half of these are Josh Net decks, and the other half are, like, Timmy Town. So, here we go. We got 172nd place, 1-2, Blizztrix featuring Cryo Scorch. Okay. Blizztrix Cryo Scorch. That went 1-2 drop. This looks very much like a semi-standard Blizztrix decks from previous to Dallas. The one Cryo Scorch is really interesting. I don't think we've ever actually seen that tech before, really. But really cool to see it here. I mean, like, they fit in the 8 counter runes. They got the 3 Hurricanes in the main. Super, super cool deck. They are playing Tadflow, though. So L Tadflow, bad card. And they're also playing Avalanche, which I don't hate, but I don't think it's, like, necessary. But, like, looking at this deck list, it kind of just shows how much space there is in Blizz. Like, this is 6 cards here that could all just be runes, right? Like, these could all just be runes. These could be Ass Rabbits. There's a Cryo Scorch in here. So I do like the concept. Like, I think it's cool. I think the Cryo Scorch concept's actually really neat. The side deck's kind of whatever. They're on Magnetic Force Field, which is kind of prophetic, considering where we ended up post-Dallas. They're siding the Morfrost stuff, which is kind of cool. This is, normally you see this stuff in the main. Wait, why is this not in the main? Okay, so these should have been in the main. Pandora's Box. Pandora's Box kind of bad. So, awkward, and then Blizzard. But, you know, it seems fine. It seems fine. I would have wanted to see more like 5 guys just so that you had a different game plan, but that's about it. So now we got a, oh god, it's coming back. I'm getting haunted by my past. Incomplete side deck, which would also be incomplete in original side deck rules, by the way. But this one is just playing, I think this is the Josh net deck, because it has 9 counter runes. It's maining Blizzard, so that's a little different than what Josh did, I think. But it is playing the Ass Rabbits. And then Spirit deck seems fine, but then 10 card side, very sad. Helios Chariot Ride makes a appearance, so I'm gonna assume that with the 10 card side and yeah, I'm gonna assume 10 card side means that this is a Cards I Own Turbo. Interesting thing here is that there's 4 Shield of Achilles. That has to be an error. Like, certainly. But it's really funny to see that there's 4 Shield of Achilles. Oh my god, what is this? Oh, I knew Dallas was going to be a minefield. Oh, I knew Dallas was going to be a minefield, but I didn't expect to hit it this early. There's 1-3 Blistrix. On the surface, very normal Blistrix deck. Super normal Blistrix deck. And then we look at the side and we see Zephyrog. And Oistillery. I'm just gonna... Is that iWilly? Okay, I'm moving on. Okay, here we have 1-3 Blizzard. Shout out to the Sorlet tech. I remember that this was a tech that I know the Chicago group was testing, was playing Sorlet in Blistrix just to give the deck like a 5 body and also like random utility. And I don't remember how it performed, but it's cool to see it pop up. It did go 1-3 though. Let's see, what's in the side? The Crablasts are in the side, the Hurricanes were in the side, there's another Sorla in the side, the Elephants were here, Divine Blessings, and was the Mountains? I feel like Mountains is correct, but I don't remember for what. I think it was for Water Reanimator randomly, because Water Reanimator just has like a really good matchup into Blizz for no reason. Yeah, I mean, this seems fine. The only Trish comment I can make is 2 Ass Rabbit, not 3. Here we have a 2-6. They played out the whole tournament. 2-6 with Blizz. Incredible. This one is doing some cool stuff. It's on Aurora Borealis, which I like, kinda. Is for Lunar Art Aggro. Oh, okay, that makes sense, actually. Thank you, Josh. Oh god, this list is hurting my brain. So we've got the Cryolink Cryovern package, which is anti-synergistic with, Blizztrix, because you don't want to mill your Cryoverns and then have Cryoling do nothing. It has Tadflow, which Tadflow bad card. 3 Aurora Borealis is kind of a lot, and also there's no Elephant. Because the thing with the Elephant is Aurora Borealis is cool because if you were cutting Ambrosia, you could go, like, instead, you can, like, be more aggressive with your Frost Spirits and then go, like, Elephant, set Aurora Borealis, re-enchant, trigger, heal, blah, 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 and you can heal, like, for 5 spirits or something like that. So Aurora was, like, really good. But they're also playing Ambrosia, so that seems bad. They're only on 5 counter runes total, which I think we can all see the issue with that. Counter runes broken cards. They're on 2 Enfrostix, which I also don't really like because Enfrostix is really expensive. But if they are on the Aurora Borealis, if they had the Elephant in here, then I think that would probably be okay because this could refund this. So like the concept's there, but they're definitely missing some crucial pieces. Also, no more Frost package. They are on the Polar Acne, which I know is a Josh tech, and I know the Polar Acne is... I think that Polar Acne is terrible. I think that Polar Acne is very, very bad, and Josh is just a silly little soldier. But Josh really likes it, so I'll mention it for Josh. But Permafrog is also here. Permafrog is also here. Fun fact, I tried very desperately during Elestriad to get Josh Bean Soldier to play Permafrog in his Blitztrix deck, or in any of his decks really, because I had this brilliant idea that would have absolutely worked, that if you play Permafrog in Elestriad format, they're not gonna have Frost Spirits to deal with it because they're tight on Spirit Space because of the deck building requirements of the format. So I said, yo, you could just play Permafrog and then, like, they can just never attack. And he didn't believe me. And it would have worked. It would have worked 100%. Josh would have won. Josh would have won immediately if he had done that. But he did not. So, shout out to Permafrog. I would never do that in Constructed, though. Yeah, and then they're deciding where counter runes. I like deciding counter runes. Like at least we know to play the counter runes. But I think these should have probably been in the main deck. That's my comment here. But also, wait, hold on. I have to do the thing. They did play out the whole tournament, so we do have to commend them and congratulate them for playing out the whole tournament, because we need to see more of that in this game. Also, 2-5 Blitztrix. This Blitztrix looks... Oh, dear God. This might be a little bit of Cards I Own Turbo, because I see only one Narpoon and 2 Astrabbit, as well as 2 Cedar Soar. So, you know, maybe they didn't have the other cards. Also, 1 Rise. You know, maybe they didn't have what they needed. But they also played 2 Glaciersa? Okay. And then they're siding 5 Spirits. Wait, hold on. They own a second Harpoon. There's one on the side. Also, I just realized that, like, hold on. Let's count the dude. I'm gonna throw a theory out there. I'm gonna throw it at the dartboard, because we encountered somebody once who played a deck that was all 2-drops, right? Because they thought that they could just cast 2-drops for 2 spirits without having to ascend them, right? Because if we look at this deck, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 1-drops in this deck, which means that there are 12 Alestrals that just cannot be cast when you see them in your hand. Yeah, that seems really good, actually. Moving on, we got a 2-3 Blitztrix. This might be a true Josh net deck. The first, like, completed Josh net deck that we've seen. So this one went 2 and 3. It looks like it's got, you know, the standard Blitztrix stuff in the main. Josh, you can confirm or deny whether or not this is the true Josh net deck. I don't remember if you played 1 Infrostix, 1 Catarant. It's got the 9 counter runes, the 3 Rise, yada yada yada. And then the side deck is 3 Hurricane, 3 Cryo, 3 Boreas, 3 Divine, and 3 Spoiled Fruit. Spoiled Fruit, it was weirdly popular at this time as, like, an answer to Heal Stall or Heal Control or whatever they're calling it these days. And I think that that's really bad. I'm going to soapbox about why Spoiled Fruit actually is a bad card and that you should never play it. Because versus the heal deck, you have to catch the guys, like, when they try to heal, right? But they don't really care, because they have like a billion guys that heal. So you burn yourself for 1 spirit to pop a dude that has like 2/2 in stats, and they just say, yeah, go ahead, that's fine. And you play a guy, and then you swing for 2. You know, because I assume you already have a dude on the board. And then they just heal it all back. So you actually lose the interaction. Like, you lose the trade over the course of 2 turns. Right? To Spoiled Fruit. So the thing that's actually better to do is, instead of just playing Spoiled Fruit, you would be better off just playing, like, Quackle. Like, or Catarant, or like a healer of your own to like keep pace with him. But the real secret to beating heal control, because I want that deck to like disappear from the face of the planet, so I'll give you guys all the secret. Don't attack them. Just make them attack you. Just let them be the aggressor. Like, if you open Astrabbit versus heal control, you win the game. Immediately. You just set that bitch on the board, and you say, Astrabbit, add a card. Okay, I'll set a back row. Your turn. And they look at their hand, and they're like, huh, none of my dudes have a 5 stat on it. Shit. I'll expend to draw. And you say, okay, that's fine. I'll draw for turn. I'll re-enchant my rabbit. Your turn again. And they're just going to keep doing that until they find an out. And, like, they only got so many eddies. There's only, like, 3 eddies in their deck. So, like, as long as you just keep the back row for the eddies, they can't do anything to you. And they're going to do something goofy as shit, like play Quackle, Argo, attack, and then you just, like, gaze them or shield them or something. And, like, because you've been amassing so many resources, you no longer care. I like putting 3 2-drops on the field to beat heal. Sir Tractor, I feel like you do that to beat everything. I'm pretty sure that's just what you do when you play games. Like, you just drop the big bodies on the board and you say, ooh, Grylevern. We'll get to you later. But, yeah, that's the goo. Please never lose to heal control. If you lose to it, I will laugh at you. Oh god, what am I looking at? Is that Pandasin? Okay, I understand this. The Pandasin is a cool tech in Blitztrix. I do get it. And, like, it's cool because the idea here is that you mill into your power spells, like your Ambrose and your Rise, and then you get it back. You get it back. However, this could just be Astrabbit. Also, I see Tadflow again. And we see Avalanche, and we see Blizzard. So a lot of these are kind of like the noob traps in Blitztrix. Like, Avalanche is kind of a noob trap, because if you whiff off of this, you just invested 1 spirit to do nothing. Whereas with the other cards that mill, at least you're getting a body out of it, so like you're not really like losing your investment. So this is a noob trap. Aurora Borealis is a little bit of a noob trap, but I like it. I think it's cute. But they don't play the pairing with it. Keon is also sometimes a noob trap in this deck. Like, theoretically it's fine, but a lot of this stuff is just early Moonrise theory. Like, oh, you mill into it, so you want the Keon to get it back, but that just makes your 1-drop more expensive. Same thing with Infrostix. Like, it can only bring back a 1-drop, but it costs 3 instead of costing 1. So I would rather just play a different 1-drop that turn. So like noob trap, noob trap, noob trap, noob trap, noob trap. Blizzard bad because, you know, they're gonna have to burn themselves to use their counter runes to like deal with your aggression. So like noob trap. So yeah, pretty standard. But the side is cool, and by cool I mean I'm in great pain. They're playing P-Gust. Shout out to P-Gust. Poles are also kind of mid card. Yeah. Just but again, this could just be cards I own turbo. 2-2. We got 2-2 Blizzy Poo. And again, no rabbits. A lot of people, I guess, didn't copy the Josh list. I think I was just very unfortunate to play against Blizz players that did, and I think Josh was as well. There are 3 Tadflows, which again we've already talked about. Hurricane, I think, is good in this deck, but weirdly, I think Tornado is better in Blitztrix. So I have this weird theory, right, that Tornado is actually the best one to play in Blitztrix because everyone expects you to be on Hurricane. So once they see that you're playing Blitztrix, they're not going to set a billion back row into you because they don't want to get Hurricane into Blitztrix and to lose the game, right? So you just play Tornado because it snipes the 1 back row that they set. Like, realistically, I think you play both. Like, you scare them with Hurricane game 1, and then, like, post side, you switch to Tornado. But that's some, like, that's T. Yeah, so the main deck falls into all the noob traps, but they are playing 10 counter runes, which is good. Like, unironically, that is good. So I think that this list is like almost cooking. Like I think if you just swap the Tadflows out for rabbits, and then like make those rabbits, and then frankly, like if these were just rabbits, like you could even cut the Morphoth stuff and just play like 2 Ambro and then 3. There's some other card that they're missing that I'm forgetting. What am I forgetting? Honestly, you could like. All right, off the top of my head, I see a way to make this list like really insane. These 5 cards here become the Morphoth cards, or I'm sorry, these 2 become Ambros, and then the 3 Avalanche plus the Enfrostics become 2 Lycan, 1 of the other 2, and then these 3 become Rabbits. This actually looks like an insane Blitztrace list. But unfortunately that didn't happen. The side deck, they're siding the 1 Earthquake, which I don't think is really worth it in this deck. You don't really want to play the 2 Spirits for Earthquake and Blizz. Then they have Dense Fog. Not sure what Dense Fog is catching. Dense Fog is like this weird card that like in theory is really, really good, but in practice it's just terrible all of the time. I think Dense Fog will eventually be good whenever we get a format where like every card in the game is Nexusing. Like, I think if we ever get to that point where like everything Nexuses, Dense Fog is fine. But I don't know. We got the 3 Blizzard, Laurels, PTA, yeah. I mean, side is like whatever. I would have just liked to see healing somewhere in here. We got 2-3 Blizzy Poo. This one looks like the Josh Net deck, more or less. Yeah, we've seen this exact list before, so I'm going to assume this is the Josh Net deck. So Josh Net deck, 2-3. Here we have, this is almost the Josh Net deck, where instead of playing Catarant and Frostix in the main, it's playing 2 Hurricane in the main, which I think is a fair substitution. I think that seems fine. And he is siding the Catarant and Frostix, so, you know, they've just switched up the side. Like, they kept the rest of the side deck the same, or more or less the same. And then they kept the Polar Acne. I think a lot of people did correctly cut Polar Acne, though, because I think that card is terrible, and Josh is just... Where's Josh? Josh, make yourself known so I can ban you. Here we go. We got 3-5 Blizzard. Shoutouts to them for playing it out. And we have an unfinished side deck. Awesome. Love to see unfinished side decks. This looks like the Josh Net deck, but partly Cards I Own Turbo. A little partly. Because there's no Enfrostics here, so the main deck is identical, except there's no Enfrostics. And then they cut 1 Shield to play 1 Hurricane, 1 Boreas in the main? And then the side deck looks like the Josh side deck, except they just left 4 cards out of it. But shout out to them for playing it out. Hell yeah. This is literally purgatory. Blizz was the most played deck. We finally got a neutral record, so we're out of the negative records. We got 4-4 Blizztrix, maining 3 Ash Rabbit. That's the wrong rabbit. Hold on, that's the wrong rabbit. This one is main decking 3 Ash Rabbit in the slots that are normally Ast Rabbit. And then for the counter runes, they're playing 3 Divine Blessing in the main, which I don't necessarily agree with or disagree with. I think that that's actually like kind of heads up. But I also like, I don't know. Like it's for sure a good meta call for this tournament because a lot of people did play Blizz, but they're not playing Tsunami anywhere, so that's maybe not as good of a meta call. And they're also playing 1 Aurora Borealis, and they do have the Catarant, so I guess that's fine. We take those. Let them cook. You can just Ash Rabbit your Blizz back into your hand. This is true. If your opponent gives you the Blizztrix. I think that's the problem with Ash Rabbit. But, while we're on the subject of Ash Rabbit, I do really like Ash Rabbit. If you guys saw the feature match that I played against Soren in the last premiere, I was doing some kind of diabolical shit with Ash Rabbit in in that match, and I think that there's some really cool stuff you can do with Ash Rabbit in Firestorm format. Like, I think Ash Rabbit is like significantly worse in Firestorm. Like, I think a lot of stuff gets significantly power crept in Firestorm, but there are some cool things you can do with Ash Rabbit. You fill all 3 rises and add it back easy. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, that's so smart. Oh, it's so good. But instead, we could just play Pandasin. Like the Pandasin list was better. Also, oh wait, never mind. They are playing it. I was about to say this would be the list that should be playing Cryoscorch, but it is here. It is here. I also really like how they're playing 2 Zaptors in the side for the Hurricanes instead of like 1 Zaptor for the Hurricane. But there's also no Astrabbit in this deck anywhere, and there's also Singleton and Ambrosia. We cut Astrabbit for Polar Acne. Where is Josh? I need somebody to arrest Josh. Like, someone needs to find Josh and put him in a cell. He has convinced people somehow that Polar Acne is better than Astrabbit. I hate that man so much. Oh, positive record. Okay, hold on. We got a positive record. 4-3 Blizzy Poo. This looks literally like just the Josh net deck card for card. I think this is card for card the Josh deck. 4-4, we have the Josh deck. But this one's on 1 Catarant, so hold on, what changed? Oh, they played the 3rd Boreas. But it's so good. Lunar Aggro just can't beat it. Okay, Tractor. I know that you have the sarcasm tag, but Josh has said that exact phrase to me without a sarcasm tag. Josh genuinely believes that Lunar Aggro cannot beat Polar Acne. How does Lunar Aggro beat it? Hold on, let me pull up Polar Acne real quick, because I think it's very easy to out, if I remember correctly. Alright, it's a 2-5. Opponent Celestials get -2 attack. You can expend Frost in order to target and destroy an Celestial with 2 or less attack. So there's this funny card in most Lunar Aggro decks called Zeus. That kind of deals with that. Like Lycovoid Zeus deals with that. Spectrous Zeus deals with that. Eddie crashes with it. Earthquake, but I mean that beats everything. We just said how they add it. Eddie beats it. It has 2 attack. It has 2 attack. You just Eddie it. Eddie beats it in half. You Zeus pump. Like, fucking Zeus. Demeter. Like a void. Not really. Tell me how Eddie does not crash with this card. Because unless you add another card to the equation, it beats it. I have Boreas up. Okay. Thanks, Josh. You'll have back row. What if I Argo? What if I have Argo? What then, Joshy? Okay, you have Boreas, I have Argo. Or Zeus. Or my own stadium that I don't play. There's like a billion outs to that card. I hate you so much. This is very fitting music for me crashing out at Josh. If you ever wonder how Josh and I prepare for events, this is how. It's literally just me yelling at him. Like, it's Josh comes to us with some abysmal card that's like unplayable and says, I found the goo, and then I yell at him, and then by the end of the night we all decide to play the abysmal card. And then it's in our deck list, and then no one sides it in. It happens so often. So this is Josh net deck, Josh net deck, Josh net deck. Oh, this one's a Josh net deck that also had Sorlet. Let's go Cubs. This one also has Sorlet. Is out. An opponent has Galaxy. If you cryoblast it, will it die? Is it a water polar acne? For my greatest innovation in polar acne, I'm pretty sure that every time there's a conversation between me, Josh, and Dymax of, hey, which one of us thought of this? It's both me and Josh fighting with each other to say which of us came up with it first, and then Dymax is there in the corner, and it's like, I did this 2 months ago. And we were just like, shut up, Dymax. That doesn't count. That also happens frequently. Love you, Dymax. This is not the Josh net deck. Hold on, we finally found one that's not a Josh net deck. But this is the, oh! You know? This might be the Jack Yomu net deck. Because I don't remember his deck list. But that actually might be, because like we've seen this variant like a lot. And that might be why it keeps popping up. This might have been the Jack Yomu build. That might be what it is. Let's see. Josh net deck. Josh net deck. Oh, this one has Boom Bat though. That's heads up. I like the Boom Bat. Josh net deck. Oh, this one went 5-3. And then we have to discredit Dymax. Yeah, all of our entire career is just how can we discredit Dymax? Josh net deck. Josh net deck. Josh net deck. Oh, hold on, this one's unique. Jack Yomu net deck. But this one has Cryo Scorch in it. Without a Fire Spirit. This one has Cryo Scorch in it. Sure. But they didn't put the Fire Spirit in the deck. But they did put 2 Lunar Spirits for 2 Dense Fog. I'm going to crash out. Oh, we escaped. Oh, thank God. Wait, hold on. Here's the crazy part. This was also the best performing Blitztrix deck in Swiss that did not cut. I just saw that. I'm going to scream. Oh, 5s. We've made it to 5s. All right, now hold on. Before we get into 5s, I forgot to do the thing that I'm supposed to do because allegedly I'm a content creator. Chat, did you know that if you put a like on the stream, if you go underneath the stream and you click on that funny little like button, you are actually giving credit to Dymax for all of his ideas that he's ever had. Even ones he hasn't had yet. He still gets credit for them. So be a pal to Dymax, and remember to go click likey poo on the stream. Thank you. Also, this is just a reminder for people coming in and out. 2 channel memberships. If you get 2 channel memberships, 2 channel memberships, I will add the beautiful Curse of Law emote to the channel. So, in exchange for 2 channel memberships, you can have this beautiful picture of Law YGO as an emote. I'll be a pal, I'll give a like. Thank you. Thank you. Dymax, you got at least 1 credit. Where are we right now? We are in Dallas. We finally got through the Blitztrix decks that were played at Dallas. We're now entering the 5s pile hell. And as a preface, there is a chance that this is like going to be the crash out peak of the stream, because not only is this Dymax Dynamax wasn't even at Dallas. Not even this is Dallas. So like deck lists on average have like a wide range in like how interesting they can be. But it's also fives. And there's no set standard for what fives means. It's just put cards with the number 5 in it into a pile. Which means we could see some real weird stuff. So I'm excited. And by excited, I mean, oh dear God, help me. So we got Lunar 5s, 1-3. This one played 3 Eddie, 2 Galaxy, 3 Aster Rabbit, 2 Boombats in the main deck. Which, frankly, not a terrible call considering how much Blistrix there was at this event. 1 Elichick, 1 Quackle, 1 Arcolith, 3 Knobword, 2 Spectrus, and Doppelgator. I don't remember where we left off on our theory discussions since the last Every Deck stream was so long ago. But TLDR, if you missed it, Nobby Bad Card is kind of where we left off. And usually it would just be better off being like a Void. Like a Void's usually just a little bit better. But Nobby's here. Nobby has joined the party. So I think in a deck like this, you'd probably rather just play Like a Void and then transition into the Lunar Aggro camp. Mostly it's just so that you have cards to like play when you go first, right? So we got Nobby. And then the rest is just kind of standard like runes and stuff. So nothing too crazy. Side deck is where it gets interesting is we got the 1 Wind Spirit for the 2 Cockatoodles in the side. Galaxy, Inspect, the extra copies of each of them. That seems fine. 1 Quackle, sure. 2 Toxeon. Cockatoodle, interesting card. Because the theory at the time was that Cockatoodle beats Like a Void stuff. Turns out it apparently doesn't, because you can respond to the cast of Cockadoodle before it activates its effect to go into Like a Void. So the whole theory on Cockadoodle beating Werepup was actually just nil. But also, it's still, like, okay. Like, it's more Spectrus's. Like, the thing with Cockatoo is I don't think anybody knew that. Because I only found out about that, like, 2 days ago, maybe? So I think this card has just, like, been doing crazy stuff. Known this for months. Nobody mentioned it, though, because outside of our group knew. Bro, I didn't even know until 2 days ago. Like, I don't even think our group knew. Like, you might have known because you were the one playing Cockadoodle. But, like, this was still news even to me. Like, that was crazy. But yeah, no, I think a lot of people are just letting themselves get beat by Cockadoodle because I don't think anybody really knew the ruling that you could dodge Cockadoodle with, like, funky, like, reaction window mechanics. So shout outs to Cockadoodle. And then the Spirit deck is kind of whatever. It's a 5s Spirit deck. Oh dear God. This is a Chrysor 5s at 2-3. Shout outs to Chrysor. So we got 3 Eddie, 3 Astrabbit, 2 Boombats. Shout outs to Boombat in the main. Elichick, 3 Spectrus, 2 Galaxair. I like Galaxair. 3 Sorlet. But then we also have 2 P-Gust and 2 Chrysor. Interesting. Sure. I mean, they went 2-3. And then we see Cockadoodle again. Shout outs to Cockadoodle, but they're also playing Dracodoodle, so I guess that counts. We see Aeolia, Cryoblast, plus Spirits, Spoiled Fruits. Yeah, sure. I mean, this is fine. But it's also Chrysler. We got okay, this one looks like a more normal 5s deck. This kind of looks like the Dynamax deck from a long time ago. The main deck, again, we see Boombats. What's with people main decking Boombat? This is interesting to me because this is the third deck in a row that we've seen main deck 2 Boombat. You know, as like a one-off, like, yeah, sure, like every once in a while, but 3 in a row, that's... Now I'm starting to wonder if there was like theory floating around like out there in the wild that like Boombat was just crazy or something. That's really interesting. So 2 Boombat, only 2 Galaxy with the third in the side. And in a deck like this, that doesn't make any sense. Same thing with the Quackles. Like, why are people maining Quackles and Boombats in 5s? But sure. They're on 3 Zeus as well, which is interesting. 3 Nobby. We've already discussed Nobby bad card. Dense Fog main is really weird. Same with Divine Blessing main. Both really, really weird. I guess they were maybe, like, heavily prepped for Blizz. But, like, not really. The side deck's also really weird. I wonder if they were friends with, like, this guy. Oh, wait, is this the same deck list? Oh, this is really close, actually. I wonder if they were friends, because, like, that's really interesting. Did main Boobat from the event before? Oh, that must be what it was. That must be what it was. Soren did main it. So the thing with the Soren deck is I think Soren just, like, had a really, really good, like, meta call deck. Like, I think Soren's deck specifically was, like, very well tailored to what that tournament was doing, like, what everybody in that tournament was playing. And unfortunately, I think what might have happened is that people saw things that he did and tried to translate it to other decks. And I think the problem was that deck kind of was, like, a marriage of a lot of choices came together to synergize. But, like, this isn't the deck that Soren played. This is a very different deck. So the choices don't necessarily work here. Yeah, there's... Also, I'm not a fan of Gloombat. Is when Blizz came second and top 4. Yeah, like, I think... So, Dallas was weird because of that previous premiere. Like, a lot of things that happened at Dallas felt, like weird. Like, there's like, a lot of stuff going on. Like, I remember playing Dallas and feeling like the meta just felt really weird. Because outside of my 2 losses where I lost in time to Rybot, and then I lost to a Blizztrix player immediately after, that just, like, high-rolled the shit out of me. I think I 2-0'd everyone else that I played against, like, the whole tournament. And I was just seeing, like, weird stuff the whole run. Like, it was weird. So I don't know if other people's tournament experiences were like that at Dallas, but I remember mine was, like, me just kind of being like, what's going on? And I think the previous tournament played a big role in that. Like, people were, like, trying to ride a trend that, like, kind of wasn't there, if that makes sense. Which ended up, like, creating an interesting meta for Dallas. So here we have Water Lunar 5s. That's the nature of how large Dallas was. Yeah, I think that also played a big role in it, too. So I'm hoping to glean some something out of this review. We got the Water Lunar 5s. This is like, this feels like a Daybreak deck. I'm not even gonna lie, like, this feels like a Daybreak deck. Like, oh my god. The double doppel is, like, so bad. I really hate Doppelgator. Doppelgator bad card. Yeah, Doppelgator bad card. Yeah, not too much to say here, other than I don't like double doppel. 1's fine, but 2's probably too much. And then again, we see this double Galaxy, double Spectres thing in the 5s deck. And, like, this might be another Psyop, like, from, like, the Lunar aggro deck. Looks like a JJ deck. Yeah, exactly. This is a JJPM deck. Like, 100%. But, like, the fucking, like, the Galaxy Spectres, like, 2-2 ratio. This might be people copying that ratio from, like, the Lunar aggro deck. And in the Lunar aggro deck, you play 2 and 2 because you only have space for 2 and 2, right? In 5s, this should be 3 and 3. So that's a little bit weird, but you know. Yo, is that Shaq? Yo, what's good, Shaq? Is that the best Bald Illustrals Pro reviewing tourney decks? I have hair! I have hair! Look, I have lots of hair. I have so much hair, I hide it under a hat. Also, shouts to Cockatoodle. Here we have... Oh, this actually just might be Sorin. But this is Win 5s with Follicane. This is the Sorin deck. Because I think Sorin did go 3-3 at the premiere. Or at whatever this tournament was called, Dallas. So this might be Sorin. I don't remember what his list looked like from the previous premiere. But this feels worse than the list that I remember him playing from the previous premiere. Like, was there Draco Doodle in his like winning deck list? Because I don't remember that. I don't remember there being a Draco Doodle. Three, 6, 9, 11, yeah. So I think what happened here is, here's my guess, is that I think if Sorin had played like a similar like gauntlet of like lunar aggros and stuff, that this deck would have performed quite a bit better. Because like the whole idea, and we ended up doing this at Dallas too, was the idea that we had going into Dallas was that the reason why we switched to like the Earth variant from what at the time had been standard being the Thunder variant of like lunar aggro, was that Mudlet was a position changer. And position changing against lunar aggro was really strong. So this deck felt really insane into lunar aggro because you have 3, 6, 8 position changers. Same list as the winning one. Oh, that's crazy. If this is card for card the same, that's a little crazy. I thought that he was on 3 Galaxair previously. Like, I thought he was on 3 Galaxair, and I thought that he was siding the 3rd Follicane or something like that. But I think he would have had a much better time. But I think due to where did we go? I think due to all the like the psyoping that happened from Blizztrix and also this deck winning, I think that it kind of metagamed his own deck into being bad. That's kind of what I think happened. Here we have a 3-5. They played it out. We have Lunar Water, and for some reason Law did not put this under the Schnark category, which scares me immensely, because if this isn't a Schnark deck, what is Schnark? What does Schnark mean? I would also call this Draking. I don't think I would call this Lunar Water 5s. I think I would just call this Draking. Yeah, I think I would just call this deck Draking. Let's see. Only 2 Eddie feels not so great. Again, 2-2 on Spectre's Galaxy. This has to be a me psyop. It has to be, because I was running 2 and 2 in all of my decks for like so long, but only just because like I wasn't playing 5s. Oh no. But otherwise, like the ratios seem fine, I guess. These should probably be Cryoblast. High Tide feels really bad. Like as a card, I think High Tide's terrible. They have Eruptions on the side, sure. Again, we see Dense Fog and Spoiled Fruit. I'm not a fan of these cards. These probably could have been something else. And no Argo. That's actually something that I guess I can point out, is the common trend that we've seen in all of these deck lists so far is none of them have played Argo anywhere. And Argo, good card, especially at this tournament. Alter sounds so terrible in this list. Yeah, like that's kind of what I'm getting at, is like without Argos, Alter feels bad. Like Alter, good card, but Alter with no banks, bad card. Like this being the only bank, kind of bad card. But with Argo, Alter kind of good card. Here we have a 3-4 Lunar Water 5s. This is another JJPM deck. Again, we see the 2-2. I really hope that this ratio has like fixed itself over time because the 2-2 is so doomer. We see the one thunderstorm. I hate one thunderstorm. That seems really bad. One hurricane, one thunderstorm, one divine blessing. Yeah, these should have been more cohesive, I think. And then again, we see the two Moonbat Arcolith. I'm also not a fan of Arcolith. I think Arcolith is kind of a bad card. But Loki, like Arcolith is a card that, if this card is played when both players are under 5 spirits, this card is crazy broken. But if it's played at any other point during the game, it's kind of bad. But also, when both players are under 5 spirits, it's unlikely that this card is able to come out. Cards I own turbo. See, but here's the thing is, I don't think it is. Because we see a second Thunderstorm in the side. So we know that they could have just chose, like if they liked Thunderstorm, they could have just played 2 Thunderstorm. Why is Divine Blessing here at all? Is the question mark. Like this, like, if the idea is that you like Thunderstorm, this could just be Thunderstorm. So like even if it's a cards I own turbo moment, which I think it is a little bit because I see the P-Gust, I think the problem is that there's not a cohesive idea of what they want to be doing with the cards that they do own. I think that's the problem. Like there's some like clear ratios here that it's like, okay, we need a better idea. Also, there's no Earthquake in this deck. Or this deck. Okay, thank God. I started doubting myself. How many times have we gone without Earthquake without me seeing something? Here we have a Frost 5 decks. So this is a Sir Tractor Brain. We have wait. This isn't Blizztrix and it only plays 8 back row. That's concerning. Oh, yeah, that's really concerning. 8 back row feels very bad. And this is the unfortunate part about playing Ascension decks and Alestrals. Like, whenever you play an Ascension, you have to play more dudes than runes, so you have to cut runes, right? Because you have to keep the dude count up, right? But I think the problem here is they wanted to play too many runes alongside their dudes. So now they have no counter runes, which means that they can't protect their board. So that I think is the problem here. Also, Eddie is in the side deck. So we can't say that this is necessarily cards I own turbo. This is I don't value Eddie turbo. But also a little bit of cards I own turbo. This deck's goated go. Hold on. Where's Subtractor? Hold on. Yeah, okay. Okay, perfect. Now we have a Lunar 5s. So again, this is like the knobby bad theory. But we also see Toxiri plus Dense Fog come up. I think Dense Fog is slightly better if you play Toxiri. Like, I don't hate playing 1-1. Like, I don't hate that. However, we did cut a Galaxy for a Toxiri, which I do hate. And we're also... What is with the one Divine Blessing? Stop playing random one of Divine Blessings. Also, there's an Artemis in this deck. I'm going next. JJPM Turbo. Yeah, actually, with the Cockatoodles too, this might actually just be a JJPM net deck. Like, straight up, this might just be a JJ net deck. Artemis for 0, training for Elestriad, I guess, yeah. Artemis, unfortunately, very bad card. Unfortunately, Artemis, very bad card. Next we have the Solar Lunar 5s at 4 and 4. Let's see. Is that 3 Doppelgators? Bro. Okay. I do like the Armadon idea here. So okay, here's what I like. I like that Armadon is here. He's part of the club because he has a big butt. So if we're playing 3 Doppelganger, we can just run out Lunar Armadon, and we can just like sit on Lunar Armadon to ascend over into Doppelganger. However, we're ascending over into Doppelganger, and Doppelganger not very good. So I don't love that. Also, because Doppelganger doesn't really do too much when it's enchanted, I feel like those could just be calf mells and accomplish the same thing but better. Because, like, why are we playing 3 solar? Like, what do we need the solar for? We don't need Lumaru to be solar. We don't... Surely we're not casting Solar Armadon that often. It's also only 8 counters. Oh, God. Well, I mean, Divine Healing's a counter rune forehead. Yeah, there's also Divine Healing, which a lot of people look at Divine Healing and say, oh, this card's Ambrosia. This card's, like, really, really good. I don't think that card is Ambrosia because you have to have, like, a Divine on your board, right? It still costs 1. Like, it costs 1 to play it, but it's slow. You need the Divine on your board. And, like, they can take those spirits away from you very easily, right? Like, all it takes is a thunderstorm or an Equilynx or, like, a tornado or literally anything, and you lose all the spirits that you healed. And you can't cast Celestials with them either. You can only cast runes. So Divine Healing, unfortunately, not very good. Maybe in the future this card will be, like, decent? Maybe? But, like, I think the problem that this card has, like, in concept it's fine, but it's outcompeted by better cards, like, very frequently. Yeah, and Galaxy's on the side. Unfortunately, this is kind of the curse of building decks in Illustrals, right? Is because the card pool is so small, like, you might think that you find a card that has, like, a specific niche, right? Like Armadon, for example. Oh, it has a fat butt. I can ascend this into my Doppelganger win condition, right? However, in practice, that Armadon would still just be better as, like, a Galaxy, because Galaxy is just a generically better card, right? Same thing with the Lumaru. Like, oh, I'm going to play Lumaru because I'm playing Solars, and I'm playing, like Lunars, and it can be a Water 5 if I want it to be a Water 5, and blah, 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 but it's still generically worse than just playing Galaxy, right? So the problem is that there's so many cards in this game that just kind of, like, get out-competed for, like, the role that they're trying to fill. And I think that that's where a lot of, like, decks that go wrong kind of, they fall into this category of, like, trying to get too cute with it. Like, you're trying to make a card that doesn't see play in every deck good, but then you're kind of bending over backwards, justifying a card that is worse than good cards. And I think that that's kind of, like, the issue that a lot of these decks fall into. And that's what I think would be going on here. Is, like, what is the justification for playing Armadon? What's the justification for playing Lumaru instead of just playing Galaxies? Like, what? Or, like, a third Eddie. Like, what is the justification for that? And unfortunately, I don't see one, personally. Is this a Cassius Corner stream? Yo, what's up, Redux? If I could have 42 cards, I'd be such a gremlin. Yeah, exactly. Like, I see the argument a lot for people to be like, oh, we should increase the deck size in Elestrals and blah, blah, blah. And I don't think that we should, because I think that what makes Elestrals interesting is, like, the kind of it forces you to pick and justify cards to keep it at 40. Like, when you are at that hard 40 cap, it forces you to say, like, what cards do I actually need, and what cards am I just playing because I want to play them? And that, I think, is a good deck building constraint. But it also leads to stuff like this. Ban Dr. Barber for me. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I got you. Dr. Barber, let me know if you want a rebuttal, man. Here we have the Soren list again at 4-4. This one's playing an Exalt Air. So I think this player played the Soren list, did better than Soren, but kept the same win-loss ratio of 50-50, which is an insane statistic. Because Soren went 3-3, this player went 4-4. I should be able to play 38 cards. True. Upstart Goblin win. Here we have another standard like JJPM type deck. Again with Doppel Knobster. I'll gift a sub if you hit Redox instead. Oh yeah, easily. Easily. That'll bring us halfway to the next emote. That'll bring us halfway. Well, hold on. Where's Redux? Where's Redux? Timeout. Bam. That's a legally binding contract. I'm banning you again if you don't gift a membership within the next like couple minutes. All right. Next we have Solar. We have 69th, by the way. Very nice placement. Solar 5. Shout outs to Fives and Solar. Is that Joblin? Yo, Dr. Barber, thank you for the gifted membership. We are now halfway to getting the new emote. Hold on, let me remind you guys of what is in store for you if we get one more channel membership today. You too can be the proud owner of Law YGO. Curse of Law YGO. What's the Joblin doing? That's a great question. Let's think about this. So, there are 2 galaxies in this deck, because this is, again, the PSYOP ratio of 2 Galaxy, 2 Spectrus. So, now hear me out. You go cast Galaxy. It doesn't get Poison Tip Arrow question marked. Next turn, you cast Attack Mode Water Armadon, and it's really big, and then you kill something with it. And then on the next turn, you ascend that Attack Mode Armadon into Joblin. Actually, no. That's not good enough. Hold on. So you attack with your Armadon, right? Now on the next turn, you Solar Enchant the Armadon. And then you attack again, because it's still really big, and they still don't shield you, right? And you can't get Tsunami because you're all water, right? So now we're really in the driver's seat. We're really cooking. Next, you draw for turn again. And now you play Joblin, ascending over the galaxy. You now no longer have a big Armadon, but that's okay, because you siphon the Water Spirit from the Armadon when you ascend, leaving it as just Solar Armadon, and then you rotate it back to defense, and then you burn them for the damage that they would have taken if it had attacked, but it wouldn't attack because now it's a 1 attacker. So you keep up your pressure and momentum. I'm a genius, and I think that this deck is actually really smart. Yeah. 10 out of 10. Okay, hold on. We've finally got into a 5 deck that plays 3 Galaxy. Can we all just take a second to clap and appreciate them that they put 3 Galaxy in the Galaxy deck? They did it. They played 3 Galaxy in the Galaxy at 3 deck. Let's go. But then they still played Toxeon, Quackle, and Arcolith. Where have people gotten this idea that, like, Quackle, Arcolith just, like, go into 5s? Like, I don't get it. You don't need this much Thunder. I guess you have the space, but, like... whatever. We're siding Foamies, Sluggles, another Quackle. So, like, we're kind of siding into heal-ish. Kind of, but no third spect. 2 Boombats. People still not maining Cryoblast. Like, Cryoblast should probably be the main. Is limited, it must be good enough to toss into any deck. You're so right, Bo. You're so right, actually. Yeah, shout out to Leroy Jenkins. Like, the crazy thing with Arcolith is that I feel like people have missed this. And so if you didn't know this, Arcolith is at 1, not because it's like a giga broken card that defines the whole game. It's at 1 because when it's at 3, it steals games too consistently. Because this card is literally just Leroy Jenkins. Like, you just play it when both players are at 5 or under, and then you just swing, and you're like, I play Arcolith, back chest. And you just swing for 5 spirits, and if you guys are in a really late game, your opponent might not have the resources to deal with that consistently. Also, my apartment door just opened. Hold on. Let me make sure that nobody's breaking into my house. It might just be the wind. It was, in fact, just the wind. And that is a good reminder that I left the door to my apartment open. But anyway, yeah, no, it's just so that they can't consistently, like, drop that on you in an endgame and just steal endgames just because they have 3 Arcolith in their deck. So, now you know. Now you know. Do you think Law's breaking into his house? I hope so. Law's just busting down my front door. It's like, why did it take you so long to do the every deck streams? Why did it take you so long? What are you doing? When are you doing the stream? Trish, when are you going live? Trish, when are you doing the stream? Trish, when are you going live? I love you, Law. Anyway, we got Frost 5s at 5-3 Cryovern. Brother, yo, what's good, Trevor? This one is... What is with the 1 Galaxy? I swear to God, this is not the first time that we saw a Frost 5s playing 1 Galaxy and 2 Arc Taurus. Like, we saw this exact deck list earlier. Hold on. I'm not going crazy, right? Like, we saw this exact deck list before. Yeah, it's right here. This one went 3-3. And then here it is again. At 48th place. So... Rent due, huh? If rent was due, I would be live on my main channel playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, if rent was due, I'd be playing Yu-Gi-Oh right now. What's baffling to me about this is not that this deck exists, but this was clearly 2 people that worked and built this deck together. And they both came to the agreement and signed off on this deck list and said, yeah, this is the list. And they both entered with the same list card for card because they were so confident. That's incredible. Let's see. We've got... What in the hell is this? Hurricane 5s. We've got New Orleans Turbo with, once again, 2 Galaxy. How have I gaslit people into thinking that Galaxy is a 2 of? It's insane to me how many of these 5s that... 5s is the Galaxy archetype, is playing 2. I played against one of these Cryovern players. Oh dear God, you please need to tell me what happened. This is the least fives list. Yeah, this is this is pseudo 5s. Where like this is a pseudo 5, this is a pseudo 5. This should be at 3. This should probably also be at 3.
the usual suspects of like, why are these here, are in the deck. 2, 2, 3, 2. There's it's great to do these streams because the thing I like, this is threes, this is basically threes, but we all know that Law will always put decks where he thinks they go and not necessarily where they belong. So for that reason, we love at the Law YGO. Please become a channel member so that you too can have Curse of Law, so that whenever we see a deck that looks kind of out of place, we can spam Curse of Law YGO. Also, we only need one more membership, so like, yeah, you know what to do. Click the funny button. They don't want to keep drawing Galaxy into them? Yeah, sure. But you want to know what else is a card? Tsunami. And Shield. And Gorgon's Gaze. And the Argos that we're not playing. Those are all also cards. And also, you know, it's okay to like lose a trade sometimes. Is Redux Erasure? Wait, did Redux gift twice? Wait, did you gift twice? Did I miss one? Hold on. One. Oh yeah, you did. What the hell? Oh, yeah. Hold on. Okay, this is Redux Erasure. My bad. I completely missed that. Alright, hold on. We're gonna add Curse of Law YGO right now. Especially because it's relevant. Community, wait, how do I do this? It's in a weird place on YouTube. Is it under Earn? Yeah, it's under Earn. The place to add emotes isn't under Community, but under Profit. Thank you, YouTube. Wait, is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Badges and emoji. Emoji. Oh, wait, what? No! No! The Poonmaster Narpy Narp got removed because it's against YouTube's community guidelines. Poonmaster Narpy Narp got removed for community violence. Oh, hold on. We have to edit Poonmaster Narpy Narp. Not Poonmaster, yeah. Hold on. I have to go find my Poonmaster Narpy Narp. Because I guarantee you I did not save the PSD for that. So it's fine. I know what we'll do. Okay. So he has the Marijuanis in his hand. So if we just replace this with something family friendly, it'll be fine. So now, instead, he's just really excitedly playing a trading card. See? Awesome. Perfect. Poonmaster Narpy Narp cannot be contained by YouTube community guidelines. You think they'll see the file name? Here, I'll even go further to say Narpy Narp. It's been Narpy Narp now.
There we go. Perfect. A kazoo. Oh, sorry guys, I didn't see the chat. Ice cream cone or a kazoo. Okay, if replace it with. I like how fucking the fentanyl pen terror is okay, but Poon Master Narpy Narp is too far. So you guys heard it here first. Fentanyl is more okay than marijuana's. All right, so go ahead and cast out your new emotes if you have them. Okay, so back to the Hurricane deck. Also 14. I'm getting off of this. We're moving. Okay, so here we have a 6/2 bubble Wind 5s playing Aviolith and the Boombat. So, okay, this is clearly the Sorin deck again, but they've made some modifications. And I do like that they made some changes, because I don't think that Follicane was very good as a card. I think that Follicane's just kind of mid. However, I'm not sure I like that the card... I don't think I like the cards that they put in instead of Follicane. They added Arcolith and Aviolith, and now there's Chrysor in the side deck. Oh god, they made it worse. I think I like Follicane better than these guys. But I guess Arcolith Jump Scare is, like, viable. Can we get the Boombats out of the decks, please? I hate this little guy. I hate Boombats so much. Here we have a 6/2 5s. This is the first 5s deck. Oh my god. Would you believe that the very first 5 deck that we encountered that plays Viscerus, a third copy of Galaxy, and Lavalith, oh my god, it went 6/2. The first 5s deck to put in the good 5s and the Fireman went 6/2. And also not playing Boombat. I guess he's on the other side, but... And then there's a second doppelganger. Where's Dimax? Dimax needs to go to prison for this. Like, Dimax is the reason that Doppelganger is like a 2-of in so many of these deck lists. Dimax needs to go to jail. Alright, 6/2. Oh, hold on, we're right back to hell. We're right back to hell. This one plays 2 Galaxy, 2 Spect again! At least they said they're copies, but this one... What? Okay, I'm so terrified. Where's Law? Can we get Curse of Law YGO in chat? I'll put it up on the screen so that you guys know that it's happening. Can we get some Curse of Law YGOs? Because I see Schnark and Draking and Joblin in the side, but this isn't in the Schnark category. There's a whole separate category for Schnark decks. What does Schnark mean as a category? I'm so worried. Oh. Here we have 6/2. Oh, this one plays Molestation. This one is very JJPM. I think that JJ has unironically played this exact deck list before. That's incredible. Oh my god, we escaped. Okay, so that was 5s, and what I have learned from this is that people do not realize that Galaxy is a good card. What a reanimator with Schnark? I'm much more afraid. I think that if Schnark was if it's its own category, and it doesn't look like anything like the decks that we just saw, that makes me feel like they're playing like 3 Schnark, 3 Joblin, like 8 Drakings, and like something else. Because what the hell, man? Like, I am genuinely terrified of the implications of Schnark having its own category. Like, I'm deathly afraid of that. Return the Schnark or suffer my curse. Curse of Law. I think Curse of Law is actually the best emote on this channel. I think Curse of Law is actually just the best emote. Okay, chat. Since we met our goal, I need to encourage you guys to give more memberships. Otherwise, I will get Curse of Law YGO'd. So what's our next goal? If we can get to 5, counting from 2. So if we can get 3 more, what should be our next goal? Because we're going to be here for a while. We're going to be here for a long while before we move on to Lunar Aggro. Also, if you're here and you haven't already clicked the funny little like button, can you go do that? It helps the stream out, and hopefully Law will not curse me if the stream gets enough likes. He's played in Moonrise. I'm pretty sure I built 66% of them. Yeah, I believe that. But, like, what if he played it just in, like, Daybreak format? Because, like, that's an option, right? That might be an option. All right, we'll circle back around on our next goal, because previous streams can be used as evidence. I'm pretty sure we could be here until the premiere tomorrow. Entirely possible. It's already been, how long has this stream been going for already? An hour? And we're not even through the first tournament? Oh, we're so screwed. Incredible. 04 drop Lunar Aggro. Moonrise comes out soon, right? Yeah, I think it's coming out soon. One of these has all the types of Lunar Aggro split off. Sorry, me dum dum. That's okay. That's okay. An hour and a half. It's 90 minutes and we're only like 40 decks deep. Shit. We'll be fine. It's good content. It's great content. Curse of Law YGO. Anyway, here we have OG. This looks like Frame 1 Lunar Aggro. This looks like the Lunar Aggro deck that me and Justin played at the start of the format, because it's still on 2 Full Moon at this point. I don't remember. Is Dallas the one where I finally said we're cutting Full Moon to 1? It might be. People might have still been on 2 at this point in history. So this is 3, 6, 8 back row. Oh, I see. They played 2 Cryoblast and 2 Hurricane in the main, which is probably wrong. You definitely should be on. You definitely want 2 more back row here. Make sure you have your coffee Red Bull. Oh, I got it right here. I'm doing great. Trish said no all at once. Yeah, all at once is great. This is fantastic content. This is fantastic content. I am suffering. I am in misery. Please gift more memberships. Otherwise, I will go crazy. So I think that this is just like old Lunar Aggro, but pretty standard. It went 04. Probably just due to a lack of counter runes. And also very possible, like Lunar Aggro is kind of a hard deck to play. Like, it's like 5s, it's an easy deck to play, but also a little bit hard, because there are some like ruling interactions that come up. Here we have another 1-3 drop Lunar Aggro. This one played 1 Thunderstorm in the main. Ooh, very quirky. Yeah. And then there's siding. God, this has to be from forever ago, because this looks like an old Justin side deck. With like the Waxing Gibbuses, the New Moon, and Dense Fog. I still think it's really funny. So like the Dense Fogs in the sides. I don't know if Bo is still here, but like I think I remember from the deck profile, we sided Dense Fog for 1 tournament because it was right after a PNM where I got absolutely cooked by Bo playing Phosphocell, and at the same time, this was like months before like Josh played Antitan at a premiere, but like that same like week that Bo cooked me at a PNM with Phosphocell, me and Josh were building and testing Antitan. And so we were sitting there, it's like, man. Oh, and like also in that same week, I think Dymax went to a casual, one of the casuals, and played against like 4 Antitans in a row. And we were just like, man, we need Dense Fog to beat these like Giga Ascension decks, so we put it in, and then we realized that we psyoped ourselves, took it out immediately, and I think that that's why there's so many people on Dense Fog, is because I think that me and Justin had been playing with Dense Fogs in our deck list for a little while. I think that's what happened. Because like we had been siding them because it's like we have 2 free slots in the side. We may as well just throw in Dense Fog so we don't get got. And it led to a lot of people playing Dense Fog. Here we have a 1-3. The first instance of no side deck at all. Shout outs to this champion, but they did manage to get the main deck complete. So they did complete the net deck and the main deck, but they didn't have a side. So I'm gonna give this a rating of didn't have cards in their collection out of 10, but also if you don't have cards in your collection, you might not be super experienced, so 2 things were probably working against them. Fantastic list, though. Shoutouts to whoever built this. Oh my god, would you look at that? It's the me and Justin net deck again. This one played Lavalith. I don't remember if we sided Lavalith. And because I think we did for one of them, but I don't remember. This has been so long now. Because that's Lunar Aggro starter deck, card for card. Oh, true. Yeah, what's good? What's good, Julian? That's why there's 2 EQ. Oh, you're so right. I forgot about the Lunar Aggro starter deck. You know, they really should make like competitive starter decks. Like do like the Pokemon thing where they give you the like a champion deck. Like somebody wins a premiere or something, and you get like their deck card for card, and it just like can't be used in tournament or something. That would be cool. That'd be cool. How's stream been going? Did I miss the fire section? Oh god, no. The stream has been going for an hour and a half. And we're maybe only like 50 decks into the first tournament? We're gonna be here forever. Adrian said, if you jam with the starter deck, you can play it directly out of the box. Yeah, that is a thing. And there is at least one starter deck that was played in this tournament. So this is Lunar Aggro. Again, this is a net deck, but side deck's interesting. I don't remember if we played Lavalith. I think we did at one point. I don't remember. Lunar Aggro, 1-2 drop. This one's siding Cockadoodle. Shoutouts to the Cockadoodle in the side deck that apparently doesn't even work. I don't remember if me and Justin ever queued a list that played 2 Hurricane, 2 Cryoblast. Because, like, I'm seeing that ratio come up a lot. And that doesn't feel super good. I feel like you have to play one or the other. And so that's what I'm going to assess here, is pick one of the 2. Oh my god, here we have an Earth Lunar Aggro that is not the Earth Lunar Aggro that we piloted for this tournament. This is unique. This has 3 Sprouter, 2 Astrabbit, which you guys already know how that's going to make me feel. Elichick, 2 Gloombat, 2 Pulveror, 2 Scythe, only 8 counter runes, 2 Temples, which I guess if you're playing Temple, Full Moon is like kind of a counter rune. So like that's more acceptable here. Honestly, the main deck here is kind of fine. Only 1 Spect in the main and then 2 in the side. We cut Spectruses for Pulveror, which is incredible. Other than the cards that are obviously troll, like this seems fine, but like now I have to ask, where is Argo if we're gonna be playing artifacts, right? And like I want to say that this is cards I own turbo because we're playing stuff like Bow of Artemis, like, you know, Scythe of Demeter at 2, like 1 Spectre is in the main, yada yada yada, right? However, they do own 2 Full Moons, and I don't know what Full Moon goes for currently, but I'm pretty sure at the time it was like $45. So I don't think that we can give them the cards I own excuse. Where is the 3rd rabbit? Surely you have 3 rabbits if you have 2 Full Moons. Okay, 2-4. Oh, hey, look, another no side deck. Wonderful. This one plays High Tide. And also 2 Werepups. Sprouter is Rabbit 3/5. Yeah, Sprouter is Rabbit that's a 3/5 that exclusively adds you a brick. You want to know what's upsetting about this deck list? Here's what's really upsetting. Other than the Galaxy being at 2 again. Other than Galaxy being at 2 again. Where is Schnark? This list would want to play Schnark. But where's Schnark? There's no Schnark here. And this list doesn't play it. Also, okay. They don't play Tsunami in this deck. 3, 6, 9. What do you guys want to bet? This is a crazy thought. What do you guys want to bet that this player thought that High Tide was a counter rune? I have a feeling that that's what happened here. Because this list looks semi-competently built enough to where I can't imagine a universe where they cut Tsunami for High Tide knowing High Tide is an invoke rune. They put the classic put wrong Tsunami on deck list. I think that's probably what happened. Oh yeah, because this is also just called Tsunami. So they might have just entered the wrong one into the deck list and then played with the correct one. Yeah, what's good, Pepper? Yeah, that's also possible that they put the wrong one in, and then they just like they went 2 and 4 and they just like didn't get deck checked. That's also entirely possible. 2/5 Lunar Aggro. This is just Lunar Aggro, but again we see the 2 Hurricane, 3 Cryoblast. Also 2 Quackles and a Bandaloon. All right, they're cooking. So instead, so this isn't Lunar Aggro. This is Lunar Control. Like, where'd the 5s go? One thing I'll like throw out here is I do think Bandaloon was slept on all format. Bandaloon low key I think was actually a really good card because Bandaloon let's reword Bandaloon for a second. Bandaloon is a shitty 1-drop that says add 1 Thunderstorm to your opponent's or to your hand, and if you destroy a counter rune with Thunderstorm, add the same counter rune to your hand. So like Bandaloon is like cool. It's not great, but it is cool. I do think Bandaloon is a good card. I think the problem with it is like I would rather just walk into the back row. It was fine. Yeah, like no. I've liked Bandaloon since like it came out because I think Bandaloon is like better than P-Gust. Like I think it's like better than a lot of counter runes. I think the thing that makes Bandaloon bad is that it expends for cost. It's too understated. I don't even think it being understated is really a problem because like people still play Quackle. You know, like Quackle is considered a good card. And Quackle has terrible stats. I think what Bandaloon does is it's a Thunderstorm that like it's better Thunderstorm, right? The problem with it is that it expends for cost, so you pay 2 and then you get Gorgon's Gazed. And that feels bad. That's what feels bad about it. Can't defeat the opponent's rabbit. Yeah, I agree. But I think that, like, if you play Bandaloon correctly, then I think it's fine. Because the way I think that you would want to play Bandaloon is you have it in your hand, and then you set, like, a PTA. You PTA your opponent's Celestial, they have back row set, and then you just run out Bandaloon into open board, yoink their back row, and then you just get in there with it. So, like, it's already done its job. For its effect. Yeah, neither is Bandaloon. That's my whole point. I think you just have to get better at playing the Bandaloon. Like, I don't think you can run it out, like, into, like, a board. So, like, I understand your point, but I think with Argo existing, I don't think that matters too much. I think the real problem is just at expense for cost. So if you get Gorgon's Gazed, you kind of feel stupid. Then you DQ your opponent for playing with 2 EQ in deck. Why are we still on second EQ? Wait, what? You consider the back row is a bluff set EQ, and now you have 2 EQs. Yeah, exactly. Or like you steal a bluff set Ambro. It's broken. Broken card. So like I don't hate Bandaloon, but I do hate the rest of this stuff. Here we have, okay, this is just normal Lunar Aggro, and it has the Lavalith in here. So this looks good. This looks like a good list. 3-5 with good list reads like skill issue, so I think we can move on. 4-4 Lunar Aggro is, where's the galaxies? I guess that's not space. Oh, 3 Full Moon is psychotic, though. 3 Full Moon without Temple feels really bad. Like, Temple's in the side, sure, but, like, if you're going to play 3 Full Moon, main that shit. And I think if you're playing 3 Full Moon, you may as well play, like, a second Like a Void, right? At that point. Yeah, this feels awkward. I think, like, this is, like, awkward, but fine. I think what I would have done is I would have, like, cut Laurels and, like, something for 2 Temples, probably. And then, like, cut the Nabi stuff for 4 beaters, like 2 Spec, 2 Galaxy, or something like that. That would have been fine. Let's see. Lunar Aggro at 4-4. This one plays 2 Full Moon, which at the time I think was still standard. 11 counter runes, so that's fine. 3 Crab Blast is fine. Dude lineup is fine, but again, Navi bad theory. This is more or less the same deck list. With the this keeps making me think that me and Justin must have played like a list that had Lavalith in it at some point, because I remember talking about that. So wait, hold on. This one plays 1 Galaxy in the main. What the fuck? Why can't we just... Why? Why did we cut a Galaxy for a Cryoblast? Why? Okay. I'm over it. Here we have the list that plays the 2-2 Hurricane and Cryoblast. I think my comment still stands on this. Just play the play 2 other counter runes in this slot because you're low on counter runes. This one does play Temple. Hold on. This one plays Temple with the Jaltons. And it plays 3, 6, 10 counter runes, which is a little low, but then because you have Temple, then this is more likely to be a real counter rune. So that seems pretty good. I like that. Yeah, that all seems fine. Here we have a 5-3 Lunar Aggro. This one is standard? Yes, this one seems standard. Here we have a 5-3 Lunar Earth Aggro. And this one... Okay, this looks like the list that me and Josh played. Like me, Josh, and Coder played. And Swole, I guess he played it too. I wonder if this is super insane, because I think he also had the deck list. But I don't remember if he played it. I think he might have played Blistrix. Because this is our deck list. Like, this is the deck list that we played. And went 5-3, but This is my Dallas list. I didn't have New Moon. Wait, which one? Which one was your list? Escape the Dust Storm. Yo, congrats. Wait, Dust Storm. What? He played Earth. Who played Earth? Super Insane? Okay, then this has to be him because I know Josh, and Kevin all went 6-2, and then Swole got second, and we all played more or less exactly the same deck list. So this has to be Super Insane. The side deck is very different. Side deck's very different though, because I think that this is where we were all different, except for me and Josh. Was our side decks were all a little bit different. So shout outs to this list. We'll talk about this list at the end. Let's see. So Lunar Aggro 5-3. This is the old net deck again. Yep. So this one, 23rd, I think was me. Yeah, I think this was me. Yeah, again, same deck list. The side deck was a little bit different because I only played the 2 Quackle with 3 Boombat because we were building for, what's it called, for Blizz. Yar. And then this one is probably Josh. Yeah, this was me and Josh. I don't remember who was who, but this is me and Josh because this is the same list card for card. And then this one's Kevin, I think. Wait. Oh, no, this one's Kevin because he plays the PTAs. Because he didn't want to play Alter. He played PTA instead. And then this one is Josh. This one has to be Josh. So, shout out. This was the Goon Squad where we all played the exact same deck. So, if it wasn't for Swole getting second, I would have kind of written this as like good, but we all bubbled. I know Josh and Swolax friendly fired, so that probably hurt Josh. I hit a Blizztrix grenade. No, I got top 8. No, you did not. This is Dallas. Yeah, I think if it wasn't for Swole getting second, I would have probably written this deck off as kind of like a whiff. But Swole did get second, so I think we just had like more average runs, and then Swole had like the good run. This is Dallas. This is Dallas. I hit 5. Yeah, Josh hit 5 Blizz. I hit a Blizz. I hit like a couple Blizz, but one of them like just had everything. Like there was no universe I could ever beat that Blizz player. And then I also lost to Rybot in time. I don't know what happened to Kevin and Josh in there. Like, I assume that Josh lost to 1 or 2 of the Blizzes. I think Kevin probably lost to 1 or 2 Blizzes as well. I think, like, we all kind of, like, this is the thing where I was like, I'll never forgive you, Josh, because Josh went and played Blizztrix, like a good Blizztrix list, right before Dallas, and we all begged him not to do it. He said, it's fine, Blizztrix is bad, I'll go X3, and, like, it won't matter. And then he got top 4, and then didn't even play out his semifinal game. He just left. He just left in semifinals. And then everybody played Blizz, and we all got beaten by Josh. Tornadian God. Craig and 2-go war crimes. Hold on, where's Rybot? I'm banning you again. You're going straight to prison. Straight to jail. So yeah, that was that deck. Oh, speaking of Tornadian. Shout out to Tornadian. Hey, Kevin, since you're here, can you like the stream for Tornadian, please? Can you click like for Tornadian? Because I like Tornadian. Great deck. Love deck. This was weirdly the 4th most represented deck in the tournament. I don't really know why people were so hyped on Tornadian back then. Because like even I wanted to play Tornadian back then. Like not as like the deck I would queue for premieres, but I was like definitely messing around with it. And there's definitely some really cool theory that I know ended up topping this event with Tornadian. And I want to see if the rank and file like did it as well. But like this deck is really cool deck to deck build with. There's a better, less get it twisted style Blizz. I'm not good enough at building Dredge to find it. I think that's the Josh list. The Josh list is the, like, let's not get it twisted list, because it plays the Morfrost stuff. Because you can just, like, get the Morfrost dudes on board and then just hard ascend them. And that's, like, kind of the game plan in that list. So here we have the Tornadron Dragalis 03 drop. Shoutouts to Dragalis. So this is kind of like what people like initially wanted to do with Tornadron, right? Like they see, oh, you know, like, okay, we can get into Tornadron easily by going First Light, call the card, go into Tornadron, and then search. And then, oh, hey, if we're playing First Light, you know, we may as well play Draco Ray and like Cocker Ray or whatever it's called, the little one into Draco Ray. And then, I mean, we may as well play Dragalis, right? But that ended up not being super great. That ended up not being super, super great. But Tornadron itself, really cool. So this is like a very easy look at like where Tornadron started in the metagame. And like definitely a big fan of this. Like I love this deck. Like I love this strategy, but unfortunately just like this wasn't the way to play it. So here, oh my god. I want to go back. Hold on. I need a second. Okay, I'm good. This certainly is not the way to play it. But this is Tornadron Dragalis again. But this one's playing 2 Tornadron, which I think became standard around the time of Dallas. And then it's playing 3 Draco Ray. And the Dragalis. And Ash Rabbit. And Scavacole. Or Collagen. Rumacole, that's what it's called. Rumacole. And then two Punchy Guy. Calf Bells, Chains of Prometheus. Shoutouts to Brewlock. Oh wait, is that two Dragalises? Cinder Humbust inside. Exalt Flare Blazers inside. Humburst inside. Big Punchy Guy inside. 2, 4, 6 counter runes total. Helios' Slumber. I pray to Jesus. I pray to Jesus that this deck exists because this caster has literally only bought a few packs of Daybreak and Moonrise, and they borrowed some counter runes from a starter deck that didn't have Astrabbit in it. I pray to Jesus that's what happened here. I'm going to just move on. Like, oh, did 3 more fire inside? Well, yeah, obviously. What are we going to do with all these wind spirits when we take them out for the Blazerous OTK? Duh. Also, there's only 2 in Berja. Oh, God. Here we go again. Tornadron Dragalis, 1 in 5, my champion. This one plays Plucky. Without Elichick or Rabbit. Hold on. Has any of these decks had Rabbit? This one had Rabbit. So far, we are 1 in 3 for running Astrabbit. Yo, Dr. Barber, thank you for the $5, by the way. Okay, I needed to voice this. What are those Rumacles doing in there with literally no targets? For some reason, those... Wait, was there no target? No, there's one target. There's one temple. Duh. Is there for the 1 temple, which makes this a 2/2. Dummy. I'm sorry, is that in Fornax? And Bellaby? So we have Bellaby and Fornax, shout out to Dimax. We have the Tornadron line. We have the Dragalis line. We have Aeolus, which have I on this channel, can you guys remind me, have I talked about the Aeolus Aeolus is always bad except for in exactly one scenario theory? Have I done the math on this? Like, do you guys know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna talk about it again. All right, let's pull up Paint. All right, so here we have Aeolus, right? This little box here is Aeolus. Now Aeolus can be enchanted from anywhere for 1 to 5 spirits, right? The only way to get value out of Aeolus is to enchant it for 5. There is no other way to ever generate positive value out of Aeolus. And you say, Trish, that doesn't make any sense. Because I play Aeolus, I search a card, I now have 1 more card than I started with. I got advantage. And normally, in other card games, I would say, yeah, that's true. However, if we recall the spirit theory of Elestrals, where spirits are not just your life, not just your mana, but they are also card economy because they represent cards that can be played in the future as well, right? So every time you play a spirit or use a spirit for anything, you have to generate at least 1 more spirit of value, which means that you have to at least, because instead of spending those 2 spirits, you could just cast 2 Elestrals, right? So, for that reason, Aeolus is bad because you pay 2 Elestrals to search 1 Elestral. You're going down 1 Elestral. And don't forget, you still have to pay for the 1 Elestral that you get. So you really go down 2 Elestrals, right? There's a way around this, though. And the only way to do it is to go for 5 spirits exactly. So on the first turn, you go to 5, you go down to 3, and then you search exactly Nemisail. You have to get exactly Nemi, right? What does Nemisail do? Well, it heals back 2 spirits. So now you play Nemisail, and then you heal back those 2 spirits. So Nemi goes plus 2, right? So we spend 6 because it's 5 for Aeolus, 1 for Nemisail. We spend 6, but then so we go to -6, but then we get 2 back, right? So now we're at -4 spirits. Now you have to play a card to protect this Nemisail, right? So we have to set a counter rune. So this is going to be that's a terrible C. That's a terrible C. Sure, that's a C. So that's a counter rune. You have to play a counter rune to protect Nemisail. And on average, a counter rune costs 2 spirits. I'm going to be generous and say that we casted Tsunami against an opponent's, like, I don't know, Fire Necroth. Something that has to specifically lose to one of our guys after it gets Tsunami'd because Tsunami costs only 1. So now we lose another 1 spirit, right? So now we're back at -5, right? But 2 of those are sunk cost 5s. So now we go on the next turn, we spend another 2 to get Exalt Air, right? So now you have Exalt Air in your hand with a 1 spirit Aeolus and a Nemisail on the board. So now we're going to go for our Exalt Air, right? We go for Exalt Air. So that's -1 more. So that puts us at -6, right? We go to -6. But then we get to do something cool. We go Exalt Air effect, Nexus onto the Nemisail. We burn them for 2, so that's effectively +2. And then we heal 2 more. So that's another +2. So now we're at -2. Right? So now we're at -2 spirits. In our Magic Christmas land, our opponent has a defense mode Elestral that has 2 defense or less, and they do not have an impactful counter rune. So now we take our Exalt Flare and we go Exalt Flare Blast and attack their guy, so it dies. And now Nemisail finally gets in there for 2 more spirits, getting us up to a grand total of net 0 spirits, but we retain 2 bad Elestrals on the board, and they have no Elestrals on the board. And this is the only way, this is the only universe where Aeolus ever does anything. In every other universe, Aeolus is strictly negative in card economy every time. Therefore, Aeolus bad card. How does this compare to Apollo riffing four foretells in a row? Okay, so let's start a new diagram. Do not save this. So here we have a rectangle. This rectangle is also Aeolus, but this Aeolus is actually Apollo. They both start with A. This one costs 4 spirits. Why? Because we're bad at the video game. And instead of putting 2 spirits on the Apollo, we put 4 on it. So now we're at -4. Now we're at -4. But it's okay, because you can invest that -4 into, predicting the future and not drawing a bad card, which is always bad because you still draw the bad cards eventually, but you draw them later. So no matter what, we're going -4. But we can generate advantage because sometimes we get a card. Sometimes we get a card. So let's say we get a card. We're really happy we get a card. And then we're happy. But that never happens. That never happens. So you whiff your foretell and you say, okay, that's really bad. So now you're at 16 spirits. Now you're at 16 spirits. And you maybe you play like, I don't know, like maybe you expend to draw. So now you're at 15 spirits. It's like, all right, surely next turn, I expend to draw. Now there's 2 new cards in my Apollo reveal. I'm going to set a counter rune. I'm going to protect myself. Say that this is Shield of Achilles. This is Shield of Achilles. Okay, they play any Celestial. I'm now at 13 spirits. Bye-bye Shield of Achilles. I draw again. I'm going to go activate Apollo. Now I have 3 spirits on Apollo. I whiff again. Okay, this is a really good card. Thank you, Apollo. I'm going to expend to draw again, because surely I'll hit an Celestial. This time, now I'm at 12 spirits. I'll set another Shield of Achilles. And this is shield number 2. This is shield 2. And then I pass back. My opponent plays the same Celestial. They attack me again. Okay, I'm back at 10 spirits now. I'm at 10 spirits. I ask, how many spirits are you on? They say 18. They say 18 spirits. And you say, wow, that's a lot of spirits. That's a lot of spirits. And you see how this will go down and down and down and down forever, right? But let's say, this is the time where our luck turns around. We draw for turn. We draw a card that we foretold. It's not a very good card. It's the 3rd Shield of Achilles. We're really in the driver's seat now. But then we foretell off Apollo. We hit a Solar Celestial. We play our Solar Celestial. We attack. We say, how many spirits are you on now? And they say 17. And you say, wow, that's crazy. I'm on 9. But it's fine, because you have an Celestial now. You can make up the difference. And then you remember you're playing a Solar deck. And your Celestials aren't very good. So they play the same Celestial that they played the last 2 turns in a row, and they attack you again. And so you shield it again. So now you're on 7 spirits. It's fine. You draw for turn again. Okay, now you're going to Apollo. You're going to whiff again, because of course you do. And then you just concede the game. The game is over because you played Apollo. Just Apollo bad. Apollo bad, but also Solar best deck, because I love that deck. Yeah. What's the Celestial's name? Calfmel? No. You whiffed and you hit Lumaru, but they had an Eddie. So it doesn't matter anyway. Yeah, or it is Calfmel, but they've been attacking you with Spectrus every turn. It's one of those. It's one of those things. So that was a lot to say. Next deck list. 2/6 Tornation, my goat. Oh, look, Aeolus! Do I need to get and Apollo? Look. So I think the theory that I've just presented to you with those paint diagrams, is Tornation bad because it plays bad Divine. Oh my God, there's also Drops of Leaf in this deck. And it's 10-10. There's 11. There are 11 Celestials in this deck, and 3 of them are Tornation. Oh my God. There are 8 Celestials in this deck, and none of them have the number 5 printed on it. Every single one of these has a combined stat total lower than 8. The highest combined stat total in this deck is Spider Tank.
Hold on. This is the boss monster of their deck. Let me... The literal best one drop in their deck is Spider Tank. Congratulations. This is your boss monster. This is the boss monster of your deck. It's Spider Tank. Congratulations. But, as all good Hearthstone players would know, it's a Spider Tank with upside. So it must be good. Spider Tank with upside is very strong. Please rename the deck Spider Tank. Law, that's a you question. I'm gonna Spider Tank good. Spider Tank actually put in a lot of work into the format. Don't call it that. Yeah, I know. Spider Tank was very good in its format. And it's a Spider Tank with upside. So that what I think we've assessed here is that Kathmel's the best card in that deck. So here, oh thank God, we finally got into a Tornadian deck list that makes sense. We've got into a much more standard Tornadian deck. This one is 2-2. It's playing Hurricane, 10 counter runes. Good start, but we're playing Tornadian, so we always find the counter rune. We've got, you know, real Alestrals in the main, no Dragalis, and there's a Zeus in here. We're doing pretty good. Dragon Puppy spotted, and we've got the dog. I love the dog. Hold on, where are my Stellars? I have them somewhere. I have the place. I have Drataya 69, and that's my favorite card that I own. Where's my playset of Dratayas or Jataras? I found them. I always keep them close because I love these little guys. Look at how curled they are. I'm gonna have to like put these through the laminator or something. But like, I love Jatara. Jatara is like probably one of my favorite Alestrals. Like high key. He just looks so happy. But yeah, like finally a good Tornadian list. They went 2-2, so like, you know. This seems like a more competitive player that just had like a bad run, because whenever you see 2-2 drop, they just like, yeah, I can't top, like I'm out. But they could have played it out. What is Jatara like as a creature? So all the Drats are allegedly like baby dragons. Like they're little dragons. But they kind of just look like bugs. Like they're kind of just, yeah, like Bo's got it correct. They're friend-shaped. Like that's what they are. They're just friends. Like they're just friendly little critters. Also the sun is setting, so the green screen is like doing that. So I'm gonna bring it a little closer. So here we have Tornadian Draco Ray again. This one, a much more reasonable variant of the Tornadian Draco Ray. It is playing like 11 counter runes, which is good. And it's only playing one Draco Ray, which is fine. It's not playing Dratara, which I think is correct. And then it plays the one Rise. So I think that's fine. And then once again, we have Psyoptic to 2 Galaxy. I'm so sorry to anyone that I've ever convinced that 2 Galaxy is always correct. Here we have Tornadian Celestleo without First Light. You know, I was about to say, like, okay, this is like a cool variant of Tornadian because you have more foretells to predict the future with your Tornadian, because Nebuleo is a foretell, it searches for First Light, it sets up the combo more consistently, yada, yada, yada. However, we cut First Light for Nectar of the Gods. Okay. Tornadian Draco Ray again. This is more of the same old. Is that 2 Pandora's Box, 3 Nectar? Is this the... How do we have less back row in this deck than Blistrix? There's only 3 Gorgons in here.
I don't think I've gone 2-4 before. Yeah, maybe not. Oh god. This one has 3 chains in the side. 3 shield. Bro, and like golden fleece, I guess. Oh. It's fleece with no Argo or Cybermall? Yeah. Okay, here I have a theory on this. I have a theory. A Pokemon player built this deck list. And I'll tell you why. Clearly they do not value interacting with the opponent. Very Pokemon. They also value card draw, Nectar of the Gods. And they play equip cards, the equipments or the artifacts, because in Pokemon, those are good. Those like equip spells in Pokemon are good. Why this many fire? Oh, it's obviously for when we side of chains into Chains of Prometheus. Post side. You know, like it's very obvious. The first one is for Draco Ray. The second one's for Draco Ray. The third one is for Draco Ray again after you rise it back. And then the 2 in the side are for when you side into Chains of Prometheus. They would have been on Helios' Chariot Ride. No, because Helios' Chariot Ride implies that they respect interaction. The whole theory here is they don't respect interacting with the opponent. So Helios' Chariot Ride requires you to believe that the opponent interacting with you is also a good thing. So if you think that interacting with the opponent is bad when you do it, you would also have to follow the same train of logic in reverse and say, interacting with the opponent's bad, therefore Helios' Chariot Ride is bad, because Helios' Chariot Ride stops the opponent from interacting with me. But because I think that interacting with the opponent is bad, if they interact with me, then that's a good thing because they're doing something bad. Therefore, no Helios' Chariot Ride. When is Elestral's going to be prepared for a Wheel of Fortune effect? What is a Wheel of Fortune effect? When your ADHD says it like that, my ADHD tingles. Oh no. See, that's just true though. Yeah, I mean, you can justify any bad logic as long as it's logically consistent. You know, like any bad logic is justifiable as long as it's like self-coherent. This is how I build all of my decks. So whenever I do something bad, it's actually fine because it's still logically sound. And that's how you convince people that you are good at the video game when you actually have no idea what you're doing. And now people think that you're good at the video game and you still don't know what you're doing. And it's been like a decade. Please send help. Anyway. Oh my god, is this the first person to play Argo the whole tournament so far? Well, is this the first Argo we've seen in anyone's deck? Hold on, how long has the stream been going on? Like 2 hours? 2.5 hours, and we've finally seen somebody put Argo in their deck. Oh my god. I forgot that this was a card. Oh, I guess technically that's not true because the me Josh Kevin deck was all on it, but I skipped over those. Discard your hand and draw 5 cards. Compare your hand with your opponent's hand. Whoever has the better poker hand wins the clash. Oh, Pokemon. Okay. It was in Lunar Aggro. Yeah, that was the me Kevin Josh deck. Like that, we skipped over those because I'll talk about that when we get to second place because Swole played our deck too. This is Tornadron. That is playing 2 Galaxy, 2 Spect on the side. Hold up, is this Sunny? Where's Josh at? I don't think this is Sunny, but this might be Sunny. Because I remember helping Sunny build his list at Dallas. And the 2 Galaxy, 2 Spectres is a very me thing to do. But there's also only 1 Owloon, which I feel like I would have told him not to do. But yeah, this looks like a pretty solid Tornadian list. It's not doing any of the cool stuff, though. That's kind of the trend with a lot of these Tornadian decks. Oh, no, this can't be Sunny, because I think we had him on 2 Tornadian. The problem with Tornadian, and I think it's not until we see the one in Top Cut where people started to do this, is people don't do the cool thing, which is that you can play multiple cards that fill the same role with different names in order to like guarantee that Tornadian always hits. So like instead of playing 3 Hurricane in Tornadian, you could instead play 1 Hurricane, 1 Tornado, 1 Thunderstorm, and that way you always hit a back row clear. Or like you can play 1 Calfmel, 1 Quackle, 1 Ambrosia for Tornadian. Or if you want to deal with like a Stadium versus like a Fire Nexus, you can play 1 Aeolia, 1 Temple, and 1 I don't know, like Thunderstorm or Tornado or something, just to like get it off the board, right? So that's one of the things that you can do with Tornadian, and I think makes Tornadian super cool as a deck, like for deck building, is that you can play a bunch of like one-ofs of cards that fill similar roles, but like with different names, and then use it to your advantage so that you can always search like whatever you need for every situation. And just generally people just don't do that. I think we start to see it in this tournament, and I think Swole maybe played it in a PNM with that theory. I remember talking to Swole about it because I gave him the theory. Like, I gave him my Tornadian list at one point, and I was like, can you go guinea pig this for me? Because I know I'm never going to play it. And I remember he came back and said that the theory worked. But I don't remember if that was a Lestriad or if that was like a PNM or something. My experience at Dallas, a lot of Tornadian players didn't really get that you should be declaring 3 cards that do similar things. Yeah. No, that was 100% the problem, and I think I don't remember who topped with this deck in Dallas. Was it Adam? Is he the one that topped with this? I think he was like the only person that realized that you could do that. Pretty sure he didn't. He might have done it during a Lestriad then, in like one of the games that got glossed over during the pools. Speaking of, can we get like a quick like temperature check on how you guys are feeling about like Lestriad? Because I know that like with the pools, I was a little bit sad because there was a lot of like fun stuff that happened in like the pool games that like didn't make it into the videos. Like I played Blistrix for one of my rounds. Like I played a Blistrix mirror match, and that just didn't make it into the video. Like I played Thunder Blistrix versus Earth Blistrix, and that just didn't make it in. That was the one on the 1 Quackle? Yeah. So you did it. I don't think you went as hard as to like do like we'll see it in your deck list when we get there, but I don't think you went as hard as to do like different names for like everything. Like I'm sure you probably weren't playing like 1 Tornado, 1 Thunderstorm, like Hurricane, plus like different field spells. Like I don't think you did all that. But like that is the right idea, like to just play like one-ofs of all the different like tech options. Think we didn't get to see a few players? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that did happen. Top 16 montage results are set. Yeah. I thought that they would have shown everyone in top 16. I think kind of what the problem was is like I think they might have just started like recording a little bit too late, and because like it's hard to coordinate with 32 with 32 people. So by the time that everybody was coordinated and like ready to record, yeah. And I'm pretty sure like that in behind the scenes, I don't think all of the pool games fired. Like I think there were some people that like once they hit O2 and they realized that they couldn't move on, just like stopped responding completely. Like and just kind of like vanished. So that might be part of the reason why they did the pool video the way they did, but I'm not sure. It was a little sad though. I hope for next season that like they give it more time to breathe, because Alestra is very fun. Here we have a 4/4 Tornagian, and this one is playing the Nebuleo with the first light, so very cool here. But it's only on 2 Astrapid. There's always some. This is the thing I hate about Alestrals and like doing these every deck streams, because I see people who are cooking, who like you know they do have their own brain cells and they do come up with like good ideas that like could be tournament winning or tournament topping ideas. And then they go and they muck it up with some shit like some painfully obvious shit like 2 Astrapid. Pain. Pain. Also, I'm gonna, my voice is getting a little worse, so I'm gonna put in a cough drop real quick. So, if I sound like I'm chewing rocks, like, that's just what it is. Yeah, I think we can move past this. Oh, here we have the first, what in the hell? So we have the first positive Tornagian, which is the Lunar Phase Tornagian deck. Nah, 2 Astrapid good. Oh yeah, I forgot that you did that in your list. You're going to the Shadow Realm. You don't need Rabbit? Yes, you do. Rabbit crazy. So this is a really interesting version of Tornagian. I hate this deck. Like straight up, like I do not like this variant of Tornagian, but it does have its merits. So the idea here is this is like Valdusk. Like this is really a Valdusk deck and not a Tornagian deck, but like the idea is that you play Tornagian here because the way Alestrals works is titles are not considered part of the name of the card. And you can actually see this, it's very funny. If you go into Alestrals Clash, and in the new UI, unless they've updated this in the most recent alpha build, they changed the UI, right? So now if you add Lunar Phase into your deck, or Morfrost into your deck, when you view your deck list, it just says Morfrost, 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 and you have no way to tell which one's which is incredible. But, so this deck is really cool. Like, the idea here is that if you go Winjin and you call Lunar Phase, if you hit any Lunar Phase, you ascend. So the idea is that you're playing Valdusk, like Valdusk control, with all these Lunar Phases, and you go, okay, I'm going to cast out Valdusk, and like I have all these Lunar Phases that when I play them, I get to draw cards, so you're going to turbo through your deck, and then when you get to Tornagian finally, you can Tornagian, and then you search for counter runes, and blah, 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 blah. The problem with this deck is, oh, they've updated that? Okay, thank God. It was a very funny screenshot when I saw it, though. The problem with this deck, other than the fact that I can't tell exactly which Lunar Phases they're on, because they all look the same in the pictures, is you have to play this many Lunar Phases. This has always been the problem with Valdusk, is that you have to play a quarter of your deck as Lunar Phases, so that means you only have space for 2, 4, 7, 9 real back row, which means, like, you'll probably find one, but, like, you really gotta dig for the rest of the back row. So, that's really the only issue with this deck, realistically, is that you're cutting good cards for Lunar Phases. And unfortunately, if the Lunar Phases were more powerful, sure. But they're not. Throw in new Lyca Void stonks. New Lyca Void is actually crazy. Like, well, we have to have a Firestorm stream at some point, because that card is messed up. Now we have 5/3 Tornadian, so another positive Tornadian. This one's much more standard, like what you would expect. This one plays 1 P-Gleam, which I think is hilarious. 3, 6, 9 counter runes. Again, we see the 2 Hurricane, 2 Cryoblast noob trap. I call it a noob trap because this is just one of those things that I think if you play enough Alestrals, you know that 9 counter runes is not really enough. And you just kind of have to pick between one of these two. As unfortunate as it is. Because I would love to play both, but there's just not really space. Otherwise, everything else looks pretty normal. One of these at some point had to be Sunny, but I don't know which it is. This one maybe is Sunny, actually. Josh, is this Sunny's? No, this can't be, because he's only on the 1 for the 2 Spectrus. Educated guesses tell me it will absolutely sweep the first tournament, and after that it'll be firmly fine. Okay, if you would. What, for new Like a Void? No. I think that that's like... I think that that's a reasonable expectation. However, much like in this format, I think that Like a Void will be in every good deck. Like, I think that... I don't think Sunny was on PM. I didn't think so either, but... I didn't see a deck list that looked like his, so we must have passed it. The thing with the new Like a Void is that it's so good that even if it's not like even if it is just fine, you still feel bad if you're not running it. If that makes sense. Like, it really feels bad to not run it because for the, like... amounts of investment that new Like a Void requires, nothing else in the game gets you as much benefit for as little investment. So, like, anything that you play outside of, like, the new Like a Void needs to, like, really have a high payoff to justify cutting it. Sunny was 95th at 3-3. Let me go for him, Sunny. Hold on. Oh, no, I might have skipped this one because this one actually looked decent. That might be why. Oh, yeah, and he's on Argo. Okay, yeah, this is Sunny. Yeah, I skipped that one because it was decent. Cool. It's a 5 Spirit Splash. It's a 5 Spirit Splash if you want to guarantee that you have a water Like a Void. It's a 4 Spirit Splash otherwise, and also it's not really a splash because... you're going to want to be on Spectrus anyway, because Spectrus is already a good card, and it's also one of the only cards that beats opposing Like a Void. So you're going to want those spirits in your deck anyways. So it's not really a commitment to put it in the deck. And also the thing and why it's like so powerful is like, yeah, you might spend 5 spirits on turn 1, but it's so hard to contest it without like hard drawing Earthquake that you recover those 5 spirits almost immediately because you will do at least 5 spirits on the next turn. And that's the thing that makes the deck fucked up. Is like outside of turn 1 exactly, new Like a Void, totally fine. No problem at all. Like, whatever. The issue is if I go first, like I win the dice roll, I go first, I see Werepup in my hand, and I go, okay, Werepup, add Full Moon, set Full Moon, pass, draw phase, activate Full Moon, cast Like a Void summon 2 more guys. You can't Laurels me. You can't Cryoblast me. If I have any back row, you can't attack me. So it really limits your options as to what you can do. And the fact that you have to have an answer immediately is also a problem. So, like, that's the issue with the card. And outside of exactly that scenario, it feels totally fine. Because a lot of the time, it's gonna be the same as current Werepup, where you run it out, you set your Full Moon, you pass, you go Full Moon, you get gazed, you feel stupid, and you move on with your life. That's the thing. So New Like a Void is fine, but it is very oppressive if it comes out on the first turn. And what I think makes New Like a Void interesting at the very least is it warps a lot of the deck building decisions that we'll need to make in Firestorm around how consistently can my deck deal with a turn 1 Like a Void. Or like, what does my deck do versus turn 1 Like a Void? So I agree, I think the first tournament, it's going to steamroll the first tournament because anybody that hasn't put enough time and effort into think, okay, I need to be able to contest a 5 spirit like Giga board immediately is going to get waxed by that if it happens to them. But once people know that you have to deal with that, that's where it gets interesting because there is a lot of counterplay, but it's like counterplay that gets like it's like unique counterplay. But it's very much a format warping card, for sure. Tsunami into Sandstorm is going to be songs. Yeah, like stuff like that. Like it really is going to force us to like look at deck building differently. And like, you know, maybe the decks that are good are only good because they beat Like a Void, for example. And are like fair enough into everything else. So that's where I think it's going to be interesting. Like one thing to think about is like Bears, for example, I think has been talked about as like a deck that's potentially really good all of a sudden in Firestorm. One, because they got stuff like Hibernation and like whatnot, and like the new Magic Ursa champ. But also because they can beat Like a Void on turn 1. You just go like Ursier plus Field Spell. I'm going to eat all of your pups. And then I'm going to beat over your champion as well. So there's cool stuff. But it's definitely going to be something that we're going to have to like think about. Where were we? This is Turn Agent. This Turn Agent's playing Necruff. Oh my god, and there's 3 Aeolus. Oh, I hate this. This is... What the fuck? This is Tornagian? Wind Tornagian with Aeolus, but they do have the potential to make the Aeolus good because... So the caveat, the thing with the Aeolus that I explained earlier is that if you're playing Aeolus, you're kind of forced to play at least one Nemisail, one Exaltair, because you need these cards to get the value, right? Like, you need the combo to, like, get value out of this. So they are playing the pieces, but I don't see why you would put Tornagian in this deck. Windbox by Add Genie, yeah, like, really the only thing that I see here is that you go run out Windjin with Alter, and, like, it's like when you open Alter Aeolus, and you go cast Windjin, call Gorgon's Gaze. If you hit Gorgon's Gaze, you hit the best card in the game. If you don't hit it, oh well. Set Alter, pass, the opponent attacks you, and then you just alter and then transform into Tornagian. You hit the card that you want to hit, and then you get your guy, and then you have Tornagian, blah blah blah. Necruff feels so out of place. I agree. Especially because they're on Solar Spirits too. Like, they should just be on Lumaru, because Lumaru has one more defense point. Like, if we're always going to be misenchanting this Necruff, it should just be Lumaru. Because a misenchanted Lumaru is still better than a misenchanted Necruff, especially if we're playing Island of Aeolia. Because if you have Aeolia up, you can go misenchanted Lumaru, this doesn't die to Cryoblast. Necruff still does die to Cryoblast. To call them always protect Tornagian. Wait, do you know who this whose list this was, Skyhawk? Like, I think like that is fine. Like, having the one fleece, the one bag, that seems fine. But what's the third call? Like, if the thought is that
Oh, I guess it's to make it indestructible to Cryoblast because you can also hit the one Aeolia. Yeah, okay, I like that. So this is the thing that I was talking about where like you reveal 3 different cards. So like this is a little bit of it. Island doesn't beat Eddie. Yeah, it does beat. This lets you always play around Cryoblast in turn 1, but my problem with that is this deck doesn't go for Tornagent on turn 1 from the looks of it, because you have no way of like guaranteeing that you're going to hit off of the Windgen, right? You have no way of guaranteeing what you're going to hit. So it in my head, you know, you're making Tornagent on the opponent's turn in their battle phase when they attack you, so you don't need to play around the Cryoblast anymore because now you need to play around like their counter runes. So in my head, I would actually cut the island bag fleece in this list for instead thunderstorm, tornado, hurricane. Or I guess we already have hurricane, but like it'd be like thunderstorm, tornado, right? So that way you always have a way like on your turn to go Tornagent effect, reveal something to hit the back row that they have, you snipe their back row, and now Tornagent can attack for free. And you don't have to worry about getting shielded. That's how I would think about this. Because if you're just looking to protect the Tornagent, usually just having like any generic counter rune is usually good enough, right? That's the way I would look at this. But that's just my head. I'm curious how this deck played out, like in tournament. 3-4 cards away from peak. I dig it. Yeah, there's definitely something here, but like not refined enough yet. But we can clearly see that they're thinking about like this theory that we talked about earlier. So that's good. This is again we see the 2/2. This I think is firmly like a me psyop because we see this so often, and I know I was the one that said 2/2 on these stuff. So this is a me psyop. 3, 6, 9, 11. How many tournaments to go? 2. Plus this one. But this one's like kind of like double the length because this is like this is like half of all the decks. It's just this one tournament. Yeah, this is pretty standard. This one looks standard. Okay, now we get to heal stall. Whoever said control needs to. Where's Julian? Where's Julian? It's stall. You're playing stall. It's not a control deck. So here we have heal stall at 2/2. This is me. Wait, did you play? Wait, did you play heal for this? Yeah, this looks fine. I mean, this seems like a good list. You're playing the Cryoblast in the main, which I like because this deck struggles with outing dudes. But again, like this is the thing that I'll like I said it before, but oh, the last turn agent. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, that's probably why I skipped this because it was like a good enough turn agent list. Like there's just like nothing really interesting about it. It's just standard. Like good turn agent list, but you didn't do the smart thing, so negative points to Hunter Surge. To hear it call stall, and I do feel bad for them, but I also see list. Like, no, like they're playing heal stall. Like, there's no control element here. It's stall. Like you're sitting here and you're just stalling. Like you're just like, I'm gonna stall you out of spirits. That's all this deck does. Like, I think like Lunar Aggro is closer to a control deck than this one. Because like this deck plays all the same tools, but the only thing that this thing is doing is it's not playing anything to control board state, and it's like dude count other than Eddie. So it's just playing these. Hear about it from Adam, like round 2, and immediately started kicking myself. Ah, yeah.
I don't think anybody in this tournament. I don't even think Adam went like as far as I did like in my list. Because like I was like going crazy with like all kinds of different one ofs. But I don't think anybody had played that. So Adam, if you play Tornadian tomorrow, because I know that you like that deck, can you do me a favor and like play the like psycho like hella one ofs theory so that you always hit? Because I just want to see that top. Like I want to be proven right. I want to be vindicated. But yeah, no, this looks like a pretty standard heal list. Nothing too special about it really. But there's not really too much special you can do with this deck because it's just kind of good stuff. Here we have 2/5 heal stall. This one plays Equilinks, which I do like. I do like Equilinks in this deck. But yeah, nothing too crazy. I don't like that this deck is missing Tsunami. Yeah, this one's also missing Tsunami. I don't remember if they normally play it or not, but like I like Tsunami in this deck because in my mind, the way that heal wins, right? Did I miss Pen? Oh god, no. We're still in like most represented decks category. It's like we finally got through the 4 most represented, so we're about 100 decks down. And now we're gonna start going through the like the 5-10 decks category. So the thing with this deck is you want to sit on the rabbit, right, and generate resources, because the same way that you beat heal is the way that they win the game. Is you sit on a rabbit and then you just like protect the rabbit like using counter runes forever, and then you heal back up. And you use the rabbit to generate infinite advantage, right? Like you generate advantage, generate advantage, generate advantage, and then you heal it off when you counter run out of them like trying to deal with your rabbit. Right? And so that's how you win. The problem is that Wabbit. I don't remember what I was saying. I'm gonna move on. Oh yeah, wait, Tsunami. Remember Julian saying Tsunami not that good on heal? Yeah, I know that was the theory that they were running with, and that used to be true. I know for a fact in like the heal tier 0 like mini meta that we had for like 1 or 2 tournaments. I don't think that's necessarily true right now. Like I do think 3 PTA and 3 Shield is really good, and like 3 Argo, because like you want like all these cards to like remove the opponent's Celestials. Like this all makes sense. I still would really want like Tsunamis in this deck too, though, because like I would want them to waste Eddie. So like a lot of people are like, oh no, you take Tsunami out against heal, and it's like, no, I keep that shit in, because if you look at this deck, the only ways that they really have to deal with a rabbit are outside the divines are Eddies, right? So if you have rabbit and they go Eddie, attack you, and you just Tsunami yourself back to defense, you've now removed one of their outs. It was necessary in tier 0 heal, because Visk was the only card that won that matchup. Oh yeah, then it's like still good now, because Visk is still the card that beats this matchup. So like Visk and Rabbit, and like the Tsunami protects your Rabbit, and it also stops the Visses from attacking you. So I don't know. I think Tsunami is really good in this deck, but I understand why people cut it is because they want cards that like remove bodies. But like we could cut a Laurels because I don't think Laurels is super good. And like we could probably cut like the Dratagua. Like I don't think you need that. Those could become your Tsunamis. Like potentially. And then you could also like you could cut like a PTA or like a Shield and like the Lynx or something. For like Cryoblast in the main, because I think this deck without Cryoblast feels really bad. Cryoblast in this deck feels really good. So again, here we see another heal. This one's playing Toxion's, which I don't like. I don't think you need to burn them. Because like you have so much healing that them playing the game burns them for you. And like that's the whole concept of this deck, is that you're playing with a 20, so 29, 38, 47 card Spirit deck, and they're playing with a 20 card Spirit deck. So I think that's what it is. But I get why people have the Laurels in here and why they might feel cramped on deck building or like deck space, because I don't think Laurels is actually very good. I think in this format, Laurels has gotten kind of bad, and I think it's even worse in Firestorm. So I think Laurels is actually like a very cuttable card in these decks, and I think they could have like cut this to like include like Cryoblasts or Tsunamis or something. On my list, but Toxion was anti-Blizz tech. See, but I don't think that that's like logical, right? Like, because like the eruptions make sense because burning 3 is a lot, but burning just 1 spirit kind of doesn't matter, right? Because you burn 1 spirit and they say sure, whatever, and then they just blizz on you anyway, right? If you burn 3, maybe that becomes difficult for them to deal with because that's essentially removing their ability to cast Rise from the Ashes like 1 time. But a Toxion is just saying like you can't cast you can cast 1 fewer Snowlit. That's like, okay, I only needed 1 anyway. That's fine. So I think that these are very different cards, and I think that this is like another like theory tidbit that comes up a lot in Lustrals is people look at Burn and they think, oh, Burn's really strong, right? But they don't think about the fact that 1 burn damage is not a lot of burn, but 3 is. So I think people look at like just all burn is good, but it really is more of like some burn is good and some is bad. For the late game as a general concept, oh, I'm sure, but like there is no late game against Blizz. Like that's where I think the concept falls apart. Is that like against Blizz, like if this is here for Blizztrix, it doesn't really work because there is no late game against Blizz. Like Blizz will just either do the Blizz thing or not do the Blizz thing. And if they don't do it, you win. If they do it, you lose. And that's really all there is to it. But I think in like a mid-range matchup, that would make sense. Eruption, cringe, Toxion, chill. Exactly. And there's a reason for that. Like Toxion is chill because it doesn't really do that much. Like, oh no, you burned me, but like it's only 1, so it's not that big of a deal. But Eruption is like, oh shit, I might not have enough spirits in my spirit deck to keep all of 1 color and still pay out this 3. So you might just eliminate Earthquake from your opponent's deck, for example, like if they're holding on to 2 Earth Spirits, and it's like, well, I can't burn 3 of my main color because I only have 3 in my main color, so I'm going to burn my 2 Earthquakes and 1 of my main color, and then like potentially they draw Earthquake for turn, and now you brick them a draw. Whereas with Toxion, it's just like, oh yeah, I'll burn like 1 of my main color, that's fine. And then I draw Earthquake, and it's like, oh, I'll Earthquake you. No problem. That's really where it is. I remember Julian manning Boombat. Yeah, I think Boombat is good. I don't remember when they put it, but I think Boombat is really good in this deck because Boombat helps solve the Ass Rabbit problem, right? Because the thing that Heal struggles with is like the opponent just sitting there with a rabbit and saying, I'm not going to attack you. You have to be the aggressor, not me, because all of your dudes have 2 stats, so I don't care. I'm not going to walk into your counter runes. I'm fine. So like playing something like Boombat then pressures the opponent and says, well, you can sit there all you want, but I'm going to play this Boombat and pop your dude. So I think Boombat is correct in this deck. This is another, not really much has changed in this deck. I do like the Echolinks. Here's another heal playing Echolinks, which I do like the Echolinks. This one's on 2 Argo. I don't know how I feel about 2 Argo. 3 is really good in this deck. This one's back on 3. This one's also on Lynx. Here's a 5/3. So this one must be Adrian. He also did not play the Tsunami. Nobody played the Tsunamis. He played the Boombats though. Boombat, good card. And would you believe that the first heal player to add more removal to the deck went positive? Oh, this one went 6-2. This one played... Oh, this one did play the Tsunami. Okay, would you believe the 6-2 heal played the Tsunami? Vindicated again. Aha! Oh, I love being right. This one played Foamy, though. I don't like Foamy. I don't like Foamy. Like, Foamy's okay, but I think I would rather play... Here's what I would do to change this list to make it the way I would play heal. Is I think I would cut the 2 Foamies from this deck list, put Quackle to 3, and then cut Laurels for 2 Cryoblast or 2 Boombat. And then that would be like a heal deck that I like a lot. Adrian's X2 was broken by an Electronite player in round 7. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, now we have Snarkbox. These are the decks I've been fearing this whole run. This whole tournament, I've been fearing what the hell does Snark mean? Because we've seen a lot of Snark in the 5s decks, and Law did not feel like those were Snark decks. So now I'm worried. Alright, so this one plays 2 Snark, Joblin, Oistillery, Draking, High Tide. Whoever said they had like a water reanimator package in here, you were really cooking. You were a genius, a prophet, some might say. 1 Nectar of the Gods, 2 Rise, 8 counter runes, some targets. High Tide really bad, Rockin' a Heart bad. 1 gal. Oh my god! You're playing water. You're playing a Galaxy deck! Oh, please. Okay. 2 point. I think the things that went wrong here are very, very clearly that we need more good dudes. Let's count good dudes in this deck, like dudes that are consistently in topping deck lists. 3, 6, 7. The rest of these guys are niche. These are niche dudes. I think this might need to be a new theory category. Is good dude versus niche dude. Good dudes are dudes that like you would expect to see these in any topping deck list, right? Like if a deck tops, they're playing these dudes. And it doesn't really matter what deck they're playing, it plays these dudes. Niche dudes are dudes that, you know, maybe they top, maybe they don't, but they serve a role outside of being generic good stuff. And so you won't see it consistently, even if you see it like every now and then. So like Foamy, for example, is a niche dude, even though like, you know, people top with Foamy, but you don't always play Foamy because sometimes Spectrus is good, sometimes you're not playing a deck that wants Foamy, yada, yada, yada. But it's still a niche dude. So this deck only has 7 cards in it that are generically just like always good, and then instead it has 12 dudes that are like sometimes good. And I think that is another barometer that we can use for how like strong a deck is going to be, is just like how many like generically good dudes or like topping dudes do you see? So that might be a good barometer for you to use to like temperature check your deck to see, is this deck like good, or is this deck just like I'm being cute with it? So I think if you have too many niche, like if you have more niche dudes than like generic good dudes, you're probably being cute with it. I expect to see that trend going forward with all these decks. So here we have Snark 1-3. This is on 3 Snark, 2 Joblin, 3 Tadpuff. Oh dear God. 1 Draking, 1 Gator, 1 Curabis, 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 Ascensions. With 7. Oh my God, we played 2 Gorgon. This might be cards I own Turbo. No, wait, there's no way that this is cards I own Turbo. They own a Full Moon. Okay, they just got really lucky in their starter deck packs. That's what this has to be. Right? Surely. I'm gonna move on. Counter runes are fake? God. I think counter runes not being fake is the first lesson that you have to learn when you want to get good at this game. Counter runes are like the least fake cards in the game. Like they are the only good cards in the game. Also let's do our temperature check real quick. We got 3 good dudes. Do we want to count Nobby as a generically good dude? I think at some point in the format I would have, but I don't think I would count Nobby as like a generically good dude anymore. For the sake of, like, for this caster's sake, I'll count him. I'll count Nobby. So counting Nobby, out of the 24 Alestrals in this deck, 6 are generic good guys. That means that there's 18 niche quirky guys in this deck. If the ratio is 1 to 3 for good dude to niche dude, I think there's a problem. Especially when, like, the thing that also, like, really illuminates kind of, like, a theory when you look into these deck lists is how many times you see the good dudes, like the generic good dudes, in the side deck. Where it's like, they know what cards are good to where they need to be on the deck list, but they don't think to themselves, maybe they should be up here and not down here. So it's kind of like this is their panic room, like, where they're like, oh no, I've lost because my cute, quirky strategy didn't work. Let me put some good dudes into my deck to see if that fixes the problem. And that's like a deck building, like, psychology thing that we can read into this. And I don't know how to, like, process that, but yeah. All right, so we're moving on. We got 2/2 Schnark. Hold on, let's do our barometer. Oh god, there's only 2 Astra, but I'm gonna crash out. 2, 4, 7. So once again, we have 7 good dudes as opposed to 2, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11 niche dudes. I think we're starting to see the trend emerge. And once again, we see the generic good dudes down here on the side. So I think I kind of just want to track this at this point. Let's do this. Okay, so this one went 3 and 5. So this one has 3, 5. 3, 5. This one's also on 2 Astra. 3, 5, 7. 9 generically good dudes. 12, if you count Nobby, which we are for the sake of this tournament. But with the benefit of hindsight, knowing that Nobby is actually a niche dude, that would explain why this list didn't perform. Even though I think in the context of when they queued this is definitely, like, better than where we were previously. However, they are playing Armadon. Also, I'm gonna get up real quick. So we're gonna take a quick pause. Remember to like the stream. I need to pause for a couple reasons. Chicago has been under a severe weather advisory for the past, like, 24 hours, and it's getting stormy, cloudy outside, and I can hear the wind picking up. So I'm gonna go shut my windows and use this as an opportunity to heat up some food and go use the bathroom. So that's gonna be your guys' signal as well to do that. We're counting the 3 heal guys as generically good or niche. I would say niche. Because you wouldn't expect, like, if you look at 8 decks in the top 8 of any tournament, you wouldn't expect, like, 4 or more of them to be maining 3 cycle. All right, and we're back. I gotta find my keys. Oh, they're there.
Yo, you guys want to see one of the coolest gifts I've ever received? I got a. If you play Yu-Gi-Oh, you guys might know I'm like a Dragon Link guy, or was. So I got this Striker Dragon like keychain thing, but on the back it's a bottle opener. So I keep that on my keys so I can always crack one open. Because we're gonna need it to get through the rest of these decks. All right, where are we at? Trish ASMR. Hell yeah, we love Trish ASMR. That's a no side deck. No side deck. So we went 3, 4. And let's count. Let's do our barometer count. So this is 3, 6, 7. 7, 9. 12 with the knobby, which at the time we would count as a real dude. Hindsight, we say fake dude. So probably a hint as to what went wrong. But also I see 1 PTA, so this might be Cards Ion moment. Let's see. Schnark at 3, 3. We'll do our barometer. 3, 4, 1 Galaxy. What is with all these people playing 1 Galaxy? Is Galaxy like a hard card to come across or something? Like, can people just like not get a hold of Galaxy? 4, 6. I see 6 real dudes and what is that? 17. So 11 fake dudes. Build against PTA. Well, it's not that it's only like 1 PTA as in this is bad. I'm just saying like why only 1 copy? If you're gonna play it at all, like why not play at least 2? It's literally at 2. And, yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Is like if you purchased a starter deck to build your deck, I know you own 2 of it, so why did you cut 1 of them? Like if this is a Cards I Own moment, you know, why did you cut 1? At least it's correct theory because drops of leaf good. Time actually scare me when you say things like that. They do it because they don't like drawing it, but like getting it off foamy. Oh. That's horrifying. For a reminder, anyone... Hold on. Let me finish reading this. In case you think that way, where you think Galaxy is bad to draw, but you want to get it off foamy, have you considered that Galaxy plays around every backer in the game? And is actually a really good card to have in your hand and then put on the field. Whereas Foamy doesn't do that. That's all. Alright, let's do our barometer for our... I think this is just how I'm going to evaluate rogue decks for the rest of this stream. Because I don't really know what else to judge them on. Let's see, we got 3 Eddie, 3 Rabbit. That's it. Actually, sorry. 3rd row, 1 Spectrus. So that's 7 out of 22 Alestrals are good dudes, where the rest are niche. I'm sensing a trend here. Three, 6, 6. Ah, Bugsnax. So I think the thing that we learned from looking at Schnark, and I think we can use this as a barometer for all these off-meta decks, is when people are playing these off-meta decks, they're replacing cards that you would expect to see in Top Cuts, like good cards, like Galaxies, Astrabbits, Elichix, you know, like Viserys, Werepup, you know, all these good cards. They're replacing them with cards that are cute and quirky and like maybe work in their deck but nowhere else, and I think there's a reason why these decks then don't perform, is because it's just a card quality like thing. Like if we were to rate decks on like power levels, and I say this deck has a power level of 5, and you play against somebody that like is just playing a pile of good stuff, their power level is just like 10, and you just get rolled. No matter how smart or intelligent your deck is, you're just going to get rolled because your cards are worse than theirs on average. So I think the way to play these rogue decks, if you want to play a rogue deck, is you need to make sure that you are playing more generically good cards than you are cards that are only good in certain cases. So that's Trish deck building wisdom number 15. Get that on a t-shirt or something. All right, we got Bugsnax with Lunar Phase. Oh, dear God! Where's the real cards? That's a lot of Lunar Phases. I think that this might also have to apply to runes as well. Niche runes versus good runes. Hold on. Let me do my barometer. I'm not even gonna look at this half of the deck. 2, 5, 6, 7. And for the time, 9. Also reciting the whole Voldos time. Bugsnax, 1-4. Let's do our barometer. 2, 3, 8. And for the time, 11. So, we've cleared the barometer. Now let's look. If we clear the barometer, we'll take a closer look. We have 10 counter runes, which is a little light. Only 1 Zeus. No Elichick in the... Elichick's in the side deck. And then we have 3 Ignector. Now, I do like the Ignector in this deck, because I think Ignector plus a counter rune with this in hand is just broken. Like, that's going to auto-win. But I think we can use our new barometer theory to say that this deck would have been significantly better if we had just cut... You see how there's 2 Galaxy and a Elichick in the side deck? Clearly this player understands that these are good cards that should probably be in their deck. Perhaps, if we cut the Ignectors and we put in the Elichick and 2 Galaxy, this deck would have performed better. Three Rabbit, 2 Zeus, 2 Zaptor. Oh, did I miss that? No, there's only 1 Zeus. It's only 1 Zeus, so you don't need more than 2 Zaptor, obviously. Smokescreen into good cards. Well, I mean, this was the thing that I said when I first started like yapping about this barometer theory, is that something that also seems to happen quite often with people who are playing fewer, more niche cards in their main deck than good cards, is that they tend to see, like, the good cards that would normally be in the deck do appear in the deck list, just in the side. And the deck building, psychology here is they recognize these cards are good enough to be in their deck, but they don't understand that they need to be there more than some of these other cards, so they're panic room buttons. Where, like, you play your goofy niche cards, and when that doesn't work out for you, you say, oh shit, and then you switch to these cards. And unfortunately, I think if you catch yourself doing that, that's probably a good point to just walk back a little and say, I might be trolling. Ignector's fine. I do like the Ignector. Ignector is fine. But, on average, I think this deck list would have performed better if these hadn't been here. I think that that's just how, it would go. I think if you cut the Ignectors from the deck, on average, this deck performs better. Because that's also consistent with my findings, having played this deck a lot. Like, I've played a lot of Antitan. Like, never in tournament, but I played a lot of this deck. And, like, every time I have the Ignector, incredible card on turn 1. If I also have a counter Rune plus Arbud. Horrific card any other point in the game. So here we see Ignector again. We see, this one has Echo Links. So let's see, let's count, let's do the barometer test again. 3, 6, 7, 9. And then if we count the knobbies at the time, this would be 12. So let's take a look. 3 Demeter is probably too much. 3 Tsunami, 2 Alter, 3, 3. This is what, 11 back row? No PTA. People were pilled off of it at this time, so it makes sense. But people were pilled off of it because we were on Argo instead. Therefore, we probably should have cut 1 Demeter, 1 Tsunami, probably Laurels, and like an Ardbud for a 2/2 Argo package, and this list probably would have performed better. But this does look like cards I own moment potentially because they don't have a side deck. 4 cards. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. They have 4 cards in their side deck. My bad. Oh dear God. Bug Snacks being 3 and 5. I mean, this one, at a glance, this one's a little better. So let's count our good card ratios, because this one has 1, 3, 6, 7, 9. If we count Nabi, 11 at the time, out of 18. Which means that now there's only, 7 cards in here that are, like, niche, right? And, like, technically we could be counting Doppelganger for all these too, I guess. So, like, really, there's only just a handful of cards. And, like, Mudlet, I think Mudlet's a good card. I'm counting him in the niche category. But, and I think for this tournament, too, as, like, a meta call, I think that this was a really good card. So I think that this, is actually one of the better built lists that we've seen so far, because it's playing a lot of really good cards, like high-density good cards, low-density niche cards, and then it did perform a little bit better, but it's still playing, like, potentially an inferior strategy. So let's see where this could have gone wrong. We see 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 counter runes, which is good. We have both Cryoblast and Hurricane, which is, like, decent. Honestly, I think this list actually looks pretty solid. What I think, where this list probably went wrong is in 2 directions. This could be a skill issue. Like, there could be a bit of skill issue in here. And it could also be that there's no Argo, because Argo is a really good card in this format, and they're not playing it. So it could just be that they didn't play Argo. Also, the Antitan's in the side instead of the main, but I don't think that's, like, too big of a deal. The side deck is also potentially where this could have gone wrong, is that the side deck is just a bunch of, like, cards that I don't feel are super good. Like, Antitan, sure. But Frostbite, Divine Blessing, okay, sure. But Pandora's Box, not good. Spoiled Fruit, not very good. So this is already, like, 5 cards out of the side that just don't feel like they hit much. 2 cards here that, like, why are we siding the extra Zaptor? Like, for Boombat, sure, I guess, but 3 is still probably enough. Flormine, sure, I guess for the Frostmite, but this card's maybe kind of weak. So this really, when I look at this side, this is really just a 6-card side deck, and one of them is an engine piece that we're just not maining. 99th is my local Sean. Okay. So, maybe, maybe you can speak to whether or not this would be a skill issue. But I think really the only thing I can, like, diagnose here is the side deck probably needed some refinement, and maybe Argo should have been in the list somewhere. That's really where I would, like, put this list. But high-density good cards, better performance. So let's see. 4-4. Let's take a look. This one is 2, 5, 8 for the time, 9. I'm not going to count Jalton because I think Jalton's actually kind of bad. So that's like 9 cards. Like, I'll count Moss Station. Moss Station can count, right? Maybe not.
count in other formats, maybe. But like, I would say that this is like approximately like half of the deck is like good cards, right? So this doing better. So let's assess. We got Nectar, we got Feloy. I mean, I guess since we're playing Jalton, but like we don't really need that. We got altars, we got shields. So I think the big thing here is that we're a little bit light on counter runes. So I think we'd want more counter runes in this deck. We are siding some. We've got a random full Gorks in here, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, and then also High Tide crazy. Also, we're gonna get back to Trish crashing out about runes. Like, why not just main these? Like, surely we don't need, was that 6? Like, 4 Lunar would be perfectly acceptable. So I think these could have come out, and then we could have squeezed more cards on the side. Here we have another 4/4, so let's count. 3, 6, 8. And I'll count Nabi because Nabi was good at the time. 11. So it's literally half-half in niche cards and non-niche cards. I guess we can count Doppelganger to like push it over the edge, technically. But, at least half of their dudes are like good where the other half are niche. I'll do the Josh thing and say too many bugs because Toxion not good. We've already had that conversation though. Toxion not very good. 3 Ardbud, and then a second Ardvarm is kind of weird. Like, that's a little much. And then we have the Antitan, so like a little bit heavy on this package, a little heavy on the Doppelganger. Toxion's random, but like, I think if we had just like taken out like one of this, and these 3 for like an Elichick, and then I don't know, like 3 Eddie and like a Galaxy or something like that, and like cut like one of these for the other Galaxy, like this would be really good. And I think that that's the thing that we're seeing over and over again is that the tweaks that they need to make these decks like go from kind of icky to like looking really good is just take out some of these fluff cards that like quote unquote have synergy, like Toxion. Oh, it's a bug, you can search it. Second Doppelganger. I don't have an explanation for that one. Or second Arvar. Don't have an explanation for that one. So like you take out these 5 cards and you replace it with Elichick and like 4 Beat Sticks, and now suddenly like let's redo the calculation like that. It would be like 2, 3, 6, 9, 12 at the time, 15, 16 out of 22 would be all good cards, and then like the only niche stuff that we'd even be playing are the Ascensions and the Ardbuds. And then everything else in the deck is like just good cards, and then you just have like flavor in the rogue package. And unironically, I think that that's just how you want to play these rogue decks. Is like you don't want to cut the good cards from your deck. You're just adding a little bit of flavor. You're taking a little bit of seasoning and adding it to a perfectly good dish. We've already invented a great dish. All you got to do is season it a little bit differently. But what happens is you do this, you unscrew the can of Slap Your Mama, and you dump the whole can in, and now suddenly you have a Cajun surprise. Also, there's Wasp on the other side. All right, let's do our barometer test. 2, 5, 8, 9, 11 at a time, 14 at the time, 5, 3. Oh my God! Would you look at that? We had a win-loss ratio equivalent, roughly. Hold on, actually, is it the same ratio? It's roughly the same ratio, I think. Hold on. What am I talking about? I've come up with a new metric of gauging rogue decks. The way to gauge rogue decks, Dimax, is you count the cards in like the Elestrals in their main deck that you would expect to see in like most decks in a top cut. So like Viscerus, Eddie, Astrabbit, Navi at the time, Spectrus, like Elichick. Like these are all the good like Elestrals in the deck. So we'll count all those. And then the theory is that the more good cards you put in your deck, the better your deck does. And the way to play a rogue deck is to keep the good cards in the deck and just put a little bit of seasoning in the deck as your flavor, like your Ardbuds and your Antitans and stuff, right? But where it goes wrong is people take too much seasoning and they put it in the dish. Is largely right. Oh, yeah. Oh, are you asking about Slap Your Mama? Slap Your Mama is a Cajun seasoning. It's very good. Okay, so what was this? 2, 5, 8, 9, 11, 14. I won't even count the Doppelganger. So it's 14 out of 19 is 73% good cards. And 5 out of 8 is 62. This is roughly equivalent, right? Like, within 10%, their record matched the ratio of good cards to their deck. And I think that that's just the thing that you have to remember. When you play card games, your performance is based on the cards you play. So the more good cards in your deck, the more good your record will be. It's crazy how that works, right? But like, if your deck is 70%, good cards, you can expect, given a margin of error, approximately to win 70% of your games, which is about what you need to top. I think you need about like 80%. So like, having 70% good cards means that you can either go probably like 60%, like this guy did, like 5-3, or you could go 80%, which is a topping record. So I think that that's kind of where you want to land, is you want to land around like 70 to 80% of your deck should be like good cards. And like, you got 20% of wiggle room. Are you trying to add QB mayo to a sandwich instead of normal mayo? Are you trying to make good? God damn it, Dr. Barber, bro. And then, oh look, the other theory tracked as well, where they side the other good cards because it's their oh shit button for when the flavor doesn't work out. I'm really cooking with this like Trish armchair psychology stuff, as I always do. Anyway, Vol Tempest. 4 drop Vol Tempest. If this one has Circle the Sky in the deck, I think I played against it. It does not. Is that Magnaros? That's Magnaros. This deck has Magnaros in it, which tells me a lot. Also has Sonicore, Jinzo, good card. Arcolith, Vol Tempest. All right, let's do our math again. 2, 5, 6. 6 out of 19. 4. I think we see the problem here. Let me do some math real quick. Hold on. I want to see if... I'm trying to figure out what the margin of error is. If it's within like 10 or 20%, I think I'm cooking. That's 30%. Where's the Griffuse? Oh, you see, Griffuse bad card. You simply just ascend Vol Tempest over the Jinzo. Alright, here's... Oh, God. Here's another one. Oh, I think I played against this guy. Because I lost my first 2 rounds. I think he must have dropped after I beat him. Because I remember playing against the Vol Tempest that played both Amp Up and Circle the Sky. So shout out to this dude. He was cool. Unfortunately, I beat him, though. 3, 6, 7. So 7 good cards. I'll be generous for this opponent specifically and give him Joltons because he's playing 3. And that's like 10 out of 17. Still, like, it's not great, but we still... Like, the other 7 cards are really bad. But, like, if we go by the strict metric, it's literally only 7 out of 17 cards are, like, what we would consider good cards and not niche cards. Three Vault, you actually can't brick on it? Eehee. I didn't know that my opponent was playing Vol Tempest, I'm not gonna lie, because he never got it out. Here we have a 2-3 Volt. Oh, oop, up. Let's do our barometer check. 2, 5. Oh, wait, hold on. I've gone backwards. 2, 5, 6. Riceros. Should I count Sorlet? I'll count Sorlet and Jolton combined as like half good cards for the math. So that even if I count these as like both half good cards, it's still only 9 out of 20. Let's do our barometer. 3, 6, 7, no side deck. Even barometer. Excuse me. I'll do the half count again. This is again 10 out of 21. Count Sorlet. Sorlet good card. Sorlet good card, but it doesn't fit the definition that we described in that like at least half of players in any given top cut. Like if we just throw a dart at a board and look at any top cut, half of the players are likely to be playing these cards in their main deck or in their side. But like probably their main deck. So Sorlet doesn't fit that description. That's why I'm giving him a half a point. Because, like, I agree, Sorlet, good card. Like, the same way I would agree that, like, Arcolith and Quackle are also, like, good cards, but they're niche. Like, so it's not good card versus bad card. It's good card, like, good card versus niche card. Which means it could be a niche, like a good card. But, like, just not one that you would expect to see, like, frequently, right? So that's the barometer that we're using. So, like, this still fails the bar. Like, it doesn't pass the bar. Wait, I built this deck? Dimax. I think what you did is you did the Dimax. See, Dimax is an enigma. Dimax always fails the barometer check. Like, I know this for a fact. Dimax will always put the random fuck-ass cards in the deck. Dimax is what we call skilled at the video game. Same as Rue and Necrof. Yeah, and I would not expect half of the players in any given top cut to have one of those 3 cards. I would not expect that. I would expect maybe 1 or 2 of the decks in top cut to be playing those. Because, like, you see occasionally a Tornadron playing a Lumaru, or occasionally a Photo playing Lumaru. But those are the only decks that would play it, because Spectrus and Galaxy are just strictly better. So, like, that's why they wouldn't count. Oh dear God, is that 3 Sonicores? Jinzo, really good card. Oh my God. Also, this fails the barometer. This is at 9. This has 3, 6, 9. This also fails our old barometer of Ascensions not being dudes and Rune dudes not being dudes, which is 3, 6, 8. Oh, I'm sorry. There's Spectrus too. Hold on. There's Spectrus too. So there's 10 good Elestrals in this deck. However, it's 21, so it's still less than half of their Elestral count is good dudes. 2, 5, 7. So accounting for subtractions, this is still only 14 castable Elestrals. So this deck fails 2 of our barometers on like good deck building. So I think that's what we can say about this, but it still went positive. I mean, Voltemp is good. Jinzo really good. Honestly, I kind of like this, but like Jinzo good, but Jinzo bad, I think is where I'd land with this. Jinzo good, but Jinzo bad. I do think that Jinzo is actually like solid. Like I do like Triple Sonicore. Like, unironically, I think that there's a deck that hasn't really seen play, but like could be worth playing. Would just be Sonicore with 3 Sonicore and like just a bunch of good dudes. Like just 3 Sonicore plus good dudes. Could be a really interesting deck, just as like a thing, because like, and then you would play Jolton in it for the Olympus, so that this can't get cryoblasted, because I think that that's actually just really difficult for a lot of decks to deal with, and so I think that could be really solid. However, you also like lose to Eddie on the spot. So Jin's so bad. Here we go. We have 3, 6, 7. 7 with 12 niche. And here, I'll do the thing. I'll count these as 1.5. This is 1.5 good cards. So this is 8.5 good cards to 19 total cards. So again, we see the barometer, but this one did go 6-2. This one did go 6-2. So I think that's solid. So let's take a look. Did anything go wrong in this deck? 2, 4, 6, 12. So good counter and count. No Laurels, I think, is actually correct. 2 Hurricane, solid. So I like all this. Genuinely, I think the only things that I would want to change about this is the 1 P-Gust, 1 Boombat feel kind of random. Like, these guys feel a little random. And, like, Arcolith, I think is fine, but I don't love it in this deck specifically. I think I would rather just play, like, another little dude. So I think I would just go up a Galaxair and, like, +2 Galaxy or something like that. Yeah. Just, like, 2 other, like, good dudes. Oh, hold on, no, the Eddies are there. Yeah, like, 2 Galaxy or 2 Spect. Instead of, like, these 2 random one-ofs. And just, like, bump up the Galaxair either to 2 or 3. But I think I would do, like, 2 with, like, either 2 Spect or 2 Galaxy. And then otherwise, like, and then I think this deck would be, like, in my mind, like, basically perfect. But this, I think that this is, like, pretty on par for what I would expect from, like, a good Vol Tempest list. 10 out of 16 was on a natural 5. That's crazy. That's crazy. But, like, can you say that about any tournament in Moonrise format? Like, we'd have to look at every tournament from Moonrise. Like, it's not just about one tournament. It has to be, like, literally every tournament of the format. You would have to be able to look at it and say, oh, yeah, that guy, like, is in everyone's deck, always. So that's like, I think the differentiator here. But, like, yeah, obviously 5 cards are good. Last premiere had 4 of the top 8 on natural 5s, too. Okay. I mean, we can always include them, like, if that's what the data says. But for right now, I'm not including them. But, like, even if we did include them, hold on, let's go back. Let's include them. Hold on, let's include them. So 3, 6, 7. Yeah, 7-10 makes it go over. 7-10 makes it go over. There's somewhere it falls below. A lot of time there. I think it's like the natural 5s are weird because it's a little bit format dependent. Like it kind of depends, right? Like on the format. I think that Spectres and Galaxy are kind of like a little bit better, but it could just be that the format or like the what's it called? The data just says that they're that good. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't done one of these every deck streams in a while, so in my head, natural 5s haven't been played in a while. So you guys might be right on that, though. All right, we got Water Reanimator. Oh, thank God. All right, we're finally starting to get through these a little bit faster. So, you know what to do. Like the stream. We're gonna be here all night. Holy fuck. Yada yada yada. Water Reanimator. Let's see. 3, 5, 7. 7 out of 19. So I think that's what went wrong here. Hold on, is there anything crazy to talk about? Alright. What I'll do is for like the rest of the barometer count for the stream, I'll count the natural 5s. How's that sound? Is super nice right now? Oh, I agree. I think that Sorlet's crazy. But like again, like that's why I was counting it as like niche. Because like you wouldn't see most decks just playing Sorlet. So it's still niche. But, like, I do really like Sorlet right now. Me, myself, was one of them. Yeah. Shoutouts to Necroth. I love searching a 5 off of Small Too Good. But like again, I would count the Necrof as being niche even in that deck, and like that was the deck that like I built. So like I would still count it in that because like I wouldn't be throwing Necrof into like lunar aggro, like lunar earth aggro or lunar thunder aggro. I would only ever consider it in the fire lunar aggro because you search it off of small Tuga. That's why I put it in the niche camp. So I'm still unconvinced that these fives are not in the niche category because you wouldn't just throw them into any deck. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the crux of the theory. You wouldn't just throw them in anywhere. But I guess if we group all of the fives, like anything with a 5 stat on it, then I guess you could do that. Because like I was looking at it more like individual cards. But I guess if you want to go like to say every card with the number 5 printed on it is the same card, then yeah, I guess like you probably could include it into the into that camp, which would make sense. Like that makes sense to me because like 5s are decent, like they're solid. Durishnark no foamy is probably wrong here. I don't think so because I think foamy is really bad in this format. Because of how prevalent Spectrus is. So it could have been that they were just breeding that. So I don't think it's necessarily wrong. However, I would probably play foamy if I was playing water. Yeah. No reason not to use a Nat 5 if you're playing solar, wind, or fire. I think that's true of wind and fire. I don't think that's true of solar. Because I think I would play solar with just calf mouse. Like, I think that I would view solar a little bit differently, but it depends on what the solar deck is. Let's see. 1/4 water reanimator. Oh god. 3, 6, 8. I count 8 non-niche dudes. I also count. Oh, is that a Majesty? Bro thinks that this is Firestorm format. There's a Majesty in here. That's 2, 5, 6 Ascensions, and one of them is a 3-drop. I think the only thing necessarily wrong with this list is the Majesty. Because the whole idea with Water Reanimator is you reanimate the 1-drop, and then you ascend it into a 2-drop. You can't ascend a 1-drop into a 3-drop easily. I don't think there's been a solar deck that doesn't play Loomer, though. See, I don't disagree. Like, that is a thing, but, like, I'm saying I wouldn't do that. Mother is played in Earth. The Nat 5 isn't out to Lyca Void? Because that's the reason that Mudlet plays, that Earth plays Mudlet. They play it as the 4th copy of Eddie. So I don't really understand what that has to do with a natural 5. Yeah, okay. 3, 6, 9. 9 out of 19. Okay, so we're failing the barometer again. Yep. 3, 6, 9. Cube. Oh, yo, is that Starbit? Yo, Starbit! Where's Josh? It's the Starbit Hurricane deck. Hold on. This is peak. Solar guy for Solar Spirits. It's not a 5. Yeah, Calfmal 100%. Yeah, I agree. Like, I honestly, like, if I was playing Solar, I think the only two were, like, there's only just a handful of worthwhile Solar stuff to do in the game, in my mind. And that's, like, Calfmal Heliolith. Like, if I was playing, like, a Solar deck, those would be the only 2 Solar Elestrals I'd play. It's just Calfmal and Heliolith. All the other ones feel bad. And then there's the alternate route where you can go the Dimax route, and you could go 3 Exaltus and Celestlio. But that only works in Dimax's world. Like that's only Dimax that can do that. Dimax just has like some something figured out with these like Argo plus Nexus user decks where like something's just clicked in his brain. But like that seems valid. Like that seems like a valid thing. But like even in those, I don't think I'd play natural 5s in any of those decks. Like I feel like I would still just prefer to play Spectrus or Galaxy, especially if it's like Kathmal Heliolith. Like because Kathmal can heal the Lunar Spirits for the Spectrus. So why would I not play a 5 that has an effect and is like actually useful rather than just like I play 5 body, me go attack. That's my problem with playing the natural 5s. I think Nekruff and Sorlet, I think, are okay. Like, I don't really like Lumaru, to be honest. I think Lumaru's mill effect isn't really super strong. But, like, Nekruff's burn comes up sometimes if you're playing a fire deck, and, like, being able to just run it out and then hard ascend into Lavalith comes up. And then Sorlet in wind decks being able to be an Eddy, like, in a, like, tough spot, I think is relevant. So I think that those two have merit, like, outside of, like, the number. But I think Lumaru's only merit is that it has a 2 stat line. So if you're playing, like, a stadium, you would play Lumaru so that it can't get cryoblasted if the stadium's up. But I think that's the only merit to Lumaru. Into Garnet meta. See, I disagree with that, though. Like, it can be relevant once in a blue moon, but I don't think that it's relevant versus Argo, because if they had Argo, you're not resolving the effect to mill, because they would have Argoed you, right? So it doesn't come up there. And then it can come up versus, like a Void. Like, you can mill their full moon and stuff, but again, if they had it, you wouldn't be resolving it. And in my head, like, I don't really care about cards getting milled if I don't have... Like, I don't care if you mill my Garnets if I didn't have the card to make the Garnet relevant in the first place, right? Like, I don't care if you mill my Full Moon or my Like a Void if I don't have Werepup. If I have Werepup, I would care. But if I had Werepup, I would have played Werepup. So that's my problem with Lumaru. Is actually useful. Yeah, no, I do like the 2 defense. That I think, like, the 2 defense stat is the only thing Lumaru has going for it in my mind. And, like, so, like, if you're just playing it as, like, I'm going to run this out as a water every single time, it's always Lumaru, right? And also, if you're playing a stadium, I would pick Lumaru. But outside of that, I think Lumaru is, like, the worst of the bunch. What if you mill my Werepup, Full Moon, and Like a Void? Okay. Those cards don't exist until they're in my hand. So, like, I don't care. Because whatever card I draw for turn on the following turn could have equally been the card that I was going to draw before you milled me as it was after you milled me. Like, because I don't know what that card is until I draw it. Like, if I mill and I see, oh man, you milled my Werepup, I wish I drew that, I don't care. I really do not care, because I didn't know I was drawing that Werepup until it was already gone. It can certainly come up. It can come up, but that's, I think you guys are, like, not seeing the point, which is that blind milling doesn't matter because there's no card in the game that you can mill that will matter, like, at the time of you resolving the mill effect. Unless you're thinking, like, 20 turns in the future, but I'm never thinking more than, like, 1 turn in the future, because I'm not, like, guaranteed to get to a 20-turn future, right? So, I think that that's just how I look at it. This is like the classic Yu-Gi-Oh argument of, like, Pot of Desires is a neg 9 because I banished 10 cards from my deck. And it's like, those 10 cards don't exist until they're in your hand. So you can't count them. They don't matter. Milled cards exist on the bottom of the deck. Yeah, basically. Like, they exist, but they don't really exist. Mill 3 good cards only for 30 more good cards left in deck. Exactly, that's the problem. It's like, you mill 3 good cards, and I'm like, oh no, my 3 good cards! Anyway, I'm gonna draw it because the rest of my deck is also good cards. So, like, whatever. Okay.
So like that's why the Lumaru effect doesn't really matter. I think you're misreading Lumaru. It mills the good cards out of my deck. Yeah, but all my cards are good cards. So it doesn't matter. I'm gonna draw a good card anyway. I think Lumaru gives people the impression that it's better than it is because you see somebody like crash out because they're like, damn, no, I could have drawn that and then I would have won my Cryoblast. No, you prevented me from winning. But they didn't know they were drawing Cryoblast until you milled it with Lumaru. You know, they didn't know that it was there. So they didn't know. And that's the problem. It's just like, it only has upside when your opponent's living on hopes and prayers in the first place. If your opponent has, like, prepared themselves, they don't care what card they draw next because they already have a plan. They could mill anything. It doesn't matter because they're already comfortable if they're playing well. Yeah, that's fine. It's like 110 games, one game is memorable. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you remember the times where Lumaru, like, snipes a card that wins you the game, but you don't remember all the times where Lumaru just mills and your opponent just doesn't give a shit. 3, 6, 7. One Galaxy again. So 7 out of 20. Galaxy Spectre is inside. Following Theory. 3, 6, 9. Good cards inside. No good cards inside. But I do see the Starbit Hurricane Theory coming back. That's cute. Morfrost. Where's Josh? Oh, what the fuck? This is Morfrost Tornagion. Can we get a Curse of Law? It happened again. It happened again. We had the Lunar Phase Tornagion in the Tornagion pile, but not the Morfrost Tornagion in the Tornagion pile. Okay, so this is the same ideas with the Lunar Phase deck, except you just call them Morfrosts. I think this one's a little bit better than the Lunar Phase variant because you get to play real runes instead of fake runes. This one plays real or fake dudes instead of real dudes. But now this is actually an interesting. Here's an interesting caveat to the barometer we've been using. And unfortunately, our barometer does track because our opponent played 2 good dudes and 19 niche dudes, right? Or actually 20 niche dudes, my bad. But this isn't normally a thing in Alestrals because there's only one deck that fits this classification, and that is Archetypes. Archetypes are the one time where you can't use the previous barometer because if you're just playing an archetype, like, you obviously have to play all the dudes from the archetype, right? Like, all the ones that are good. So you can only compare archetype to archetype. Like, I can compare this list to see how many good Morfrost they played relative to other Morfrost decks, but I can't compare it to another, like just a generic deck, right? Because you're not playing generic cards, you're playing a specific deck that has a specific focus strategy. Now, unfortunately, the barometer still holds here because if this archetype was good, we would expect at least half of Top Cut to be on the archetype. So technically the barometer still works, but there is a caveat here where you can't necessarily use the barometer to gauge how well built a deck is if it's an archetype deck. So that I should throw that out there, that there are caveats to the rule. So this is 3, 3, 3. They're all 3 ofs except for Indus, which I guess if you're playing Tornagion is fine, but I think I would still want to fit rabbits in here. Like, you could cut, like, a bat, a terraform, and, like, a scorpion for 3 rabbits. Or, like, another Narpoon and, like, 2 rabbit, and then cut a Tornagion, like a Windgen. Like, the thing with the rabbit is, like, rabbit finds you counter runes, which means that it's good. So, like, we want the rabbit to dig for the counter runes because we want to see the counter runes to develop our strategy. And unfortunately, when you cut the rabbit, the whole deck gets less consistent because you have fewer counter runes to make your strategy, like, resolve fewer times, yada, yada, yada. So I think rabbit would have been necessary here. So let's take a look at this.
Once again, archetype. This one is playing 3 of everything with 3 Scorpion in the side. Oh dear God. This one bad, or this one bad, this one good. Thinkies. Don't do this. But hey, look, Crash Scorch. Shaz Crash Scorch. 3, 6, 9. Aurora Borealis is kind of a counter in this deck. Kind of. But only if you play more Frost Scorpion form, which they don't. Synergies are worth cutting good cards. It's just there are 3 good synergies and they're all in Frost. That's sometimes true, yeah. I would caution using that exact phrasing though, because that is an easy noob trap. A very common noob trap is to think that synergies are more important than card quality, and it's like patently false. Synergies are less important than card quality, but if they are synergies that are also high card quality, then it's worth cutting. But also, you're a maniac for cutting the rabbits at Tractor. Another more Frost deck. Blah 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 blah. 2/2/2 Moralith. We cut Rabbit for Moralith? Bruh. There's only one card in the deck that wants things in the underworld. Oh, maybe they're a Pokemon player and they think discard is the same as mill. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe they think that Bat triggers off Morlith? Question mark? 3, 6, Frigicub, E. Yo, Electric! Synergies are more important than quality when they're based. Yo, so true, actually. Eddie in the side deck at least is consistent with Barometer Theory. Where they know it's a good card, but they don't main it. Yar. None of these are the Josh Net deck. 3, 7, 10. No, this is only 8 counter-ins as well, and 1 Zeus. Damn. At least they played it out. This guy played it out to 8 rounds. Went 3 and 5. Unfortunate. People Pokemon players is that bad now? Hey, I didn't say that they were bad because they're a Pokemon player. I'm just saying that they misunderstand what discard means because they're a Pokemon player, potentially. Postamoose. Jaws the Brewlock. This is the Brewlock archetype. 1-3 Brewlock deck. Let's do our good card count. This is 3. Not 3, 6, 7. So we're at 7. Let's do the same thing for runes. 3, 6, 8. Yeah. I really hate that, like, we can just ignore everything else they're doing and just count how many good cards are in their deck and then just move on. 1 Galaxy again. What is with people playing only 1 Galaxy? This deck doesn't even play Foamy. They don't even have that excuse. I'm gonna scream. This one has 10. Okay, this one at least has 10 good cards, which is at least like half of their dudes are good dudes. So let's see what goes wrong here. Well, they're playing Artemis. They're playing 2 Artemis, which is Psycho. I know Brewlock, like... Well, I guess Artemis is searchable because of Fawnlight, but like you only need 1. Because you just search the 1 and hold it until you're ready to do the play. They're also playing Divine Healing. Yikes. Pulveror is... Yikes. They're playing Theraheart. Yikes. Postamoose. Yikes. Oh, right. That's the point of the deck. Yikes. Kamalis. Yikes. Like, I guess correct, but like, yikes. Postamoose with Artbud. Oh, this is the starter deck. Wait. I think Law missed that there's 2 Earthquake in this deck. This is literally the fucking starter deck. And this didn't get put into the starter deck pile. Oh, hey, look, Brewlock.
So Brulok started out 5-0 and then 1x3, and it was really funny. So let's 3, 6, 8, 10 at the time. All right, I can't flame Brulok too badly because he's my ride to locals. But also, Brulok, what the fuck, man? Why are there 3 Artemis? How did you go 5-0 with this, dog? Oh, yeah, hold on. Can we get Curse of Law for this one, please? Thanks. Brulok might go. God, can we please flame Brulok? Like, wait, hold on. Can I get the flowchart? Wait. Where's the flowchart? Where's the flowchart? Hold on. I gotta go to the server. Did somebody pin the flowchart? Has image. Where's the flowchart? Brulok made a when to search Posthumous flowchart for Posthumous because he's the expert on this deck, of course. I found it. Okay, how to play Comalis in Posthumous. Step 1, cast Comalis. Question 1, did I get Gorgons? Yes, obviously. There's no other option. It just always gets Gorgons. So let's go to the other parts of the flowchart. Do you have an established board? Yes. Maybe you get Moose. Maybe Moose. Let's go back. Comalis. Are you guaranteed to live? Yes. Okay, then you search Comalis. No, you also search Comalis. Comalis, do you have Moose already in your hand? Yes? Then you search Comalis or Spectres. No? Well, then you still search Comalis. Comalis, oh no, I'm dead. You search Comalis. Are you feeling spicy? No? Search Comalis. Yes? Search Porky Wraith. There is no Porky Wraith in his deck, by the way. So, the best part about the flowchart, the best part about the Brulok flowchart, is there's only one node where you search Moose, and the keyword is maybe! It's maybe Moose! And every other line, it says search Comalis. Brulok was on Fair Guys. Oh my god, there was 2 Comalis that went 5-3? Hold on. This one. Oh, this one's Brulok then. Hold on. Okay, so I can flame this person. Let's go to the Brulok special. Hold please. 3, 6, 9, 11. Oh my god! Oh, good ratio! Oh, 11. He's still on 2 Artemis. I'm going to scream. And he's on Divine Healing. What the hell is wrong with you, Brulok? 3, 6, 10, 12. Okay. At least Brulok's deck is almost well built. There's only 2 things wrong with it, other than the fact he's playing Posthumous, which is that there's 2 Artemis and a Divine Healing in the deck. Other than that, this deck list looks good. I think you just cut 1 Artemis and 1 Divine Healing for 2 other good cards. Sides Toxfogs? Yeah, they're here. And there's the, this guy. This guy's really good. I don't remember his name. Necrolith? But yeah, no. This is a good list. Except for the Artemis and the Divine Healing. Those are the only cards that I think that you should cut in this list. And you would probably just want to play 2 more good Alestrals. So like, or just like 1 and 1 of something. So like a 3rd Galaxy and like a 3rd Shield or a 3rd PTA, and I think this list would be like perfect. Those would be the only things I would change in this deck, other than like, hey, don't play Posthumous. Yeah, thumbs up. Thunder. We got Sonicor. I'm sorry, hold on, wait. What was the other Sonicor under? This is not the first time that we've seen Sonicor. So why was that Sonic? Oh Jesus! All right, let's do barometer. 3, 6, 7. 7. Awesome. Also, there's four spirits on the side.
I guess for what they're playing it for, I guess it's fine, but like, Vol. Oh right, it was Vol Tempest. That's right. Okay, wait, hold on. This one has to be Stellar Kristoff. Stellar Kristoff is the only human being in the world that ever plays Gadabalt in anything. Honestly, going 5-3 with Gadabalt in your deck, kind of impressive. I'm not gonna lie. 3, 6, 8. Eight counter runes with Nectar? I don't like that. That seems very bad. That seems very bad. Nectar bad. Gadabalt bad. Let's do our 2 Eddie. 6. There are 6 good Alestrals in this deck. It was on Sonic. Oh my god! Oh good lord, there's 2 of them. Wait. Oh, thank God. Oh my god, there were 2 Gadabolts. That's crazy that 2 people played Gadabolt and went 5-3. This one also played 4 Fire Spirits and 3 Eruptions. Keep in mind, this isn't... Wait, these guys had to be friends. Look at the rune lineup. It's the same. This is almost card for card the same deck. This is card for card the same main deck. What? Once again, we see 2 people, 2 individuals building a rogue deck, agreeing on everything, and both signing up with it. But they both disagreed on the side, I guess. And this guy played 4 Eruptions. That's crazy. Oh, here's the Electronite guy that demolished Adrian, probably. 3, 6, 7, 10 at the time. I'll Mercy give the Doppelganger for 11 out of 23. I think this fails the barometer test. So this must be Stellar Kristoff now, right? So 3, 6, 9, 10 out of 18. Sure. The Forest Spirits track for what cards they're siding. Yeah, side deck seems fine. Spoiled Fruit, there should probably be boom bets, but everything else seems fine, I guess. Yeah, seems fine. Chronodile. These are always the best deck lists ever. Chronodile 0-3 drop. Yeah, this one was Chris. Yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense. Chronodile 0-3 drop. We got 2, 4, 6. 6. There's 6 Alestrals here. And then there's Chronodile stuff. Oh god, Drops of Leaf, get me out. Why do they always... What is with Chronodile players and playing Drops of Leaf? Every Chronodile player adores this card. I don't understand. And they also adore, like... Prage. 3, 6, 9, 10. Okay, 10 out of 20. However, the remaining 10 are Aephros, Dratagua, Schnark, Searching High Tide. There's only 8 counterings in this deck. Circleless guy. Okay. 1 and 5. Let's do barometer. 3, 6. I'm sorry. Hold on. 3, 6. But look at these remaining Lestrals. Tadpuff, Coastalith, Nomodile. There's not even Chronodile in this deck. This is just Nomodile. Oh, wait, no, hold on. No, there it is. Never mind, sorry. My bad. Ugh. Two, 4, 7, 9. My head hurts. My Christ. This went 2 and 3, by the way. There were people that had competent decks built that had a worse record than this. This has, by the way, 0 good Alestrals. Based on the barometer, this is the first deck I've seen that has had 0 good Alestrals. No Rabbits, no Eddies, no Galaxies. 0. Instead, we play Luxomare. One shield, one PTA. I'm gonna move on. Barabong inside. Yo, Barabong! Hold on. Where's Barabong? Post your Barabongs if you have them. There's a Galaxy inside. Oh, I'm sorry. I was only counting main deck when I've been doing my counts. But you're right. There is a singleton Galaxy in this deck, which means that out of the 40 or the 55 cards in their Alestral strategy, one singular card in their deck, in their side deck, would fall onto the good card list. And it's Galaxy. Winbox. 1 and 6. My go. Let's go. Hold on. We have to resume you. If you played out to 1-6, like, we gotta look at this. They had 3 Rabbit, which means that they're doing better than some people. 3 Rabbit. Yo, shout out to Peliquarius. That card's broken. I'm sorry. Is this 25? 26 Alestrals. You know, I have to give respect to this player because they might have jammed 26 Alestrals in their deck, but even they knew to play at least 8 counter runes, which is more than can be said about some people that were in this tournament. Which is crazy. I'll count the Sorlets. We've had our discourse. Okay. After counting the Sorlet, there are 6 good Alestrals. Out of 26. Out of 26, counting Sorlet, there are 6. And also there's Circle the Sky in the deck. This is my abs. And there's a 10-card side deck. What a fucking hero. I love this caster. All right, 3, 5. Let's do Barometer. 3, 6. I'll count the Sorlets. 6. This is twice now where I've said I'll count Sorlet, and then there's only 6 good Alestrals. 6. Okay, we got 3, 6, 3 Pikas, 2 Folicanes, Chrysaors. I'm gonna run out of beer. Holy fuck. Okay, we got 4. Okay, hold on, big jump. 4, 4. 3, 4, 5, counting Sorlet. All right. Somehow, I counted Sorlet, and this list that went 4, 4 has gone down in good dude count. So we're at 5. A 5 out of 17. 3, 4, 7, 9, 11. Divine Healing. Okay, Divine Healing in Wind specifically, I think is a lot less troll than anywhere else. This is the only deck where I look at Divine Healing and I say, yeah, kinda. But only because of the MS Paint demonstration we had earlier explaining why Aeolus is terrible and you should never play it. At least until we get, like, better cards. Because, like, eventually Aeolus will be, like, the best Divine in the game. That's not the case now. Also, 2 Ambro. Shout out to 2 Ambro. 5... Holy... Bro, they're trying to smokescreen into Vol Tempest. Holy shit. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm not gonna tell you guys what I'm playing tomorrow, allegedly. But at one point there was a Vol Tempest in my side deck. That's all I'm gonna say. It's not there anymore, but I was siding Vol Tempest up until yesterday. So like, you're cooking, but please stop. Tower of Winds box. What in the fuck? Pantera jump scare. Chrysor jump scare. Oh my god, it's 15s. It's wind 15s. Somebody asked me to review Poseidon earlier, and I like missed it. But Poseidon is very good if you put Pantera in your deck. So yeah, let's do our barometer. 2, 3, 6, 9, 11. Okay, we hit the half benchmark. So what went wrong? Oh yeah, we're playing Aeolus and Tower of Winds, and we're not playing the Aeolus value theory here. But this still did do 5-3. I mean, like, that's decent enough. But like, oh god, dude. Also, there's only 7 counter runes. I'm gonna be so for real. I don't know how they manage this. Hats off to this caster. Burn. Trauma. O2 burn. No side deck. Awesome. Barometer time. I'll count Necrof. 3. And it's Necrof. Also, we're only on 13 Alestrals. That's awesome. And 2 of them are in Fornax. Awesome. There's 3 Nectars. 9 counter runes. Okay, that's pretty good at least. 3 Nectars. 3 Ambrose. Okay. Eruptipoo. Okay. 03. We got, hold on, barometer. 3, 4. 4. We do have Aeolus. And we do have Aeolus value theory, I guess. But let's do subtractions now. This is 3. So what is this? 17 minus 3 is 14. And I feel like we can just subtract every wind Alestral because they're all bad. And Toxion. So that's... we're playing 4, guys. Oh, but there's Throatlets in the side. Okay, we got Krakatoa. What is with the burn players and not playing side decks? That's 2/3 of the burn players are just not playing sides. Let's do barometer. Hold on. 3. Okay. On 3 with Pandasins, Valkyries, Kinleo. I'm in so much pain, dog. Where's the Aviolith multiplier? Oh yeah, did they get like a multiplier bonus? Oh, that's crazy. Okay. Draco Ray. Here we have Draco Ray, Aeosdale, 2/4. We got 3. Hold on, barometer. 2. You know what? I'll count Calfmel. I'll count Calfmel because after Dallas, this one picked up. 4. Yikes. This one's up 4. I'm just going to start skipping them if they don't pass barometer. 3, 4, 6, 9 out of 18. Okay, I'll take a look. Oh, actually even more if I count Calfmel. So, good deck, moment, but it is playing Draco Ray. They went 3, 4. They're playing the Moonrise because of Draco Ray, sure. Luxomare is weird, like, I guess. Like, you can whiff off, you can, like, hit off of it sometimes. They are playing Argo, so Argo, good card. But let's see, 3, 5, 7, 9 counter runes. That's probably where this went wrong, is 9 counter runes. Also, they're playing 3 artifacts, which feels bad. And, like, if we take out for subtractions, this is, like, only 15 Alestrals. And, like, half of them are rune dudes. Yeah, I see where this went wrong. Thunderbolt spotted. Yeah, T-Bolt of Zeus, goated card. I wish that card was better. I really wanted it to be good. 3, 6, 9, 12 at the time. 15. I feel like I'm being generous counting Kafmel, but like I'll say that these are all good cards. It seems well built enough. 3, 5, 8, 10. 10 counter runes. Nectar is bad theory, unfortunately. So that's probably part of why. Hurricane in decks that don't need Hurricane is also usually pretty bad. This is not a deck that needs Hurricane. So like these could have been Cryoblasts in the main. These could have been back rows. Or like Zeus. Like these could have been Zeus's, these could have been Cryoblast. You could have cut something for an Elichake and this would have been a lot better, I think. And then side deck incomplete. Penter! We're not counting Lavalith? No, it doesn't meet the barometer standards. Penter, Scorpions. Jesus. This is 24 Alestrals. With 2 Twindra, by the way. Hold on, barometer. 1. Yo, Redux, have a good night. Oh, hold on. We side 1 Astrabbit, obviously. This, I think, I'm going to say that this is cards I own moment. Because they're on like 222 of all the background. I'll open your stream before the premiere tomorrow. I hope I get done with this early enough, because I might sleep through the premiere if I don't. 3, 5, 6. I'll count to 9. 9 out of 21. Yeah, that fails bar. This doesn't look like the worst pent list in the world, though. I would cut Pika instead and Boombats, probably. And just play, like, the 3rd Astrabbit and other good cards. That's probably what's wrong here. Fulgorix. Aviolith multiplier. There's no multiplier! 2 Circle the Sky. Oh, dear God. Let's see. 3, 6. Argo! Okay, that's a multiplier. 3, 6, 8. 10. But no Tsunamis. That's gotta be a mistake. And we're also on Bag of Winds. Artemis, like, Bow of Artemis, Bag of Winds, Artemis, Divine Healing. These are all terrible cards. Tornado, interesting. Like, I do like Tornado. And Ale is bad. Like, here's the problem. Like, because, like, let's look at this. I didn't even do barometer. 3, 6, 7, 9, 12. Like, we do have good Alestrals in this deck. So the Alestrals don't seem like it's really the problem here. The issue seems to be that, like, we're playing a bunch of really bad runes. And that's where I would probably say that this deck list went wrong. Oh, yeah, Ambrosia's in the side, by the way. Oh, God, Fulgorix went 5-3? What the fuck? 3, 6, 9, 12. So 12 good dudes. Gloombat, I think that Gloombat counts as, like, -5, though. Like, I hate this card. I think this card's awful. But, like, the rest of this seems fine. Like, these seem fine. The Gloombats are okay. Jolton for the Temple is okay. I would probably play an extra Jolton because we're light on good dudes. And, like, cut one of these. A Nectar is weird. 3, 6, 8. No Tsunami. Oh, Tsunami's on the side. Yeah, those should have been in the main for sure. Yeah, I think they definitely should have cut, like, Hurricane, Nectar, and, like, fuck, dude, like, there's a lot, like, I guess this kind of counts because they have this, but, like, yeah, there's some, like, funky stuff going on here. Lunar Phase, here we have an O3 drop. This one has 2, let's do barometer, 2, 4, 7 real Alestrals, but they're only playing 13 Alestrals. So technically this does pass barometer. But here's why barometer is not the best metric. They're only playing 13 Alestrals. So the ratio is fine. However, please play more Alestrals. Here we have a 2-6 Volclips. Let's do barometer. 3, 6. 6 out of was that 16? But let's do subtractions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they're playing like 11 real Alestrals, and of those 11 real Alestrals, 5 of them are rune dudes, so they're really only playing 6 Celestrals total. They're also only playing 1 Ambrosia and siding another one. Let's see, Pharaohgeist. Finally, this is starting to go fast. 3 Eddie, 3, so 3, 6, 7, 10 at the time. I'll say, what is that? 11, 14. Okay, so all mostly good dudes. Let's see. 3, 3, 5, 7, 9. Ah, there it is. It's only 9 counter runes. There should be 2 more. Like, Lunar Phase doesn't count. Yeah, that's the problem. They needed to cut Crowd Blast. 3, 6, 7, 10, 13. Okay, good dudes. Is this going to be the same thing? 3, 3, 7, 9, 11. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense why I went 5-3. So they trimmed a lot of the fat, and oh look, they did better. They're playing Temple and Waxing Gibbous. I think that this stuff would be better suited if they had Werepup in the deck, though, which they don't. I think the advice here would probably just be to fit Werepup in their deck, maybe. But I think Dimax did do well with a deck that looked a lot like this later in the format. So I think this probably looks fine. It's probably just the side deck that needs cleaning up. Phosphocell, 3, 4, 4. Oh, wait, 7. I'll count the Lumer. So 7 out of 20 fills Barometer. 2, 5, 6, 9, 12 out of 21. Actually 13 because of the calf mount, so that'll pass. But they are playing some yucky guys like Larvacell, good in the deck. Boombat, awkward. Armadon's awkward. Those should probably be more copies of Calfmel rather than Armadons. And then this should probably be the 3rd Eddie. And this could probably be the 3rd Larvacell, would be my guess. And then, let's see, 3, 6, 10. 10 seems fine, I suppose. I would probably want to cut, like, 1 Alestral and then play, like, 1 more Shield. That'd probably be fine. Siding into Nobby and Galaxy seems fine. I don't like Nobby, but, I mean, they already got the spec. So this seems fine. Game plan seems fine. They went 5-3. With a little bit of refinement, this could probably be 6-2 or 7-1 maybe. Solar, 4 Solar. Let's check for Barometer. 3, 5, 3, 5, 8. I see the problem. 3, 5, 8. Let's check for anything wacky. 3, 6, 8. Yeah, no, nothing too crazy. Apollo 2. 2. It's only 2. There's only 2. Yeah. Wait, this went 5-3. What the hell? 2. Hold on. 2, 3, 6, 8. Oh, this defies all logic. They're on Leo Bright as well. 17 solar. Bro, somebody needs to check in on these solar casters that like play infinite solar. These people are a different breed. I don't know what it is. Like I think that this is just the gift of Apollo. Boy math, go Burr. Yeah, literally. All right, Wasp Ivy 5-3. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 7. 7 out of 19 fails Barometer, but it's interesting because it's Wasp Ivy. 3, 6, 9, 11. So decent ratios. Tunics. They don't have Necklace, which is probably an issue. Like I know you want to cast Tunic, but like Necklace is really good. So I would want one Necklace in here to synergize with the Lynx. So that's probably just the only place where they could improve this. Oh, Boombat in the main could probably be something better. As well as like Eddie Ware, like Eddie Doko. Yeah. And then the side deck is weird. This is Tectaurus, Spectrus, Bloombat. This just seems like cards I own. 5-3 Wasp Ivy. This is 3. Ooh, actually, there's a lot of good cards. 1, 3. like 1, 3, 6, 8, 9, 12 out of 18. That's perfect numbers. That's 3, 6, 9, 11. Only one shield feels really awkward. The Laurels probably should have been another shield. Or Hurricane. Hurricane doesn't really feel like it's good in this deck. Those should have probably been Crab Blasts. Yeah, that's what I think I would change here. One-offs. Oh, thank God. All right, we finally made it to the almost... We're about halfway through. How long has the stream been? How long has the stream been? We're about halfway through. Please say that... okay, it's been 4.5 hours. And I'm only through Dallas. Ah! It's okay. I think we can clear by midnight, boys. I think we can clear by midnight. I think we can clear by midnight if we go fast and we use the barometer method. So Water Nexus, Aphros, already off to a bad start. So 3, 4, 7. 7 out of what is that? 16? So E. 2. Okay, let's actually just use the old method. Hold on. So this is 7 out of 16, but then the remaining guys are all Rune dudes. Like, this one's just strictly bad. Rune dude, Ascension. So really, the only good cards in the deck are also the only real cards in the deck. Yeah, easy peasy. This is the literal Imperial starter deck. I'm gonna... And they went 1 and 3! The literal Imperial starter deck did better than this. It has 2 counter runes in it. Also, fun fact, looking at this deck, there is literally no reason to play this ever, because there's not even like a card that's banned or limited on here. It's playing 1 Laurels, 2 Rabbits, and 1 Elechic. Like, yeah, maybe if this had 3 Elechic and like Zeus, sure. But it's 1 Elechic for Keon. Incredible. There's not Arcolith? Oh, they cheated. Tee. They cheated. Tee. Pharaoh has 2 Laurels? Oh. Then I guess that's the other Laurels. I guess they took the Imperial starter deck, but... Oh! You want to know what it is? How much you want to bet that they didn't know that if you play a starter deck, card for card, it can be, like, you can play limited cards, right? So what if they cut the second Laurels for the Arcolith to make it tournament legal? I think that's what happened. That's awesome. Here's a water toolbox that went 1 and 7, by the way. And it plays 1 Gorgon's Gaze. It sides the other 2. There are 2 Argos. Let's do our barometer real quick, because I just saw the dude line up. That's 0. 0. Oh, hold on, Galaxy's in the side. Okay, it's not as bad as the other list. At least the other list only had 1 Galaxy in the side. What's funny is that both decks, where they played 0 of the good Alestrals in their main, both of them did side Galaxy. Which means that even the worst built decks play Galaxy, which means that Galaxy is the best card in Alestrals. This has been science. We did this with science. Also, 4 fire for 2 Chains of Prometheus. Suppression control. I don't know what that means. I guess it's Necrolith Turbo. 3, 4, 6. I'll count the Sorlets. 6, 8 with Spectrus out of 15 Alestrals. Technically, they pass Barometer, but the other cards in their deck are bad. So, once again, the technical world of, yeah, okay, sure, we do pass Barometer. However, the other cards in our deck are all awful. That is another recurring trend of deck lists that do poorly, that technically pass Barometer. And Fortnite, Zephyrog, 2 and 6. I'm sorry, what? Hold on, let me find the drops of Leaf. I'm sure that there'll be one in here. Oh my god, there's not. 2, 5. 5. There are 5 good Alestrals here. This is just mystifying. Is that Helios in the main? What is this? These are the Gulag deck lists, because we got the 2 Gorgons main and the 1 in the side. You know, this is like, we've seen multiple like Gorgons, like some Gorgons, like split up. You know that you're in for a day whenever you see Gorgons not at 3 in the main deck. So 2, 4 counter rooms. 6 if you count any of these other ones that are allegedly counter rooms. Yeah, this is awesome. Here we have a Solar Scrap. I see. We have Photosynthesis. Thank you, Curse of Law. Can we get a Curse of Law in chat? Let's count good Alestrals. 2, 1, 3, 6, 7, 9, 12, if I'm counting the solar guys. And let's say, what is that, like 17? I guess I shouldn't count Calf-Mal, technically. It's just been really popular lately. 3, 6, 7, 10. Like, it still passes. So that's 7 or 10 out of 18. So that passes. 3, 6. I mean, this looks like a good Photosynthesis list in the main deck, at least. Bo can tell me if I'm wrong about this. It looks fairly like solid, except for no Heliolith. I think that's the only thing that's missing from this deck. Like Hurricane is random, so like I guess you cut like what, 1 Lestragon and 1 Hurricane for 2 Heliolith, and then that would just be like somewhat standard Photosynthesis. And then the side deck, we see Galaxy appear on the side again, classic. 14 card side, Yar, okay. 3/5 mil. 3, 6. Yeah, that's 6. Shout outs to Salashade, my goat though. He looks so like dope. I love Salashade. So let's see, 3, 4, 10. 10 counter runes, 2 Nectars, awkward. Thunderstorm, awkward. 3 Volcanic Forge, I guess. Sure. Blazers O2K, oh dear god. The whole deck is red. 3. And that's with me counting Necrof. Ooh, Jesus. 2. Oh, god damn it, the court is on the side again. Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that this person only owns the Trifernal starter deck. Oh, that doesn't even work because they have 3 Chains of Prometheus. Fuck. I'm just gonna move on from that. Wait. Maybe that does work. Maybe they only own 3 Cryo Scorch starter decks, and they think Tsunami is a really bad card. Got it. Earthseer. Shout out to Bears. 3, 6, 8. Only 8 counters. Also, there's a Shiver Roar in here. There's 2 Shiver Roars in here. And a Glaciersa. And also 0. And no galaxy. This is the first 0 no galaxy that we found. And this one 4/4. But oh wait! We can't barometer this. This is an archetype. That's right. I forgot my own rules. This is an archetype, so we can't technically count it. I think probably where this went wrong is too many random ascensions. So like Glaciersa, Madursa, Shiveror. Like I would just play the one Glaciersa probably. Also, like, cut some of the bears, because some of them are bad. Like, Ursmog, kind of bad. Only 2 don't poke has to be wrong. 3 eruption seems bad. So just, like, maybe squeeze in rabbits, eddies, and, like, more background, you'd be good. Let's see. Fire Nexus at 5/3. This one has, let's check barometer, 3, 4... 6, 8, 10 if I count the Necrof, so it does pass. 3, 5, 8, 10 counter runes. 2 Hurricane. I don't like Hurricane in Fire Nexus, because Hurricane's the card that beats Fire Nexus, and you don't really have like a crazy push in this deck. So like, I don't love that. Those could probably be Cryoblasts. 3 Volcanic Forge seems like a lot. I'm not the biggest fan of Forge and Fire, but like, if you're gonna play pure Fire Nexus, I think you have to play it. Yeah, that seems fine. Side deck seems kinda whatever. We have the like one of, so like, that's like the indecisiveness. Yada yada yada. All right, finally. Oh, thank God. Oh, boys, if you're drinking with me, cheers. If not, also cheers. We've finally made it to top 16. Top 16 has what I think is fairly representative of the Moonrise meta, or at least at the time, it being like 3 Lunar Aggros, 3 Fire Nexus, 2 Blue Strix, 2 Tornadian, 2 Wind 5s, 1 Heal Stall, 1 Lunar 5s, a Pent, and a Solar Scrap, or Photo. So, if we look at this is really, like, 3 5s decks, 2 Blizz, or, like, 3 5s decks, 2 Tornadians, 2 Blizz, 3 Lunar Aggros, 3 Fire Nexus, and then some, like, other solid strategies that kind of snuck in there, right, with good pilots. And the thing with a lot of these decks is, like, we expect, like, pretty much all of these. Fire Nexus is the weird one, but me and Justin, a long time ago, like, before, like, even pre-Dallas, had this theory that low-key, Fire Nexus might be the best deck in the format. And I think that eventually by the end of the stream, I'm willing to bet that Fire has potentially the most tops in all of Moonrise format, if it is not Lunar Aggro. It's either Lunar Aggro or Fire Nexus that has the most tops. Because for what I remember prior to the Dallas streams is thinking to myself, damn, there's a lot more Fire Nexus in Top Cut than I would have expected. You know, they never make it to the finals or anything, but they top consistently. And so I have this theory that Fire Nexus was low-key the best deck of the format. So this is actually why I played Fire for the last premiere, is Fire is, like, low-key the best deck of the format, and the issue has just been that none of the top players have been playing it. But, like, because it's so good, you know, people are still converting with it consistently, even though they're not, like, you know, the people who are always in Top Cut, like, every tournament. And I think that there is a world where we have all potentially just, like, said, either Fire is, like, not the best deck because we think blah, blah, blah is the best deck, or, yeah, Fire is really good, but I'm just not going to play it. So, like, all the people who are consistently, like just skill checking their way into Top Cut are just not playing Fire, but Fire is still just so good that, like, people just keep getting into Top Cut with it. And that's what I think might have been happening. Because I think fire has a lot more tops than like anyone would have predicted. The very different old and current lunar aggro builds into one, it maybe passes it. Yeah, that's why I think lunar aggro has the most, is because there's a lot of decks that I would classify as lunar aggro that have been classified as like other stuff. Like, for example, how people call Earth lunar aggro, they call it Lego. It's literally just lunar aggro. It's still lunar aggro. And the same thing with like the fire, like what some people might call Fire Nexus that I played at the last premiere. That was also lunar aggro. It was just lunar aggro with a different sub-engine, with the sub-engine being either Earth or Fire or just like no sub-engine in like the earlier lists, and just being like the sub-engine was what's it called, Navi. So that's where I think the confusion has gotten, is that some people were saying like, oh well, it's not lunar aggro if it doesn't have Navi in it, because like that's the definitive card. And it's like, well, not really. Like, the thing that made it lunar aggro is it's like you play all the good aggro Alestrals, like all the good beaters, all the good like aggressive Alestrals, plus like a lunar package. And the lunar package is usually just Werepup and sometimes a Navi too. For most topping decks, since the builds are so different. But that's the thing that I'm saying, is that if you look at all those decks, they're actually not that different. There's only like 4 or 5 cards that are different in any of them, and it's just the sub-engine. Like, if there's 19 Alestrals in the deck, like every time, 15 of them are the same in every single one of those decks. And it's just like, oh, I'm playing Earth Lunar aggro, so instead of playing Navi, I play 1 Equilinx, 1 Rummagem, 1 Mudlet, and Moss Station. Like, it's literally just take out the Navis, play some flavor. Or like, for the Fire variant, it's take out the Navis, put in 2 Kinleo, 2 Small Tuga, and then like, you cut one of the 5 beaters, so either you cut Galaxy or you cut Spectrus, and then you play 2 Necrof, and then that's it. But like all the slots are like staying the same, right? Like, all the roles are still the same roles in the deck, and what's changing is just like the flavor of the week, right? So that's why I would count them all as the same deck. But we know how deck classification in this game goes sometimes. Yeah. Argo becoming popular is a really big deal for its success, since it matches up really well into Argo and abuses Argo itself. I don't think that Fire matches up well into Argo. I don't think that's true, actually. I think that Fire just naturally matches up into everything, because Kinleo says destroy an Alestral. Decks that I think match up well into Argo are stuff like Heal, Penterror, Voltempest. Like, those are decks that I think match up well into Argo, because they're trying to do stuff that Argo doesn't answer, if that makes sense. So I guess like in that sense, like it matches up well into Argos, because you're like popping the dude and like not walking into it. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, actually. No, I can get behind that. I can get behind that. Yep, okay, I can live with that. Let's see. So now let's do our counts for Top Cut. So 3, 4, 7, 9. So this one's only playing 9, but we see some of the roll compression. This is Big Kahuna. Shout out to Big Kahuna if they're still in chat. But the cards that we do see is like, we see our Nexus users, we see our like Ash Rabbits, Lavalith. So like, these guys are niche, but they all fill like similar roles to other good cards. They change up decks just to call it a new cute name. Yeah, I agree. Like, for example, like, here we're calling it Solar Scrap. And then, like, because Bo calls it Photosynthesis, we call it Photosynthesis. I think Photosynthesis, like, I think it's a good enough name, like, to where I think we can call it that. But, like, you can also just call it Solar Scrap. Like, that is what it is. It's, like, the artifact, like, it's the Argo deck plus, like, some solar guys, because that was like an old archetype. So I think that there's stuff like that, like lunar fives, wind fives, like these are still fives, right? Like these all like seem pretty well named in my mind. Like I would have to assume for the top 16. But like I know that if Alestrals put this out here, it wouldn't be 3 Fire Nexus, 3 Lunar Aggro, 3 fives, 2 Blistrix. Like all of these fives would have different names. On my Dallas deck, how's stream still going? Sasha's, we're still on Dallas, bro. We're finally at the end of Dallas, but we're still on Dallas. So let's look at this Fire Nexus deck. It has the 2 Ash Rabbit, which I don't love, but I don't hate. I would just switch one of the Ash Rabbits for a second Small Tuga. And I would probably find space for a third Eddy in here, probably over one of the Necruffs. Because the second Small Tuga would count both as the third Necruff and the second Ash Rabbit. As well as let you fit in that Eddy. So for math, I think the second Small Tuga is better in that slot. But otherwise, dude, lineup looks fine. I think if you're going to play Rummikul Forge, I would also play Stoke, personally. But they were on the Eruption main deck, which I think became a bit of a trend after this tournament, because it's been trending for a little while now. Dark fucked up Eruption, or Dark fucked up Ambro is a good card, I guess. 3, 6, 9, 11. So all very solid here. Look at the side deck. We have our Blistrix Hate. We have the Spoiled Fruit. Again, I'm not a fan of Spoiled Fruit versus Heal, but I think that a lot of people don't know how to play against Heal, so it makes sense. And it's like, it's fine. It's whatever. Let's see. Hurricane, I think it's better in the side than in the main, so I like that. Crab Blast, sure. Got to play it somewhere. Galaxies, sure. No Spectrus is interesting, but I guess like we kind of fell off Spect by this point in the metagame, I think, and I think that's why Calfmel saw a resurgence, is because everybody cut Spect. The one Warmite's interesting though. I like that. That's cute as like a search target, but I think that's more justification for wanting to play the second Small Tuga. So I think those would really be the only things I would change is like fit a second Small Tuga, bump Eddy up to 3, like so do the math changes, and then fit a third Small Tuga in the side for when you go first. That's probably all I would do. Is the other main? Oh yeah, there is no Argo in here. Yeah, I don't like that. I would want to play Argo in here. But I guess like if you have the 3 Forge, it's fine. Yeah, like it's hard to fit with the Eruptions, but you're right. There is no Argo in here. I don't love that. But then we have Rybot, which I'm gonna scream. I hate you so much for this shit. I hate you so much for this shit. I can see the trauma is right here. But let's take a look. So I do like this. He is doing the ratio I talked about with the 2 Small Tuga, which I do think is better. But he's only on the 2 Eddy, which I think is incorrect always. 2 Eddy feels bad, but we did move the Galaxies to the main. So like I see it when you're trying to squeeze stuff in. I would have just like found something to cut for the 3rd Eddy. But the rest of this seems fine. These are all good guys. I would actually just cut the 3rd Kinleo, personally. I really only think 2 Kinleo is necessary, because you don't really want to run this card out until you already have stuff on the board. But other than that, like, all good ratios. Very good ratios. We do have the Argo, which is good. We do have the 2 Necklace, which is good, because I think that this deck wants to run Necklace and not Tunic. So 3, 5, 8, 10 counter-ins, that's fine. Personally, I would probably cut the Hurricanes for like the Cryo Blast, and then cut one of the Forges, maybe for another back row, like maybe the 3rd Argo. So that way you have both still another Nexus Bank, as well as another counter rune. But overall, well balanced. And then I actually did really like this because I started experimenting with this after Dallas because it cooked me so bad. The Krakatuga, like, no stone eruption bullshit, that shit was devious for time. Like, that shit was evil. So I like it. I don't think it's like optimal really, but like I do like it. Like it was cool. It cooked. 2 Thunderstorm, sure. Let's see. 2 PTA and Spoil Fruit. I think really the only things I would change in here, like the Thunderstorm seem fine, but I would pick either Thunderstorm or Hurricane, and I would lean towards Thunderstorm in this deck, I think. And then I would just make space for Specs on the side. So, I'm not sure who Akshar P is. Do we know who this is? I don't know who this is, but this is Blistrix. And this looks like the Josh Net deck. God damn it! It's the Josh Net deck. What a fucking screen. Yeah, this is literally Josh's main deck, plus slightly different side, I think, but the side looks fine. Luke Von Karma, shout outs to Mr. Von Karma. I think Danny, what he did is he took. Oh wait, no, he did change stuff because there's one Cryo Blast. I think what he mainly did though is he took a me and Justin deck from a previous premiere, almost card for card, because I don't think he plays Alestrals that often. And then he just showed up with it and like topped, which is crazy. So I think like now with the benefit of hindsight, we'd only play one full moon for like maybe the second Cryo Blast, and this would look fine. Also Argo somewhere. Argo somewhere would probably be fine. British player? Oh, this guy's a British player? Oh, that's crazy. Well, Joseph handed it to him. Ah, that would explain a lot. Sansley, shout out to San. This is also this is pretty close to the me and Justin list. Because I remember I was testing with San a little while before Dallas, and I gave her what at the time was my deck list, but I changed things. And this, I cannot believe you topped with only 2 Werepup. This is psychotic. That's like Giga Psycho. So I would, but like the rest seems like fine, right? Like Calfmel isn't bad in this deck. And then you could just, like I would just flip the Nobby and the Werepup ratios, and that's probably fine. Everything else seems fine. 3, 5, 7, 9 counter runes. That's not enough counter runes, but I think with like the benefit of hindsight, like you just flip these 2 ratios because, and then probably just cut like 1 Cryo Blast, 1 Full Moon, and then you just put in 2 more counter runes, and that's all fine. And then we have, just standard stuff on the side. Spoiled Fruit, I think, still bad though. Like this could just be anything else. Like these should probably be the Divine Blessings. Calfmel could, yeah, I think Calfmel was like super heads up because I think at this point most people are cutting Spect, right? Is that Torchin? That's psychotic. Okay, so now we have another Fire Nexus, and this one is super weird because this one is not like, okay, so if we go back to the other Fire Nexus, like, these Fire Nexuses look more like what I would consider to be normal Fire Nexus. This one is not playing Eddie anywhere, which is already psycho. There's no Smaltuga. It is playing Stoke, which I can get behind. But, and, like, the Warmites are, like, sure, okay. But where it gets, like, truly psychotic is Torchin, 2 Rhyceros on the side. I don't know what universe we're playing Torchin. But, like, that's kind of awesome. Yeah, I don't have anything to say about that. Here we have Ruli. Shout out to Ruli. They had the Win 5s. Let's see. This is... Oh, I like this a lot, actually. Hold on. 3 Eddie. So this is kind of what I would have played instead of Soren's deck. So when I said I like Soren's deck, this is the deck that I envision as like the Soren deck. Like instead of playing Follicanes and shit, just play other good cards. Because like these 5 here do really good. Like these do good heavy lifting. And then like the rest of the guys are here. So like I think that this is a really good deck. Like this I genuinely believe is good. The side deck is a little bit wonky. I don't really love the side. But the main deck I really like. I really like what's going on here. So this is 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, and I think that this was also a fantastic meta call at the time because it's kind of working in the same direction as the Lunar Aggro deck did, where we wanted to play the Earth version at the time to play Mudlet because change position felt really good. So this is like, what is this, 8 change position Nostrils, which feels crazy. Torch and Argo. Oh, that's crazy. 2 Ambro, man. I don't think 2 Ambro is even bad. Like, I've had this theory, and, like, Swole and I have been cooking the Ambrosia is a bad card, and we are only playing it because there aren't better cards to play theory for a year. Like, we have had the Ambrosia is a bad card theory for literally a year. I do think that you, like, play 3 Ambrosia, but I think there will eventually get to a point where we don't play 3 Ambrosia because it's just not necessary. But I don't think we're in that universe right now. Also, shout out to Blizzix. Let's go, Eddie's. This is the JoshNet deck. I'm gonna scream. God damn it! It's the JoshNet deck again. But we have the Chicago tech. Let's go Sorlet. Yeah, nothing to say about this. Let's go Sorlet. Let's see. We have Aurora with Lunar 5s. I think Dimax might have built this list. I don't remember. 3, 6, 9, 10. Yeah, like this is literally all good Alestrals. So like remember how before we were doing the barometer on like how many of your cards in your deck are cards you'd expect to see in Top Cut? This deck is literally just all good cards. There's literally no bad cards in this deck. And that's like kind of the thing, right? And like, would you believe that a deck that plays 0 bad cards made it to top 8? Crazy, right? And then siding the Werepup's super interesting. Like siding into Lunar Aggro I think is cool. Because it sides out perfectly with a Nabi package. Because you can go 3 for Werepups, 1 Leica Void, and then a Full Moon. So I like that theory. Because this is just the reverse of early Lunar Aggro side deck theory that we had, where you would side out one of the 2 engines. Shout out to Julian with the heal deck. This looks almost card for card. He played a 14 card side. I'm going to scream. And a Lockagon. I'm fucking screaming. There's no way. This is a really solid heal list. And, like, let's look at the dude count. It's like, okay, 3, 6, 9, like 10 good dudes and the niche dudes. But the niche dudes are the ones that make this deck what it is. It's just 6 healers. So, like, again, the niche dudes that we're playing aren't even bad. Like, they're good niche dudes. So, this makes sense. I like the 1 Boom Bat and the 2 Cryoblast, because me and Josh almost played heal control for this. Like, very last minute, we almost switched at, like, 3 in the morning to heal stall. But we're like, man, this deck is so bad without Cryoblast and, like, Boom Bat and stuff. Like, and it's too late for us to figure out the ratios. We're just going to play what we know. So, shout outs to this deck. So, I do like these changes. I don't love this side. Like, the 3 Spoiled Fruit, I really don't like Spoiled Fruit. Like, we need, like, Spoiled Fruit testimonials, because there were times, like, earlier in the format where I played Spoiled Fruit, and I kind of realized that this card wasn't very good when I was playing against heal decks. And I would go Astrab it, and I would see Spoiled Fruit in the cards that I was revealing, and I just wouldn't pick it. I would pick something else because I'm like, this card feels better here. Every time. And I would never choose the Spoiled Fruit, because every single time it was up against a card that just, in that game state, felt better every time. And that's where I kind of was like, I don't think this card's actually that good in that matchup. Like, the more that I think about it, I don't think it's actually that good because I keep picking other cards over it. Definitely prefer the solar version of this deck. Oh, I agree. I think the solar version's better. Adam, we got the Tornadian. This is the Tornadian list I've been wanting to show off this whole time. So this Tornadian list doesn't do the thing I was talking about. It doesn't do the thing, but it kind of started like the waking up of like, oh my god, you can do the thing, because we see the one Quackle in the deck, so that you can go reveal Quackle, Calfmel, Ambro, and always get healing off of Tornadian. And I think the only further step that needs to be taken, I don't know if people have played Tornadian since this tournament, because I think this is the last time it had like a really good showing at a tournament, if I remember correctly. Is you go one step further and it's like, okay, we sided Hurricanes, but we also play Tornado Thunderstorm. And like, instead of playing 2 Solar Field, we play 1 Solar Field, 1 Wind Field, or like, you know, something like that, just so that you can always like hit off of it, right? So that's the only thing that I would want to see different in a Tornadian list, but this is like the Tornadian deck list. Like, there's like nothing wrong with this deck as far as I can remember. Like 3, 6, 10. Yeah, Cryoblast in the main is correct for this deck. Hurricane side correct. Yeah, this all looks good. Like this is like near perfect for Tornadian. The only thing I would want to see different is like in the side deck, just like cut the spoiled fruits probably, and like a Wind Spirit, because we already played 2, and then just put in like a Tornado and like a Thunderstorm. I'll never play Tornado, but I get the idea. Nah, you have to play the Tornado. Tornado, good card. I did play around with Jolton Solar Stadium. Yeah, so I was doing the same thing where I was doing Jolton plus the 2 stadiums. But then I was just like, I could just play Tornado plus 2 stadiums and out it that turn guaranteed, rather than for 1 spirit, rather than having to wait a turn 30% of the time. But the thing that Hunter Surge is saying is like, what stadium decks do we even care about in the format? And the answer is there aren't any, other than Fire Nexus. But the thing with Fire Nexus is that it's better as Lunar Aggro. Like, there's a better Fire Nexus deck in Lunar Aggro than just playing pure Fire Nexus. So you kind of don't care about the stadium version of Fire Nexus. Yeah. But, like, if you do play against that variant, then having the stadium is good. So that's really the only thing. Here we have the Architects. Let's count our good dudes. We have 9 good dudes. And oh my god, it's the same concept. It's the Sorin deck, but we cut the bad cards and replaced them with good cards. And oh my god, it topped. That's crazy. It's like, it's actually extra crazy because I kind of wanted to play Wind 5s for this tournament, but I was locked in on the Earth deck and I was like, oh well, there'll be another day. There wasn't another day, but like, this deck is crazy. I do like this. And you know, it's crazy how it's the same concept as the other one that topped. We take the Sorin deck and we take out the bad cards. So I do like this a lot. And I think it was a good meta call for the time with everybody. With Lunar Aggro being as popular as it was, I think this was a really good meta call. Here we have another Tornadian in top 4. This has to feel really bad if you're Purple Snorlax getting 4th place, because I think that's the one that doesn't get the prize card, right? Is there anything crazy on the side here? No. And we have, let's see, 3, 6, 10 counter runes. Yeah, I think this is literally card for card the Adam list, except there's no Quackle. Hold on, did Adam play Earthquake? Yes, okay. Yeah, okay, so literally the only difference with this list and the Adam list is that this one doesn't play Quackle. I think I like having the Quackle a little bit more, But this one plays the Jotaro, which I like. This one also doesn't do the cool theory, which makes me sad, but whatever. Then we have third place, Ari Penterror. Yo, shoutouts to Ari Pent. God damn it. Where's Ari? Ari, I'm banning you. Put the third fucking rabbit in your deck, dog. Alright, when you're unbanned, can you answer me a question? Because I have a genuine question. Were you blinding second with this deck? Or did you go first? Yo, Viscer's in the side kind of cooks, actually. I fuck with that. I like that. Yeah, everything about this seems fine. Nah, Bing chilling going first. So you're just expending to draw all the time. That's crazy. Were you just like... If you went first, what were you... Were you expending to draw, or were you just running out a beater? I send one out to die. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that tracks. Okay. I like the Vis on the side. That seems good. Yeah, I like this. Lunar Earth Aggro, second place, Swolax. Okay, this is finally where I can talk about this. So, except for the side deck, so I built this deck, and the story here is I built this in Vegas. We were at the YCS, and Kevin hits me up because we're rooming together. I'm rooming with Kevin at the YCS, and he's like, "Yo, Trish, let's test for Dallas," and I say, "Okay," and then he takes a nap. He took a nap, and I'm just sitting there waiting for him to wake up. And so I build this deck, and I'm like sitting there for hours just going back and forth on ratios. And so I gave Swolax the list because Kevin wasn't up. And so I texted Swole, I was like, "Yo, does this look good to you?" And he was like, "Yo, this looks broken." I was like, "Yeah, that's what we're playing. You want to play it too?" And he was like, "Hell yeah." So he played it, but we hadn't built the side at that point. So all of our sides were different because, like, me and Josh finalized the side together because we were rooming together. But then Swole and Kevin weren't rooming with me and Josh, so we all played different side decks. I think Swole had the best side deck. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think he had the best side out of all of us. And I'm gonna say that that's why he did the best. But the main deck was really solid. I really liked this. Because this was like kind of the start of the every deck is lunar aggro theory, because the idea here was that you don't play the galaxies, you play Viscerus instead, because it's still that's your 5 slot. So this is Galaxy, and then these are your Nobbies, right? So instead of Nobby, you play like a change position guy, a big dumb beater that can get over like rabbits and stuff, right? And can also crash with opposing Legovoids. And then you play a good Nexus guy to make the Argos good, because I wanted to play Argo in the main deck. Because this whole deck started where so the lore, if you haven't heard it already, is this was actually the first variant sort of lunar aggro, where all the way back at the start of Moonrise format, we wanted to play lunar aggro as an Earth deck playing Argo, but we couldn't figure out the ratios, because we first played lunar aggro as a deck that, like, the same way everybody did, with, like, Nobbies and 3 Full Moons and Temple and Jolton and blah, 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 blah. And then we decided, like, Temple, Jolton kind of bad, right? And we said, okay, well, what if we cut Temple and Jolton and we just play, like, good cards instead, right? That's where we started. And so we were testing that, and then Dymax shows up one day with this, like, Earth, Lunar, like, the idea that he came to us with was, what if we played Bug Snacks, but we cut all the bugs, and we just played Earth Lunar? And, like, he was cooking me with it over and over again. And I was like, damn, this is crazy. Like, the Argos make this matchup, like, unbearable, right? But the problem was that deck didn't play Werepup, and I don't even remember if it played Nobby. It might not have played Nobby. But I was like, we have to play the Werepups. Like, we can't not play Werepup because this card's broken, right? So me and Josh go to the lab, and me and Josh say, well, okay, how do we fit all the cards we want to fit? Well, what if we do play Bug Snacks so that we keep the starter count up, we cut the Werepups, but now we make it Ant and Titan. But then the problem is now we're playing Ant Titan, right? So somewhere in here, and it was like really hard to fit everything we wanted to fit in the Ant Titan deck because I still wanted to play Werepup, right? So we shelve the idea, we play the Thunder variant for the first couple tournaments, and then Justin comes to us and says, yo, Mudlet's crazy right now because it's a change position guy. It beats Like a Void, it beats Rabbit, it beats everything in the format. Like, look, like, open up a Lunar Aggro deck and point to me one card that doesn't get killed by a Mudlet. And we looked at every card in the deck and we're like, oh my god, every single Celestial in this deck dies to a Mudlet. So then that's what I did in Vegas, is I finally sat down and I put together this list. This was the list that I put together and I sent to Swolax. I showed Kevin, I showed Josh, and then I think I showed Alex too, because he lives in Vegas, so he was hanging out with us. And so that's how we settled on this list. And that's the whole reason why it's been Lunar Aggro from the start, because Justin kept saying, I want to play Lunar Aggro and I want to put Earth cards in it. As far back as like the first or second premiere. And we kept begging him, it's like, Justin, please don't do it. Please don't do it. We're just going to queue the Thunder variant until we figure out the deck, because we don't want other people to like play the Earth variant, because that's for Dallas, because that's going to be a lot harder to play against. And he's like, fine, fine, fine. So, and then all of our grand plans and machinations fell apart because Josh decided to play Blizztrix, and I'll never forgive him for that. Because we all got cooked by Blizztrix. Because the whole theory with the deck is Lunar Aggro is great as long as you dodge Blizztrix. Like, as long as you dodge Blizz or don't get cooked by it, like, you're going to be fine. And the rest is history. So shout out to Swole. I'm glad that he got it to second place. I cursed him with the second place bridesmaid. Like, so the reason I think that Swole got second place, like, no shade at Bo, but he was playing a Trish deck. And y'all know I can't win a tournament to save my life. I can only get second place. And because he didn't modify my deck enough, he got second instead of first. And then shout outs to Bo. Bo showed up with like a super insane like solar like photosynthesis deck. But something I noticed and was like oh shit at when I saw this is these are kind of the same deck, just different flavors. Like, one is dark, one is light. Because, like, let's think about it. Let's count our beaters. Hold on. We have 5 5s in this one, 4 5s, or, well, 5 5s in this one because you count Moss Station, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? This one doesn't have Eddie in it, but it does play Lustragon, which is kind of an Eddie. I think, like, you side the Eddies. I think not playing Eddie's like a little awkward, but at least you side it. At least you side it, right? So we're cutting it for the Cypher Malls. Those are like our Eddie slot, but that's still like a 4, right? Like sometimes Eddie's just a 4, so I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. But then it's like, oh look, Equilink's Rummagem, good cards. Oh my god, having Equilink's good, crazy. Oh my god, Viscerus, good, crazy.
Argo good, crazy. Argo with alter, crazy. Why is alter plus Argo crazy? Oh, well, guess what? It's because if you get into an Argo war, you want to have the alter to win the Argo war. Crazy. And then, like, it combos with the Vis. It combos with everything. So, like, when I really sat down and looked at it, I'm like, these are kind of very similar decks, just in different flavors. Like, I think that this one has, like, more Yu-Gi-Oh! Brain in it going on, because it's like, oh, look at the starter count. Like, 3, 6, 7, right? This one sacrifices some starters, but you play more like, you know, utilitarian guys, right? So I think that there is a good reason why Bo won. I think that this was, like, very solid. Don't forget Heliolith. Oh, no, I didn't forget Heliolith. I just think you should have made it. Like, but I think after the tournament, I think you came to the same conclusion. But, like, Lustragon, like, oh my god, Lustragon is the theory of Argo plus Nexus user good. And that makes me happy, because I'm glad that somebody got Lustragon a win, because this card has been fucking broken from day one. And you want to know what's fucked up? Remember how I was saying Solar best deck, like, when Daybreak came out? This is why I thought Solar would be the best deck. Is Argo Lustragon good? And the problem was at the time, Earthquake was at 3. But by the time of Moonrise came out, I had already given up on Solar. I gave up on it. I walked away from my baby. I abandoned it because I had been beat down too many times. And I said, fuck this. I'm going to start topping tournaments because people keep saying I'm washed. Lustragon actually good. Check out my comment above so you can ban me again. Oh god, what did you say? Don't forget to mention, I sided out Rabbit allowing going into game 2. Oh yeah, you're getting banned for that. You're giga banned. Cybermull is a starter if you mull easy. I mean, you're not wrong, actually. You know, so like technically it does fill that role. It's not filling the Eddie slot, which I think is the one difference, is that like this list is more aggressive. So like here's how I would categorize these, and why like heal stall is like clearly stall and not control, because I think these two are the same deck, but this is the aggro variant and this is the control variant, and I think that that's what it is like you can see that this one is clearly more aggressive because we're all playing we're playing 4 Eddies. You know, there's 3 Eddie plus Mudlet. Those are very aggressive Alestrals. Like, you cast it out and you're threatening your opponent's dude. Like, that's just a push card, right? This one sacrifices a little bit of push, but you get some more healing. You get protection from Cypher Maul. You get, you know, Gambit stuff where you can go like, oh yeah, I'll Cypher Maul, cast this from deck, and then cast a rune off of it. You know, so you get a little bit more control tools where this one has more aggressive tools. But the core of the deck, even though there's very different cards in these decks, the philosophy behind these decks are very similar, and I think that's why they both went a similar distance. Is that you're playing all the same counter runes, you're playing, you know, Nexus user plus Argo good theory, you're playing good cards good theory, you know, 4 to 5 beaters is about right, and then it's really just 4 cards here that make the difference. And that is, like, you're playing 4 control Alestrals versus 4 aggro Alestrals. And that's really the main difference. And this is how I view decks when I, like, look at them. And why I think so many decks in Alestrals are actually kind of the same deck. But, like, we just give them different little names, right? And so, like, this is why I say, like, every deck is Lunar Aggro. Is even the Photosynthesis deck, I would just call, instead of Lunar Aggro, this is Solar Control. But, like, they're 2 sides of the same coin. Lunar Aggro, Solar Control. And I think that that's kind of the lesson here. So I guess if this is, like, a chapter point, because we've been going on for, like, 5 hours? We are going to continue this. I'm hell-bent on finishing this stream before I go to bed tonight. I'm hell-bent on it. But if this is a chapter point where you stop watching the stream, This is my like philosophy, is that every deck in Alestrals is somewhat the same, or at least optimal decks in Alestrals are somewhat the same, and it's really just those small little flavor differences that create the whole playstyle difference. Because these two decks play very differently, right? This is a control deck, this is an aggro deck. But if you look at the cards and you really just like think about what these cards are doing in their respective lists, they're kind of the same deck, more or less. And it's just these little card differences that make for big playstyle differences, and that's something to keep in mind. And if you are going to play like a rogue strategy, you can just remember that you don't have to change like 20 cards in your deck off of like a good deck. You can start with a good deck. Like, you could theoretically take this Lunar aggro deck and you can turn it in to the bow winning deck without having to jump through a million hoops and logic, because even though these decks look very similar, they're all filling the same roles. So think about the roles that your cards are filling more than just like, I'm playing this card because I'm playing water. I play Foamy because it's a water Alestral in my water deck. Think about, what is Foamy doing? Why are you playing the Foamy? And how does it align with other decks that you know see success? How can you take a deck that has already seen success and transform it into a new deck that will also see success, but is not the same deck? So that's the thing. Did I make food and leave it warming up? No, I ate like an hour ago. Was Eddie plus Cryo over Cypro Fleas, and I decided Cypro was good? Yeah, that sounds about right. And like that just gives me more like confirmation that like of the idea that I was playing, is that the Cyber Malls and the Eddies, those are the same slot. Like, if we were to block off these decks, they're the same card in the deck. They're filling a similar niche. And so therefore, if you're siding one of them, it is going to slot in the same places. Like, I'm not going to take out Viserys for Eddie, for example. Right? It's going, like, the Eddie slots, the cards that replaced Eddie in the main deck are going to be the cards that come out for Eddie in the side deck. So, if you don't think like that when you build decks, there you go. That's one of the forbidden gemstones. So hopefully, we finally, after 5 hours, 5.5 hours later, we finally get to the second tournament. 5 hours later, we get to the second tournament. Okay. So, fast forward to April. We finished Dallas. This is the first premiere after Dallas. And Loss Common says, there is no clear sign the meta is in flux. That is ominous and foreboding. So, oh dear God. So, there's 126 players. So about half the players from Dallas. This one has 16 fives as the most represented deck. I think I didn't play in this tournament. I'm going to go on a limb and say I didn't, because I didn't play, I don't think I played this one. I think I was busy this weekend. 11 Lunar Ascensions. God only knows what that means. 9 Fire Nexus. 9 Tornadian. 8 Bug Snacks. 6 Blistrix. 6 Lunar Aggro. 5 Lunar Earth Aggro. Oh, this is the one that Law was talking about. So actually this is, so if we use Trish theory and say that these are all Lunar Aggro is still the second most popular deck in the game. 5 Penterror, 5 Scrap, 5 Thunder, 4 Burn, 4 Draco Ray, 3 Dracking, 3 Heal Stall, 2 Bears, 2 Blazers, blah 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 blah. Entry prizing to, oh dear God. Okay, let's just keep this ball moving. Need to int is making me want to bring some nonsense I built to the tournament. I do love inting. Alright, so 0-1 drop, win 5s with Kreisboar. I think we saw something very similar in Dallas. But this is very similar to the win 5 deck that did top Dallas. This one just randomly has Kreisboar in it. So shoutouts to the win 5s. I am really a fan of this archetype. But
Yeah, not much to say here other than they just put Crysport into a topping deck. 0-1 5s. Ooh, this one has Viscers. I like the multicolored like zoo fives. I'll call this like zoo fives, where you see like the green, red, blue, yellow 5 cards. But I can already tell that something's like going crazy here because there's Foamies, 1 Boombat, Quackle, Arcolith. So like this is already 4-5 cards that I don't like here. And then there's Hippossum. What the hell are you doing here? Okay, and then there's No Stone. I don't like No Stone. Not in a deck like this. I do like it, like, if you're doing the Rybot thing and you're, like, searching for a Krakatuga or something broken, like, sure, I like it. And, like, it does search for the Lavalith, which is broken, so I like that. But, like, I'm not the biggest fan of this card. But, like, if you're on 2 lifts, it's like, okay. Like, it's a fine time. Like, this is, like, an okay list to play it in. However, I don't think I would have played it, is what I guess I'm getting at. But let's do our let's see if this passes the barometer. What is this? 2, 5, 7, 10, 11, 13 out of 20. So it does pass, but 13 out of 20 in a 5s deck is more like 4 out of 100. So, because like 5s, you know, we had a 5s deck in Top Cut at Dallas where 100% of their dudes were just good dudes, because that's what 5s is. Oh wait, this might have been mine. Sam, I raised you better than this, but that's okay. God damn it. 1-6, Lunar 5s. No side, 1 and 6. They play. How do you have 1 and 6 with 5s? This has to be a skill issue. So this is one of the things where I love like the diagnostic part of doing these every deck streams is you can tell when something is a skill issue if you see a good deck list and it does poorly. And like this poorly, if you're 1 and 6 with a deck that contains, let's do our barometer, 2, 5, 8, 11, 12, 15, 18, technically 19 if we count Doppelganger. 19 out of 20 are good Alestrals, like good Alestrals. Only 1 niche Alestral, and it's a good niche Alestral. Like, Mudlet is a good card. Like, that's the 4th Eddie. You have done something wrong. Something has gone wrong if you're losing that consistently with a deck that has this many good cards in it. But there's no side deck either. So, you know, they could be new to the game. They just copied the deck. Who knows? 1, 3, Earth 5s. Let's see. This is... Again, let's do barometer. This is 100%. Every card in this deck is good. Except Doppelganger, like, not be bad theory. Where this deck, I think, falls apart is I see Nectar of the Gods. That's kind of bad. The 1 Temple with no Jolton is, like, super random. The 1 Tornado inside is random. Bloom. Shout out to PK Sparks. Pigust, Hurricane. Like, the side deck is super random, and I think that that's where this deck falters. Also, the Nogs are a little random. What was this? 3, 7, 10. Yeah, I think that they could have just, like, replaced these Nogs with, like, altars, and they would have probably done a lot better. And also maybe played a couple extra Alestrals, like, instead of Foolies. Let's see, this is Earth Lunar 5s. So this appears to be the Swolax list, or I'll call it the Nimbug / Cabal deck list, because that's really what it is. Except we got Werepup for Pulveror, or Havocup, I mean. I really want to know how they landed on Havocup being better than the Werepup line, but okay. Like, but it does track. Like, here's the fun thing. I love when I just talk shit on the internet and they get proven right later. Like I know I said like the thing is if you try to get cute with it, a lot of people will just put the good stuff into their side deck as a panic room option, and that's exactly what happened here. Is they put in 3 Havocub, another Scythe of Demeter for some reason, and some other card, and then they cited the Werepup package. Stuff I have, Turbo? No, this isn't stuff I have, because they clearly have all of the cards to make the correct list. They just said, no, I have this theory that Havocub is better than Werepup, but I'm going to still play Werepup in case I'm wrong. And then they went 1-2 drop. Little guy 5s. Oh, dear God. So this is like, what, 1s and 2s? So this is, I think, a perfect example of barometer theory where, yeah, the theory is fine. You're just playing 5s. So, like, yeah, of course all these cards will be good. They're basically all 5s. However, instead of just playing the good 5s, we play the, yeah, they're basically just 5s. So we got a little too cute with it here is what I think happened. This is a 2-2 Water Lunar 5s. So let's do barometer 3, 6, 7, 10, 13, 15, yep. So, and I guess I'll count this, so like 16. So like, you know, well built, well constructed, but this is just a JJPM deck. I think we need a whole category for JJPM. I'm gonna move on. 2, 3 artifact 5s, 3, 6, 7. I said I'd count these, so 10, 12. So this is a take on the photosynthesis deck, I guess, of what if we put photosynthesis into 5s, and it didn't really work. But I do like the concept. Like the concept is solid, of just like going Argo, equip like a necklace or a scythe, and then just like, aha, now I'll just drop my Heliolith. So I like that. I think that that's solid, but missing out on some of the control tools like Calf feels not so great. But I do like that they just like played all the good 5s. Like they played the Wind guys, but I think the Galaxies would have been better, and we see the Galaxies down here. Here we have Earth 5s. So this is stealing the Cabal Earth ratio, which I just think is like the correct Earth package. So clearly the concept here is, what if we take the Swolax deck and we cut Werepup for Calf Mal, because that was in the Bow deck. And, yeah, they went 2-2. And I don't think that that's, like, an invalid theory, but here's where it falls apart. The problem is that Werepup's a starter card. And the reason why Lunar Aggro performs as well as it does, as consistently as it does, is because it has a very consistent turn 1. The deck plays, I want to say, like, what's that? For 7? At least 7 or 8 guys that you can just run out on turn 1 and go +1 with. Like, you have Rabbit, you have Elichick, you have Rummagem, you have Werepup, you know, in the Fire variant, you have the Small Tugas too. And so you're always playing a dude on turn 1 that's searching you for a card, right? And the problem is when you convert this deck down into 5s, you're taking out the starter card. And if you take out the starter card, then your deck gets less consistent. And when your deck gets less consistent, it gets less good. I think that's the problem here. This is literally the exact same deck card for card, and it went 3-2. So, same comment. 3-4 Win 5s. Once again, this is the same Win 5 deck that we've seen do well. But unfortunately, this one leans a little too hard into the Wind stuff. Like, we got 2 Nemisail, we got Pigos, we got Toxion. And again, these are, like, these could have just been regular 5s, and I think this would have been better. Here we have Lunar 5s with an incomplete side deck. Love to see that. But we do see this is the true 5s theory, where every single card is a good Alestral that you would expect to see in somebody's deck in Top Cut. So that is 18 out of 18. So good job on that. This is probably a skill issue, maybe a luck issue because it's 4-3. so they went positive. So like maybe they misplayed in one game and like got unlucky in another. So that can happen. But they are citing the Werepup stuff, which I think is interesting. So I think this is kind of like the Aurora net deck of like using the old Lunar theory. 4/3 Lunar, or this is Wind Lunar 5s. So this one is trying to blend the Wind 5s deck with the Lunar aggro deck, and I think that's kind of cool. But it picked the wrong Lunar aggro guy. It picked Nabi instead of what's it called? Instead of Werepup. So I think that probably would have been the difference to make here. Is like if this was Werepup instead of Nabi, I think it would have been better. Here we have Earth Thunder 5s. So this is, again, we're going to take the Swallow decks, turn it into 5s by cutting the Werepup stuff. And unfortunately, it's the same theory as before. Like, it did do well because it's still all the same good cards. And it looks like we cut the Pup line for Lavalith, 3 Quackle, and a Mudlet. The problem is that none of these are starter cards. So, I guess we also cut a Rummagem too. So this just means you're more consistently not doing anything on turn 1. Which is probably, like, over the course of a run, could probably cost you, like, a match or two. Yo, what's up, Philo? So that's probably what went on here, is I think it's just, we're cutting the pieces for, like, stuff that we shouldn't be cutting them for. Lunar Ascensions, Ferrogeist, and Posthumous at the same time. So we have 0-1 Lunar Ascensions. Oh, it's playing both Posthumous and Ferrogeist. Please tell me that there were not enough people that played both to make it its own category. 3, 5, 8. 8 good cards. Sure. Artemis, bad. Please just play one Artemis. Like, oh my god, they're also on 3 full moon. I guess if you're playing these guys, it makes sense. Oh, this deck is crazy. 0-2 Solar Lunar Ascensions. So this one's just on Posthumous. Is that Cunning Offer? What in the fuck? What in the fuck is this deck, bro? I'm gonna move on before I... Oh my god, 1 Gorgon's Gaze, 1 Shield, 1 PTA. I'm gonna hurt myself. Okay. 0-1 Ferrogeist. This one is playing Ferrogeist with Like a Void stuff in the side. So this, again, like... So this is a common trend that I see of people doing, like, Nabi in the main over Werepup. I think it's fine to, like, play both in side 1, but I think I would flip it where Nabi's not the better one, Werepup is. So I would just do Werepup in the main, and if you're going to side the other one, just side the Nabi stuff. Because Nabi's really only good when you go second. So I would just do that. Lunar Ascensions. 0-2. We have the 3-6. Oh my god, it's another person playing both Posthumous and Ferrogeist. But this person plays 1 Artemis, let's fucking go! Oh my god! But they're not playing the Fawnlet Desertion, god damn it. I was so excited for a second. I was like, oh my god, they finally realized that you only need to play 1 copy and just hold it as a bank. But then they're not playing the Searcher. 3 Full Moon, by the way. I think 3 Full Moon is correct if you're going to play a deck like this. And then this one does play they are doing the Werepup main Nabi side. However, they're playing other guys. They're playing 6 counter, or 7, sorry, my bad. One Tsunami. Yeah, okay. Posthumous 0-1. I didn't think I'd see 2-hit Possum in the same tournament. That's incredible. I'm going to move on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Oh, God. It just barely passes Barometer. Oh, my God. This person did do the 3-1. Thank God. But they still play Theraheart. Fuck. 3, 7, 8, 11. Counter ends. Okay. This altar should probably just be a shield. But they went 1-4. I think the problem here is that they're playing Coastal Lith. Side into good cards, yeah. Side into good cards theory. I didn't realize that I would be so prophetic in saying like people who fail barometer often side the good cards so that they can oh shit button out of it. I didn't think that that would be a thing. Like, and it's a thing far too often to be comfortable. 3, 6, 9, 10. Yeah, they passed barometer, I guess. This is a Comalis Argo deck. I think what's his name? Dimax, I think topped with something really similar to this. I think where this deck went wrong is they probably just branched out a little too much into the wrong direction with all these wind cards. I don't know what these wind cards are contributing. Those should just be calf mouse. And then this deck would look really solid, actually. So that's probably where they fucked up. This one is 2/2 Ferrogeist. This one is on 3, 5, 7, 9 counter runes. Common theme. 9 counter rune. Like, good dudes, but bad counter rune lineup. It's always one of the two. That's the common theme that I see in a lot of these deck lists that don't perform, is they either have a bad dude lineup or they have a bad counter rune lineup. And you need good both dude and counter rune lineups in order to see success. And that's the problem, is that I think a lot of people just like, they figure out half of their deck and they just kind of give up on the other half. And so like, here's another example, like the One Galaxy. What the fuck is with people playing One Galaxy? This isn't even a Dallas thing. This is in the next tournament now, too. So let's look at the 3, 6, 8, 10. So probably could use... Oh, I'm sorry, 11. But it's just a random one of PTA. Sure, I guess. Maybe they don't want a third Argo. Yeah, this seems fine. Yeah, that's fine. Here's the Soul Axe deck, but I turned it into Ferrogeist. This went 5 and 2, and it plays Rock in a Hard Blaze. That's kind of psychotic. I'm not gonna lie. 3, 6, 10, 12 counter runes though. Counter runes do hard carry. Extra removal never hurts either, and all of the dudes are good. Like that. Here's the thing: is this passes barometer because it's 2, 8, 10, 12 out of 17 good Alestrals, and the niche Alestrals, this one searches for good Alestrals, this one searches for Ferrogeist. So, like, all the Alestrals that they're playing are solid. They're playing a heavy counter rune lineup, and they have a little bit of extra removal. So, like, this makes sense why this did fine. Like, this makes sense why it did well. Like, it makes perfect sense. Maybe where this could have done a little bit better is in the side deck. Maybe they could have cleaned up the side a little bit. But that's about it. 5/2 Posthumous. Is this Brewlock? This feels like a Brewlock deck. Yeah, this looks like Brewlock out of 10. I'm going to rate this Brewlock out of 10. Also, where's my... Do I have... Aspen? I'm getting like a headache. Hold on 1 second, chat. Oh, it is. It is Tylenol. That works. Fire Nexus. 2/5 Fire Nexus. Let's see if this is barometer. 2, 5, 8. 8. Yeah, I see the problem. 8 with Nog plus insufficient counter runes. Also, Chains of Prometheus on the side. Probably also too much fire in this spirit. Let's see if this one passes barometer. This is 3, 5, 6, 9. 9 out of, what is that? 16? 9 out of 16 is like a little more than half. And like the other dudes aren't like bad either. So makes sense, but this did go 2-3, so what went wrong here? Stoke, I think, is a little bit outdated. 2, 5, 7, 10, 12. Yeah, so I think if anything went wrong here, I think that this... Oh, maybe it's the spirit deck. Too much fire. There's for sure too much fire here. But this might just be skill issue moment. Let's take a look at this one. This one went 3-2 Fire Nexus with 3, 6, 9, 9, 12 out of 21 is a little bit more than half, but we see 3, 6, 9, 11. So pretty decent ratios. There's no Earthquake or Laurel, or there is Laurels. There's no Earthquake, which is a little unfortunate for them. But we do have the Rumicole like stuff, which I don't love, and like 3 Kinleo is a little bit excessive. But again, this could just be skill issue moment. Here we have 3-4. This one again looks pretty well constructed. All pretty standard dudes. 3, 7, 10. So this is 3-4. They had a pretty fair shake of it. Yeah. This could, again, just be skill issue. One minor thing that I'll see here is they're maining the Wind Spirit and not the Flare Mine. Those should definitely be flipped because this is a jump scare. This is expected. So that would be a good change. Let's see. 3, 6. So 6 fails on the barometer meter, but like these are all fireless. So that's way too much fire in the Spirit deck for sure. Siding Nog. So side deck looks like cards I own turbo. They have 11 counter runes, but only 6 like good Lestrals, I guess. But they did go 5-2. I mean, I guess Eruption carries. But I think if there's any reason this didn't convert, it's probably because of stuff like Thunderstorm and Eruption. These could have just been like better cards, maybe. But like, honestly, respectable. I'll take that. Here's another 5-2. This one's on... What in the fuck? Hold on. Please tell me that other people are seeing this right now. You guys are seeing this, right? Exalt Flare, Cat Perfume, Smoky, 5-2. Oh my god, I'm gonna need more Tylenol. 3, 7, 9. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know what to say. This one's crazy. Another 5. So this is okay. So this, I think I'm gonna actually circle back around. Has to attack in Moonrise. Yo, true. I think that this leads me to believe the Fire Nexus secret best deck theory a little bit more, because this is now, like, we see there's at least 4 Fire Nexuses that bubbled this tournament, by the way. I don't know how many topped, but at least 4 of them bubble, and one of them was playing fucking Caperfume. You mean to tell me that a deck playing Caperfume bubbled a Premier tournament? You can't convince me of that without telling me that something about this deck is like inherently fucked. And I think that the Kinleo might just be it. Ren, but not that Ren. Thank you, Undersearch. Ren, but not that Ren, the other Ren. I don't even know who the other Ren is. Incredible. I like this Fire Nexus list the best. Hold on. Like, just visually looking at it. Yeah, because all these are, like, either good or, like, good niche Lestrals, or, like, niche Lestrals that make sense. The small Tuga ratios all make sense. We haven't cut anything egregious. Like, Galaxy in the side, like, maybe you could fit in the main, like, if you cut one Necrof, one Kinleo, but, like, sure, whatever. I would have maybe wanted Spectrus in the side because of Calfmel, but, like, we have Eruptions, like, Spoiled Fruit, sure. Yeah, this is a good list. I like this one. Oh my god, another one bubbled? 10th place, 5-2. So, hold on. Jesus. And then this one... Oh, this one fits the Galaxies into the main deck by taking out the Hurricanes. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, okay, I like this one slightly more. And then it sides another Ash Rabbit. I do love Ash Rabbit. Yeah, this seems good. So I like this. Very solid. Like, these two, I think, are the best Fire Nexus lists that we see in this tournament. So hopefully we see some of them top. If any Fire Nexus is top, I think Fire Nexus low-key, like, the Fire Nexus best deck theory might have some weight to it. Turn Agent. Here we have O2 Turn Agent Draco Ray. First Light shenanigans going on again. So glad to see that we're still on that. We have not learned anything from the previous tournament, from the Atom list. We are not doing the fun, cool search Quackle, search field spell stuff. Rise from the Ashes in the side, which is driving me crazy. Also, 3 Flare Mine for 3 Cryoblast. When did we see anybody do that? I think this might be a first of somebody saying, I will draw all 3 Cryoblasts and play all 3 Cryoblasts before drawing a single Ambrosia. And I must have all 3 Flare Mines for this. Like, we understand what's wrong with this. Like, I preach this enough. But usually I preach, okay, you don't need 2. You only need 1. But 3s, that's a step in another direction. Oh my god. All right, 1, 2, Turn Agent Phosphocell. 3, 5, 6, 9. Oh god, it doesn't pass bar. Also, we're playing Tornadin, but we're only playing 2 Winjin. And then we're also playing Phosphocell, but we're only playing 1 Larvacell. My head hurts. I'm just going to the next one. Oh, hey, we found the Tornadin Lunar Phase deck again. Shout out to this deck. It went 1-3. That's kind of expected in my mind. I feel like this deck had a better showing at Dallas. Because didn't it go like 5-3 in Dallas? I think so. But, yeah, like I said, I'm not a fan of this variant. 2-2, Tornadin Draco Ray. Yeah, this one's doing a little bit less on the Draco Ray stuff. Thank God it's not playing Dragalis. But, unfortunately, this variant isn't the best variant in my mind, which we've already discussed. And it's not doing any of the fun stuff, so we can skip it. 3-4 Tornadin. Let's see. 3, 6... 9 good, or I guess 12 if we count Calfmel, because Calfmel's been popular. So this is doing the 1 Quackle. I think this might just be Adam's list, but unfortunately I'm not like super happy because it doesn't do the cool stuff. It also, yeah, I think this is Adam's list, and they've done one thing that makes me understand why they went 3-4. It's very clear that this player, in my mind, just copied Adam's list without really knowing why some decisions were made. Because we see one Lunar Spirit for 2 Spectrus in the side, which is what Adam did. However, Adam also played 1 Lunar in their Spirit deck. So that you would have 2 when you sided these in. Because as we know, for runes, you can play n/2 round down for runes. But it's for Alestrals, it's n/2 round down plus 1 because of Shield of Achilles. So this one now is the Adam net deck. And once again, so these players both did, this one isn't the Adam deck. Net deck, it's very close. They changed a few things because they put in a P-Gust. They moved the Spectruses to main. But they took the Lunar Spirit out of the side. So this is 2 players that mostly copied the Adam list. But again, it seems they didn't have a proper understanding of why certain cards were there. And we can infer this based on the Spectrus to Owloon Spirit Math ratio. So like clearly they picked a good list to copy, but they were lacking some theory. So here we have Tornadin that smoke screens into Pen Terror. my god. Okay. Sure. I don't have anything to say about that. I'm not gonna comment. No comment. No comment. This one is another Turn Agent Fossil Cell. This one went 5-2, and this one actually does play 3 of the guys that are supposed to be here for the archetypes. So Winjin at 3 and Fossil Cell at 3, which makes sense if you're going to play this. The only thing I dislike about this deck is it only plays 9 counter runes. That's kind of offset a little bit by the fact that this is Tornadian and you can search for them. But that only really works consistently if you're going first and you hit the setup. So I think the only thing I would like to see out of this deck list is maybe like 1 or 2 more counter runes, like and maybe cut a dude, because 23 is a lot of dudes. This is Scriber's deck. Oh, sit. And then they're also citing the Dragalis first light stuff. Like this is basically a smokescreen side, and I'm not a fan of first light or like smoke screening as a game plan. I don't like to smoke screen because if you lose, the smoke screen doesn't work at all. Like you can't smoke screen if you lose game 1. And then the problem is that against a good player, they don't really care what they play against, if that makes sense. Like, if you're playing against somebody who's good, they're not going to care what deck you're playing, so you can smoke screen to your heart's content, and, like, it's not going to change how your opponent's going to play against you, right? And the problem is all this does is it means that you have less matchup coverage. Like, you don't have, like, say you play against something that it's like, oh, shit, I really wish I had Crab Blast. Oh, well, it's not in your deck list because you're smoke screening now. Or like, oh, shit, I wish I had Boom Bat because I'm playing against Blizztrix. Well, I cut it for Drake Array. You know, like, that's the reason I wouldn't smoke screen, but they did work out. They went 5-2, but I think that they probably could have topped with this if they hadn't been smoke screening, would be my guess. Is progress. Cyber's been on this all Moonrise, but also used to jam Drake Array in main. Ah, that makes sense. Thank you for the lore drop, Hunter Surge. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we have O2 Bugsnax. This is a familiar Earth package. Is that fucking 1 Werepup, 1 Lyca Void, 1 full? I'm ill. 1 Eddie, 1 fucking tech word, bro. Fucking tech word. Not tech word. Oh, God. I don't know if I want to, like, crash out for 10 minutes or if I just want to move on. I think I want to move on, but, like, the urge to crash out is so high. Oh, God. Okay, Thunder Bugsnax. Is that Phosphocyl and Electrolyte? And Titan? Wait, why is there a Larvacell here? There's no Phosphocyl. Why is there a Larvacell? I guess to just trigger Rabbit? Also, there's no Eklings, I just realized. I'm going to rate the 1 Argo in the main, 1 in the side. I'm going to rate this no Eklings out of 10. Here's a Wasp Ivy deck that it went 1 in 3. It is Bugsnax, allegedly. Oh, God. I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with this player's game. This is Giga Bugsnax, where it's 2 Ardbud, 2, like, a Wasp Ivy package, 2 Spinosect, Satarber, the Sprouter? I think it's Sprouter. 2 Ast Rabbit, a Narpoon, Rhino Sect. I'm in awe. Divine Healing. Oh my god, so much about this deck makes me want to put my head through a wall. I'm gonna move on. No side deck. Drops of Leaf. Ignector. I'm gonna click. I don't have time. Okay, this one has Ignector. Let's do the barometer. 3, 2, 6, 6. This one's on say here. I'll give them Nobby and Doppelganger. Sure, we'll call it 10. Oh, why are you siding an Earth Spirit in Earth? You have 10. Surely we need 11 when we put in Wasp Ivy. It's the 11th Earth Spirit that gets you. I'm moving on. We're siding Like a Void again. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think I see where this caster's head is at, though. They're smoke screening into Lunar Aggro. Okay, 5-2 Bug Snacks. Thank God. Thank God. Please. Let this pass barometer, please. 3, 5, 7, 9. No, it fails. Fuck, it fails. Why is Elachick in this? Elachick Zoo. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't realize there were 3 Spectres as well. Hold on. 2, 4, 7, 9, 12. Out of 23, it still fails. Fuck. And we're siding Elachick, 2 Zeus, a Tech Word. Yeah, my list. Log, what the hell? This is you? No, I'm banning you for this. There's no way. I'm convinced that the only way that this did not go like 3-4 is that you are too good to let this deck go 3-4. I'm convinced you would top if we just improve this deck just a little bit. Like, can we take out the Warmites? Like, this card is bad. We can cut Ardbud down. Well, no, I guess not if you're playing Ignector. Like, I do like the Ignectors. But, like, I think that these 4 cards should come out of the deck. These 4 cards should come out of the deck, probably. Or Fire Nexus and 5s. Yeah, that, I think, makes some sense. I think you should just be, like, on Elachick and, like, personally, I would play Demeter and not Zeus so that you don't have to side Zeus spirits. And I would clean this up just a little bit. Also, wait, why are we on 3? I guess. No, I think you can still get away with 2 Lunar in this deck because one of them's for Antitan. Yeah, I think I'm gonna say that this is the reverse of a skill diff. This is like a deck list bad, but player good. That's what I'm gonna go with this one. I would say in the future, I would cut these 4 guys right here, these 4 guys, and then replace them with Elachick, 2 Demeter, and the Eddy. And then this deck list looks good. Deck list look good. You could also squeeze Argo into this deck somewhere. Yeah, I think you could squeeze Argo in here. I'll take it. Yeah, I think Antitan good and Log good. I don't think this is the list though. Is this the tournament that Josh topped with Antitan? Because I think that had like our Antitan list. Like Josh topped with Antitan. We'll see it at some point. Blistrix 0-2 Blistrix. This is a Josh net deck. Josh net deck. Wait, there's 2 Eddies on the side. Josh net deck. Wait, hold on. This one plays Chains of Prometheus. What the fuck? This one's also playing the Cryo Scorch, but this one's also playing Chains of Prometheus. Yeah, no. Josh net deck. Josh net deck. I love how that's how the Blistrix piles always go. It's always just like Josh list, Josh list, Josh list, Josh list. Like, one of them has Cryo Scorch in it. Okay, moving on. Glad to see nothing's changed in the Blistrix world. Lunar Aggro, 0-1 drop. They're playing 1 Galaxy. I'm going to scream. This is more traditional Lunar Aggro, like the older variant. This is the Danny net deck, because I think Danny had the list that had like the random 1 Galaxy. So the only thing to change here is like move a Galaxy domain over one of these full moons. This I think is also the Danny net deck. This one's playing Pharaohgeist. This is a more traditional Lunar Aggro. Here's what's crazy to me, is that, so this is where I think the PSYOP has, or like the naming PSYOP, where, like, I think if they had named the Lunar Earth Aggro deck as Lunar Aggro, I think we wouldn't see as many people still playing the old Lunar Aggro deck, like, after it had been rotated out, like, of the meta, because the Earth Lunar variant was like okay, this is like Mask Off, this is like the real Lunar Aggro deck that we're gonna play, right? This is like the outdated version. But because the name, like the community named the decks differently, I think people missed that the Earth deck was actually an evolution of Lunar Aggro, and I think that's where we're getting hurt as a community sometimes, is that because every deck gets like a cute, unique, like quirky name, some people who like don't follow like all the trends and don't keep up with like, you know, the every deck stream and like every Alestronauts video and blah 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 blah, right? Like, they might miss that like one deck is actually just the other deck, just with a few tweaks, or is like this is the evolution. They might think that they're totally different decks, so they might just say, "Oh, well, Lunar Aggro is, I've heard, is the best deck, so I'm gonna build Lunar Aggro," and then they build an old Lunar Aggro, not realizing that there was a new, better version. 2-5. This one has to be skill issue. I mean, this is, you're playing Lunar Aggro, you go 2-5. That has to be skill issue. How far in are we? We're a little over halfway. Little over halfway, but it's speeding up now. So, like, Dallas took a long time because that was a lot of decks. That was like 250-ish decks, I think, at least. And we spent a lot of time yapping and putting out theory, and now we're just using that theory to just evaluate decks pretty quickly. Let's see. So 3, 6, 7, 10, 13, yeah. So this passes all the bars, except maybe it's too late on Counter-Ins. It's on 9. Also, they're on the 1 full moon, which is outdated. So 2-5. It's a little bit outdated of a list, but also skill issue probably because like card quality is too high. 3-2 Lunar Aggro. They're citing the Jalton stuff, but everything else is like relatively standard. Pandora's Box and main is Psycho. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, that's crazy. Now we have the Lunar Earth Aggro variants. This is the one where forgot to like combine these two. So here we have the Lunar Earth Aggro with Ascension. Oh dear God. What was with people just randomly playing a bunch of Lunar Ascensions this tournament? There was so many. This one's also playing 1 Posthumous, 1 Pharaohgeist. What? Something had to be in the water for like a bunch of people to all do this at the same time. Also, this is awesome. 2 Earth, 2 Lunar Lunar Earth in the side deck. That's incredible. Maybe we should not be playing 2 Wind Spirits for 2 Hurricane. Just a thought. 01 aggro. This is just the Swolax like Cabal deck, net deck, but there's a Thunderbolt of Zeus in it instead of a necklace. Okay. 02. This one is this is like Zoo Lunar aggro with 2 Werepup and like JJPM bodies. And also Nog and Eruption. Oh, I'm unfamiliar with your game. What is this? 3, 6, 8, 10. 2 Eruptions, 2 Nogs. 2 Werepup. Oh my god, bro. Send help. It's kind of cool. Like, visually, it looks cool, though. Here we have is this Cabal net deck? Yeah, this is the Cabal net deck. But the side deck... Oh, this is the Kevin Cabal net deck. I think they took Kevin's side. They went 1-2. I don't like the PTAs in the main deck for Lunar Aggro, but sure. This is, again, it looks like the Kevin variant. With the PTAs in the main and altar at least in the side. Sure. There's no way he used Fenter. So we got Penter Fenter up next. We got O2 drop Penter. I can't. I like actually can't with you guys sometimes. With 3, 6, yada yada yada. Pretty standard for Pantera, I think. O2. Kind of on Fortnite. Here we go. Here's another one. This is 2 rat. God damn it. Is this the Ari net deck? Because there's the 2 rabbits. Yeah, I hate that. Three, 6. Yeah, I kind of hate this. Yikes. These all look the same. These are all, I think these are all like the Ari net decks. Here's one that went 4-3. This one had 3 rabbits and the Galaxiers. I do like the Galaxiers in this deck. I think those are very good. Sure. I can get behind this. So, scrap. We have... This is just photosynthesis. But it plays a Hurricane. So this is a bow net deck, but with a 14-card side, and also we're playing Hurricane. I don't think Bo played 1 Hurricane. I don't remember Bo playing 1 Hurricane. I think he played Cryoblasts. So I'm going to assume that this is a Bo net deck, but now we're on Hurricane. This is another photosynthesis. This one moved the Heliolisk to the main. And plays a 2 for 7 card side. Sure. Here we have another Bow net deck. And it plays a... I think this is the same list, but there's 2 Heliolisk now. Oh my god, now we have another photosynthesis. It's almost like this is 2-5. It's almost like people saw that Bo won the premiere and then they all played the Bo deck. And I think that this is so like everybody's like losing with this deck. Like everybody who copied Bo is like losing, except for this person. This person won 5-2. This could just be Bo. I'm not sure. But I think that this goes to show that like there takes a level of like format understanding to play a deck like this. like you can't just like play this because like this is the thing where I was talking about like how every deck, even like photosynthesis is lunar aggro, where I guarantee you these players that pick this deck up probably wouldn't think like, oh yeah, this deck like plays a lot of the same tools as like the lunar aggro deck. And they're probably, so my guess is they're probably misusing the tools, and I think that like there's that's where it gets hard. So I think that that's why we see people who net deck like the champion decks always do poorly. Is they're probably just like not, because like this happened when Lunar Aggro first like did well. Is I remember from one of the previous Every Deck streams, everyone played Lunar Aggro, and then like the average record was like X4 with the deck. I think that it's just one of those decks where it's like you have to kind of understand the game and like what all the chess pieces do in order to play the deck. Because I think that these decks are a little bit advanced in terms of like the ratios and the cards that they're kind of playing, and like the theory that goes into them. So like what that leads to in terms of technical play is like if you look at your hand and you see all the pieces, if you don't know what the pieces are meant to do, you might not play the piece at the right time. Like you might play the piece at the wrong time, and that could lead to disaster. So that's why I'll chalk this up to, and why we see. So it's not like oh, like all these players like did negative with photosynthesis. Photosynthesis just bad. I think it's just like a deck like this might just be a little bit higher concept. That's what I'm going to leave it to. And also people are inexperienced playing with it. So here's a 5/2 Solar Scrap. I don't know if this is Bo, but this deck, you know, clearly did better. This one plays with Tara as well. Shout out to Tara. So Thunder. Here we have an O2 Bronaglow. Shout out to Bronaglow. And Titano Strike, my goat. Yo, okay, chat. Here's some Firestorm secret goo. So just, I'll let you guys know, because it's like, what? It's like 11:30 at night Central Time. So if you're still here, you're still watching. If you want the Firestorm goo, yo, is that Swole? Swole! My goat! And Swole, because I love you, I'll give you the secret goo. Titano Strike, staple card next format. Pick up your Titano Strike champions. Make sure you have your Hollow Thunderstorms, because that goes, I think, in almost every deck. It like how good they are depends very much on what people decide to play, but for sure the first tournament, like you're gonna want to be on like Thunderstorms and like Titano Strikes, because if anyone plays the champion decks, like they play Majesty against you, if they play like a Zeus with a champion Zeus against you, you're gonna want to Thunderstorm the fuck out of that. So having a Thunderstorm Searcher now, excellent. Because you can just run that dude out. Turn one, no problem. Add a Thunderstorm from your deck to your hand, and now at any point during the clash, if they put down a Divine, you snipe it. Just immediately. Like, you cannot commit a Divine to the board because I will snipe it. Here we have 2/3 Thunder Nexus. Been a long time since we've seen Thunder Nexus written on one of these slideshows. This is Electronite. Does this pass bar 3, 4, 7? No. Sonic Orb. Oh my god! It's the Jinzo! The Jinzo very good guy! He's back! Oh my god, he's back! The 3 Jinzo! Jinzo's so good! Jinzo unfortunately went 2/3, but Jimjo good. 4/3 Thunder. It's 4/3 Thunder playing the Cabal Earth package. Awesome. Yeah, okay. 4/3, another Jimjo. Oh, this one sides into Vault Tempest. That's scary. I don't like side the Vault Tempest like this. I think if I was gonna do the Vault, genuinely, I would just main Vault, and I would want to play more Wind, and just play like the Wind like rotator guys. It's time. So I believe this, I think, was the premiere where the Fire Nexus, like, Eruption Burn psyop began. Because for the last little while, Calfmel, Eruption, and Spectrus have been, like, the talk of the format. I think this is where it began. So we have 1, 2 Krakatuka Burn. Let's do our count. So 3, 6, 9, 12 out of 22. So this does pass bar. 3 Ash Rabbit is Psychotic. 3 Eruptions. We have Bella Bees on the side and Chains on the side. So these are, and what, I don't even remember what this card is called. Treeborn Frog, we'll call it. So all these cards kind of awkward. But main deck looks decent enough. I don't like Hurricane in this deck because we don't really have a payoff for it. 3, 6, 9. Yeah, it needs more. These should be counter-ins. I think if these were counter-ins, this would like maybe be better. Yo, is that K-Cray? What's good, K-Cray? What's up, bestie? Greetings, fellow creature of the night. Whoa, that is a huge jump. How do we go from like the lowest burn deck being 1-2 to the next burn deck being a 4-3 Armadon deck? Is this Swole? Swole in... I don't know if Swole is still here, but did you play this in not the most recent premiere, but the one before that? So, okay, I don't know if I've talked about this on the channel, but if you are not already privy to Armadon theory, there is an Armadon Gambit. Very similar to the Misenchanted P-Gust Gambit. And it was actually described as a Gambit at the same time as Misenchanted P-Gust, but I think only Misenchanted P-Gust made it into the Lesternauts video. So there's a Gambit where Armadon good card because Armadon is immune to Edward. Why is Armadon immune to Edward? Well, how many points of spirit damage do you think the opponent takes if they cast Eddie versus Armadon? And before you answer, think about this for a minute. I want you guys just to think. Your opponent controls an Armadon and a set counter rune. In your hand is Edward. You cast the Edward and rotate the Armadon. How many points of spirit damage do you take from this play? I want to see some answers in chat. If you know the answer, don't type it. If you know the Gambit, if I've told you the Gambit before, don't answer it. I want some speculation in the chat. How many spirits? I take no burn damage because I played Galaxy instead. Smile. That's not an option. I'll give you guys like another minute before I tell you guys the answer. I don't know. 3. That's a great guess. Any other guesses other than 3? 2? All right. 3, 2, 3. 4. Yeah, no, the answer is like anywhere between 7 and 12. So, allow me to explain the Gambit. You cast Eddie, that costs you 1 spirit, so you're 1 down. You burn yourself by rotating the Armadon, that's 2 spirits. You attack into the Armadon, they cast Tsunami. That rotates them back to defense, you don't get to attack, you burn for a 3rd. They draw for turn. They play Fire Enchanted Necroth. They rotate their Armadon back to attack. You take... Were we at 4 yet? Hold on. 1, 2, 3... Like 3-ish. Okay, so 4, they rotate back to attack. That's 4. Fire Necroth attacks your Eddie. That's the 5th. Armadon goes face. That's the 6th. If they set another Tsunami face down, that's the 7th, right? Or, actually, the 7th just comes inherently because now you have to play another card to contest the board. So that's 7 now that you've taken. However, the advanced version goes up to 12 because if they set any counter rune, right? Literally any counter rune, or let's say any good counter rune, so like shield or tsunami, you know, you're gonna burn again because you play a card, they remove it, and then they attack you again, and now you're up to like 12 spirits. So you can never eddy an Armadon because you're guaranteed to lose anywhere between 7 and 12 spirits. Because that set card is always going to be Tsunami, because they're never going to just run Armadon out just to run it out, unless they have Tsunami to rotate it back. And they're also not going to do that unless they have a Fire Necruff in their hand, because they punish you severely for trying to remove it. Which means that you can basically never eddy an Armadon, because you will just lose the game on the spot. Are we doing new Josh exam questions? Didn't we make a document for that? I'm pretty sure there's a Google Doc somewhere with like a list of like a billion Josh exam questions and like alternate exams for like, you know, because we can't let people cheat off of each other on the exam, so we have to give them different tests. But yeah, so never eddy an Armadon because you will take 7 spirit damage. And I think the only person to date who's ever resolved the Gambit in tournament is Swolex. I think Swole is the only human being to ever resolve the Gambit in a tournament game. So shout outs to Swole. He's the GOAT because he resolved Gambit in an actual match. So moving on, we have Krakatuga. This is actually just Turtle Burn because it also has Boltuga. So shout outs to Turtle Burn. We got, what is this? 2, 4, 7, 10, 11, 13. Oh my god. Yeah, no wonder this went 5-2. This passes quota by a lot. This passes bar. It's got the eruptions. It's got 3, 6, 8, 11. Yep. It's got the 2 no stones to make this more consistent. Oh, that's psycho. And it searches lava. Yeah, this deck's crazy. Good list. Whose list was this? This is actually a good list. I like this. 5-2, we got another Krakatuga. This one's playing Hurricane again. I don't like Hurricane. Wait. This is literally the same list that went 1 and 2. I have no words. Whoever piloted this list, this one's the GOAT. Alright, Dragoray up next. Oh, God. Looks like full frontage. Okay, well, full frontage is the GOAT. 1-3 Dragoray. Let's see if it passes quota. 3, 6, 9, 12, I guess. But it went 1-3, so 3, 6, 9, 11, 13. This could just be skill issue because it's playing all good cards. Wait, didn't we see this exact list? Hold on. How is this one Solar Burn and this one Draco Ray? The only difference is that this one cut Earthquake for a second Draco Ray. Can we get Curse of Law in chat, please? Can we please get a Curse of Law YGO? Okay. Here we have, what is this? 3, 7, 7, 8. 8 out of 18, so a little under bar. Two, 4, 7, 9. Yeah, they're just a little short on like equips and Thunderbolt. I don't know where this like burn good like psyop started. Like I know it's clearly in full swing by this tournament, but like somewhere there had to be discourse about Burn Good because Blistrix was so popular at Dallas. I don't know how it like poisoned the well this badly this quickly. Cause like it's just everywhere now. 3/2 Draco Ray Solar, 3/6 8-ish. I think we've seen this deck list before. This one plays the first lights at least. 3, 6, 8, 10. I don't like the Nogs, but sure. These could just be counter runes. Like, these could be PTAs and probably be better. 4/3 Draco Ray. Let's see. 3, 6, 9, 11. 3, 6, 9. Yar. Okay. Draking. Oh, God. We've hit the Draking Chronodial tier. Hold, please. This is always a rough ride. 3, 6, 14 Alestrals. There's Armadon in here. There's only 6 good Alestrals, and the other ones are Armadon Cracked. There is 3, 6, 10 counter runes, but there's 3 Nogs, there's 3 High Tides, 3 Rock and a Hard Place, 3... Is that fucking Waxing Gibbous? Which one is that? Before this premiere? Oh, that's what it was. That's right. That's because Swole played the Gambit deck. I don't remember why he played it, but I remember popping off when he like told me that he resolved the Gambit. I do remember that happened. O2, this is Draking 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 8, 11. 3 Solar for 3 Armadon. You just want to see, you'll just see all of them. All of them before Ambrosia as well. Don't forget. And 2 Ambro in this deck. Peak. 4/3 Draco. Thank God this one plays Rabbit. 3, 6. But it's just the one whale thing again. God damn it. 3, 6, 7, 10. 10. 3, 6, 9, 11. At least besides the other whales. Okay. Bears. Okay, no side deck bears. Shout out to no side deck bears. Wait, do you guys think that this is the same guy that played no side deck bears as the previous time? I think he's upgraded. He's found the third don't poke. 2, 4, 6, 9. I guess 9 counter runes isn't too bad, but where the Tsunami is, I'd want Tsunami. Also, 2 Scythe instead of Scythe Necklace feels awkward. Okay. 1, 2 Bears. This one looks a little bit better because this one actually plays like good cards plus the bears. So 3, 6 plus bear stuff. With 3 don't poke. 2 Tsunami, 5, 10. But then 1, 1. I don't like the 1, 1 on Shield PTA. That's really random. Also, Electric Zeus on the side. Those should probably fit into main. So Hurricane should probably come out for the other counter runes, I think. And then like Abominursa I think goes to 1. And then you slot in some other dudes, I think. That sounds about right. Blazers 50k. Bears I own. Wait, Rise and Bears? Wait, hold on. I missed that. That's awesome. What an absolute mad lad. I guess it's to Rise back so you can go into Glacier so easily. Blazer. Oh, dear God. Why is he playing Bellaby? 3. 3. There's 3 real Alestrals in this deck. Cool. 3, 5. There's also only 5 real counter runes. I think I've found the problem. There's 8 real cards in this deck. These bear decks make me sad. Me too, Joshy. We'll play bears in Firestorm. Don't you worry. We'll play bears. I'll play it with you for one tournament. It'll be fun. It'll be a good time. Not for the first tournament. For the first tournament, we'll do something like meta-y. Maybe for the second tournament, we'll play bears. This is a 4-3 Blazers OTK, which is crazy. And this plays 0 real Elestrals. Awesome. This one, and it doesn't side the galaxy. This is a 0 no-side galaxy barometer moment. Let's look at the counter rune suite. There's only 5. Of course. That's like less egregious than Blazers exactly, but like still kind of egregious. I do like the Bow of Apollo tech though. Bow of Apollo is kind of cute. I think me and Josh were saying that Bow of Artemis is technically better though, because you do the piercing damage. So like you kill 2 dudes, and you pierce, and then you get to like trigger and turn into Blazers and go face. So I think you actually end up getting a little bit more damage with Bow of Artemis. Entry prizing turbo. I like the little Eddie. Saying bears aren't meta. No, I think they are meta in Firestorm. Unironically, I think they're one of the best decks in Firestorm. But like that requires testing. Oh, this is very clearly prizing turbo, because this is just a bunch of 3-drops. Incredible. This is also prizing. Yeah, this is every card that starts with the letter A. Awesome. Heal control. We've got, let's see, no Cryoblast, no Boombat, and main out of 10. So that's how I'm going to rate that. Solar Thunder heal control. Here we go. Now we finally start to see the Calf-Mal build appear. 3, 6, 10, or 3, 6, 8, 11. Okay, I'll take that. The 2 Pharaohgeist deck? Wait, where's 2 Pharaohgeist? Oh, yeah, this... Oh, yeah, that card's limited. Wait, how did they enter with that? How did that not get flagged by the system? That's awesome. Good to know that the ban list is being enforced. Incredible. I like this a little bit, but I guess it still has the Cryoblast. Yeah, I like this. But again, I still don't like heal control as like a strategy, unfortunately. So I think that's the problem I have with it, because if you just play against people that know how to play this matchup, and you also don't play perfectly yourself every turn, deck is kind of whack. Like, but I do think that this is a very, like, I think the thing to be said about Healstall is it's the most skill testing deck in the game. That's what I would say. Like, you cannot play Healstall and be bad at the game. That is what I think like Healstall comes down to. Schnark is, let's see, 3, 6, 7, 9, 12. Okay, that's enough real dudes. 3, 6, 9, 11. Okay, solid. I think the problem here is that they're playing Schnark. Yeah. I would rate this, we played Schnark instead of a good deck out of 10. Oh dear God. 2 Werepup, like a Void, 2 Nobby. Oh dear God. I'm just gonna skip this one because it hurts my brain. Someone's me, I worked 70 hours that week, leading up to premiere. Wait, which one is you? Schnark? Or the 3/4 solar? Ah, there we go. That's like bad. Yeah, I think that's the problem, is you have to play literally perfectly, like with heal every turn, otherwise things fall apart. Like that is the biggest problem with heal, is that if you do not play like genuinely perfectly every single turn, like you explode. Let's see. Here's a Vol Tempest deck that doesn't have a side. That is very standard for Vol Tempest, I think. Let's see. 3, 7, 9-ish real guys, so it doesn't pass bar. Also no side deck. Also Toxion out of 10. Here's a better Vol Tempest. This one at least plays Sorlets. No Galaxiers. Like, I think these Toxions would be better as Galaxiers. This one looks like okay, but the problem is it's still Vol Tempest. Vol Tempest is very slow. Wasp IV, 1/1. 3/6. Blah blah blah. Rabbits. Rabbit Vis, so that's 5. Like 5 Golestrals. Like, oh my god, 3 Tunic is psychotic. 3, 6, 9. I think you really only ever play 1 Tunic in this deck. Like, also siding Echo Links is Psycho. Like, that should be in the main. Yeah. Oop. Eep. This is a 3/4 Wasp IV. This one at least main deck the Echo Links. Got Lavalith, sure. 3, 6, 9, 11, and I guess no, it's still bad. I think if you're gonna play like Argo and Wasp Ivy, I think it's 1 Tunic, 1 Scythe, 1 Necklace. I think the 2 Tunic, like, yeah, sure, it's your synergy, but like, so what? The synergy is for a Wasp. Water Nexus. O2, Aphoros, Turbo. Aphoros still a bad card, unfortunately. One day, Aphoros might be a good card. They're like, one of these days, Aphoros will be a good card. That day has not arrived, and I don't think that day will arrive for a very long time, unfortunately. Also, they're playing Bubbler. No side deck, Starbit, no Hurricane. No Hurricane and Starbit feels bad. No side deck feels bad, but this is a 1/0 drop. So this to me feels like Prizing Turbo that just managed to win their first round. So cool. Water Reanimator, 0/4 Water Reanimator, classic. I love that there was that short period of time where we all thought, or well, we air quotes be, where the community thought that Water Reanimator was like a good deck. This deck is awful, dude. And like, because it's literally only been like a short period of time where a couple really good players did well with it, and then like just vanished. Like, this deck just fell off the face of the earth. And it's like, because every time we see it, it's going like 0/4 drop. Like, this deck is so bad. It did have a really good Blistrix matchup, though. Like, that is the one thing that this deck did do well. 4/3 Water Reanimator. This has, let's see, 3. Yeah, this one feels better because it's playing Rabbits at least. Elichick. For the Singleton Zeus. Hurricane in this deck feels a little awkward, but I get it. Because, like, with the Dracking, it makes sense. So let's check Barometer. 4, 6, 9. 9 out of 18 is, like, half. So, like, at least half your deck is, like, solidly good dudes. But I think that's really the problem with this deck, is that really you can only afford to have half your deck be, like, good dudes. Zephyrog. 3/4 Zephyrog. No! Zephyrog, you're so good! I'm going to count Zephyrog as having 11 billion, like, good cards on the Barometer, because Zephyrog's the best deck ever. This deck should have won the tournament. They just got unlucky, so I'm going to move on from that. This is also another Zephyrog player. You see, the problem here is that they just got unlucky. Zephyrog should have won the tournament. Moving on to the one-offs. 0/3 Fulgorix. Let's see, 5, 6, 9, 12-ish good cards. So, good quality cards. Artemis is bad, though, so that's unfortunate. They should just be playing Temple if they want to bank. Let's see, 3, 4, 7, 9. Not enough counter runes out of 10, I would say. I do like the Hurricanes, but I think the problem with this deck is also there's Circle the Sky in it, but also it's just like Artemis not good, Fulgorix not worth the payoff. Like, yeah. 0/1 Frost Nexus. We got 3 Narpoon, 2 Rabbit. I'm gonna cry. No side deck. Is that Chilotl? 2 Chilotl, 3 Enfrostics, an Imperawatt, 3, 6, 8 counter runes, which is unfortunate. Yar. No side deck again. O2 suppression control. Artemis is spotted. Bandaloon spotted. Toxiri spotted. Let's do temperature check. 1, 2, 4, 6. 6 good Alestrals out of 19. Chronodile temperature check. 6, 7 out of 18. I think we see a trend here. This one's also playing the Tadpuff into Chronodile thing. Dymax, I think, has the best theory on how to play Chronodile well, which is that a lot of people just look at the Chronodile and they treat it like a big dumb tower that you have to protect, right? Like, you got to protect the castle on your Chronodile. And I think that's probably the wrong way to play it. And the way Dymax was talking about it is this guy's just like a big-ass Nexus bank that they can't remove the spirits off of. Like, you can bank all of your spirits that you want to use for like counter runes and like, you know, shit onto your Chronodile, and then they're safe. They're in a safe place because it can't be targeted. And I think that's probably the right way to play this deck. So you don't really care if you expose this card to like the elements, because you can always either re-enchant it later or like you just protected the spirits until you needed them. Golem control. Oh, hey, golems are back. I do like, we do have the Cabal Earth ratios, sure. So let's count. 1, 3, 7, 8, 10, 12. 12 out of 19 are non-niches, which are, that's pretty good. 3, 6, 9, 11. Yeah, with the no stones, this all seems pretty fine. The side deck is a little funky, but like it makes sense. Like Crysport, good card. Low key, Helioliths are good cards. I think the problem here is that just the lift strategy isn't too strong. Like, you're better off just playing 5s, and that's really all I think it is. Here we have the Windbox. This is maybe Sorin because I see the Folwicane and the Chrysor. But again, this is just the Wind deck. I think the Wind card's good. Like Sorlet and Galaxy are good. Eddie good, but unfortunately no other cards in this list are that good. I guess Spectre's good. But like no Astrabbit. Like, come on, play the Astrabbit, please. Oh god. It happened again. Bro, somebody needs to find me these solar casters immediately. 5/2 almost mono solar. I don't get it. Why are there 3 Leo Brights? Like, I don't understand. This card isn't even good. I don't understand, dude. Like, there's 5 Ascensions that we have to subtract. And then every dude in the deck is a rune. Like, they're all rune dudes. I don't get it. I really don't understand how this went 5/2. Like, that just baffles me. But it's kind of awesome. Like, hell yeah, because solar. But, like, oh my god. 14 1-drops is crazy. Yeah, 14 1-drops. But not only is it 14 1-drops, it's 14 1-drops where none of them do anything. I lost this. Ari, how? Like I gotta understand how. What happened in the game? Like, please tell me how you lost. Because I don't understand how this deck wins. I need to look into, like, into this deck. I need to understand how this deck gets to the places that it does. He was defending not playing resting because he simply wouldn't go behind in spirits. I think that that's fine. Like, I agree with that, actually. Because I don't think resting is super good. because it's only good if you're losing, number one, and second of all, like, it's very easy to play around it right now. Like, I think you should play it somewhere, like in the side for sure, but like, I don't think it's the worst card to cut, frankly. Why is First Light in this? Oh, because you can add it off of Nebuleo. Anytime you see Nebuleo, you're C3 First Light. Because this card adds itself. Like, it adds any of, like, 3, 6, 8, 11 cards in this deck. And then it's like, if you just get it, like, you may as well just have it, right? Like, surely... Leo Bright hits, I guess. Yeah, like, the idea... It also guarantees that Celestlio hits. Like, you play the First Light for the Celestlio, but, like, this card is bad. Like... But, like, alright, how did you lose it? We both went for the most greedy play, and he got to Celestlio turn 3. Oh... And then how did you lose the second time? Because I see how you lose once that way. Did you just get to Celestlio by like turn 3 like twice? And you just didn't have an out to it? I don't get to Celestlio. You want to see it sometimes, but not all the times. I genuinely, I don't understand. Like, this isn't even the first time a deck like this has performed well in tournament, where it's just like all solar and just like all solar. I don't get it personally, but it seems to work for people, so I don't get it. Think I was so mental boomed at that point? Yeah. I don't understand. When I see those decks do well, the only thing in my mind is, like, they're just not queuing into, like, the players that wouldn't lose to that stuff. You know what I mean? Or if they do queue into those players, those are the games where they have the crazy pop-offs, where they go crazy. Because that's the only way I can rationalize it, because, like, all I'm saying is if that was me, I wouldn't lose to this. Or at least I hope I wouldn't. Otherwise, I would go crazy. Top 8 was all Solar Spirits. Wait! Dialis, are you the 20 Spirit Soldier? Are you the 20 Solar Spirit Soldier? Hold on. Somebody gift this man a channel membership ASAP. Is this the 20 Spirit Solar guy? Oh my god, you haunt my nightmares. You actually haunt my dreams. Like, I just don't get it. It makes no sense to me, but, like, it keeps working. So, like, it has to be at least, like, somewhat viable. Somebody please gift this man a channel membership. I don't know if you can directly gift memberships in YouTube, but, like, please if you can. You're an absolute hero. But also, I hate you. Like, fuck, dog. You... I sit here, I make theory, I think I understand video game, and then 20 Spirit Solar. I don't understand. It hurt my brain. Let's do Barometer. 3, 6, 8. Yeah, 8. Rhino Sect moment. Is this what's his name? I don't remember if Tractor played in this tournament or not, because I don't think I played in this tournament. This is Sir Tractor. Yeah, that tracks. Look, you played Rabbit in this one. Why can't you do that in the next one? Why do you hurt me? Why do you take out Rabbit the time that you win? You hurt me. Oh wait, this is 8 unique decks. Oh, that's crazy. They lost to every known name they faced. Yeah, that... See, that's the thing that makes sense to me. Because I love Turn Agent and Solar. Damn. But, okay. that unfortunately confirms what I had theorized. Like, it's like no hater energy, but like the only way that this makes sense to me is that you're just queuing into other people that are not playing, like that aren't playing like giga refined like tournament grinder lists, because I don't see how this doesn't get farmed. And I know that like this should get farmed because you guys know how much fucking time I spent trying to make Solar the best deck. I was convinced this was the best deck. And like I just could not get it to like ever work. Alright, so we got Blizzy Poo. Shoutouts to Blizz6. It's a Josh net deck. Also, shoutouts to Sorlet in the side. Let's go, Cubs. Let's go, Eddie. Shoutouts to the Chicago Eddies. We got Adam on the Frost Vibes. I like this. This good list. Me like this. Sir Tractor hurts me emotionally. But, like, this good list. The only thing I don't like is Blizzard in the main deck. I'm not a fan of that. Just because I'm not a fan of Blizzard. Like, I don't think that card's actually very good. But, like, I get it. Like, sure, why not? I think I would rather just... What would I even play in those slots? I guess there's not really much else to play in those slots, so I guess it's kind of fine. Like, that's kind of how I feel about this. There's, like, just nothing else I'd really want to play other than, like, maybe one more Alestral and a third Tsunami. Blizzard is very good. Wrong. Bad opinion. Thought crime. Banned forever. Hold, please. How do I ban you? Congrats on your top 8. Blizzard, good card. Wrong. Bad opinion. Banned forever. Also, Big Kahuna up next with the Fire Nexus, running it back. Oh, wait. Hold on. How many Fire Nexuses topped? I forgot that I wanted to track that. Oh, just one. Sad. We've got Hunter Sergey up next with the Tornadian. Hold on, are you doing the cool stuff? Are you doing cool stuff? God damn it! God damn it, the only cool stuff is the one Glackle. Why? Why can't we do the, like, multiple different field spells and, like, the back row haze? And I just want to see somebody do it. Just one time. Oh, this is the Josh and Titan. Where's Log? Where's Log? Are you still here? Are you awake? Consider Apollo bad card. Oh, is there no Apollo in this? Oh, yeah, I agree. Apollo bad card. Yeah. I mean, just hit off of this forehead. Okay, so this was we mentioned this a while ago. This is the Antitan list. 3... Yep, this is... Oh, yeah, and this was me. It was I finally built Josh. I think I foreshadowed this, like, a long time ago, is we were working on Antitan, and I was like, man, I really just want to fit Werepup in here. And that's how I landed on, like, the Earth Lunar deck. And then we revisited Antitan after Dallas. I'm like, wait, we can find the space. And I don't remember what it was, but we were looking to increase the starter count because I've been rocking on starter theory. I've gotten very Yu-Gi-Oh brained again, which is that you want to always have a starter in your opener so that, like, statistically, when you draw your opening hand, you don't have to mulligan and you don't have to expend to draw on turn 1. So I wanted Josh to fit 2 more starters. So I'm like, wait, what if it's 2 Werepups? And I don't know how I talked him into this because he hates Werepup, but he did put it in the deck and it did work. So it was 2, what is that? 2, 5, 7 starters, yeah. Yeah. So this is the Antitan list that I think is, like, the Antitan list. The side deck is kind of whatever. You can change it up however you want. But the idea was, it's like, okay, you go first, you play this. If you go second, you side it out into this stuff. This was the worst decision of all time, but it worked. It worked, Joshy. You can't tell me I'm wrong because it worked, Joshy. It's always the greatest play. Always play Werepub. Never cut it. Also, Josh, hold on. I'm gonna DM you because during this every deck stream, I've had an epiphany, and I'm gonna need to edit my deck for tomorrow. Hold on. I've DM'd Josh my game plan for tomorrow because I'm gonna make a change to my deck list, and I think Josh is gonna actually put a hole through his drywall. I'm gonna do it, Josh, and it's gonna be great because I was testing earlier today, and you want to know what I said, Josh? Damn, I really wish I had more starters in this deck. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put more starters in it. Oh god, I really hope I top with this bullshit tomorrow so I can just. Oh god, I really wish I could tell you guys because I know all of you guys will be in tournament tomorrow. So, like, I don't want to give it away, but, like, my deck's going to be so fucking stupid. I'm trolling so hard tomorrow because it's the last tournament. Also, shout-outs to Shirt. Yeah, I didn't play in this tournament, but shout-outs to Trevor. He did DM me. So, like, this always happens, like right before every tournament, is Trevor will always DM me at, like, midnight to 2 in the morning before a premiere and be like, yo, you want to work on the siding patterns? And so I looked at this list. I'm like, yo, hold on. I think we need to change like 2 cards because I remember there was 2 Ash Rabbit in this at one point or something like that. And I don't remember what we changed, but I remember telling him to put the small Tuga, Krakatuga stuff in the side because Rybot fucking ganked me so hard in Dallas that I was traumatized. I'm like, yo, we're putting it in. We're putting it in. It's going to work. So shout out to Rybot for that. And then we promptly took it out for the next tournament. But this was the Fire Lunar aggro. I got Ash Rabbit looped. The Ash Rabbit loops are so good. Unironically, I think that Ash Rabbit in Firestorm is one of my favorite decks. Like, I think Ash Rabbit becomes a deck in of itself in Firestorm. It's kind of crazy. I don't think it's super good because we also get Galaxy Champion, and that card is fucked up. But, like, I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it. You can't stop me. I'm going to find a time to play it. Second place, this is Dimax Solar Argo. This is the start of Dimax's, like, I'm just going to play a Nexus user plus Argo deck arc. Because I remember he came into a VC one night, and he was just like, I've cracked the code. Every deck that I top with is just a Nexus user plus Argo, and whenever I do that, I top, and I do really well. And we were like, what? He's like, oh, don't worry, it's going to work. I'm going to prove the theory. Because I think he'd already topped with the Lunar Argo, like as the Lunar, instead of Lunar Aggro, is Lunar Argo is like a meme. And then he did well with that. And then he wanted to prove a point, so he did this. He's like, instead of doing it with Comalis, this time I'm going to do it with Celestia Exaltus. And it worked. And then he did it again. Like, I know after this tournament, he's done it like a 3rd time. And now I'm starting to get scared of Dimax because I don't understand what he sees. Because to me, this is just like I get the theory, but also, like, why is Galax Tech Air there? Like, why is this here? And also, like, what the fuck, Dimax? That kid's a monster. He scares me. So shout outs to Celestia. And then Julian won with the heal stall deck. And this is just a very refined version with the solar variant. What is this? 3, 6, 9. So like this was super cool. I do think though So I remember watching this, actually, watching Trevor's run. I think Trevor should have won this tournament. Like 100%. And there's a very specific reason why. And it's that he threw against Julian super hard 2 games in a row. Like game 1, he beat Julian. But then it became very obvious to me, like watching him play, that he didn't actually know how to play against the heel stall deck. And I talked to him about it afterwards, and he's like, yeah, I have no clue how to play that matchup. Because he was trying to aggro Julian super, super hard, which is the one thing you're never supposed to do in this matchup. And in the game that he won, he accidentally fumbled into the setup where he had 2 rabbits on the board, and just Julian couldn't crack it. And that was the problem, and he didn't realize that that was the win condition. And it was super unfortunate, because I think if Shurit beats Julian in top 4, then I think he theoretically also beats Dymax. But I think it was also really funny that, like, what happened, the Dymax story, because he's not here to tell the story, is, if you guys watch the feature, Dymax concedes, like, within 2 turns to Julian game 1, which makes no sense, because Julian's playing, like, a stall deck. Like, their game should go on for 20 minutes, right? And Dymax concedes within, like, 2 turns. So apparently the lore is that Dymax's cat, like, threw up, like, on the rug in the middle of the finals, and it tilted Dymax into the sun, and he's just like, oh, fuck it, whatever. And, like, when he scooped it, that's, like, literally when the cat throws up, and he's just like, I can't deal with this, we're just going to the next game. Which I think is a really funny thing to have happen in the finals, and that's also the most Dymax way to lose possible. So, that's awesome. But good shit. I'm very upset to see Heel win a tournament, because I hate this deck. But I do think what this says more than anything else is that if anyone can win a tournament with Heel, they are very good at the video game. And so what this tells me is that Julian is very good at the video game, and if he plays any deck other than Heel, he will also be a fucking menace. So Julian is definitely, like, a very good player, and I think he proved that with winning. Because, like, you have to be good to win a tournament anyway, but you have to be exceptionally good to win with Heel. So that was the second to last premiere. Let's see how we're doing on time. How are we looking? It's midnight right now. We've been live for 7 hours, which means that we got through this second tournament in an hour and a half. This tournament, this one right here, took like 5 hours. This one took an hour and a half. I think we can get out of here potentially by 2 in the morning, which means that we will all have at least 6 hours to sleep and then go play the premiere tomorrow morning. And I also need to change my deck and submit it and register for the tournament, yada, yada, yada. Don't forget to do that if you're playing tomorrow. We have 426. This is the last premiere that occurred before this most recent one. And this is the last premiere of proper Moonrise format. Because this last premiere is still Moonrise format, but it's like Moonrise Plus. Like, it's Moonrise plus Shattered Stars. So it's slightly different. So this is like last tournament of pure Moonrise format. And the comment is another one joins the lineup of bridesmaids. I think that means that Dymax gets second again, because I remember hearing the statistic that me and Dymax are now tied for most second place finishes without a win. So we see a return to form in this tournament. 15 Lunar Aggro, 11 Bug Snacks, which is psychotic, and then 11 Tornadian. 9 Blistrix, 7 5s, 5 Heal Controls, 5 Ferrogeist, 4 Burn, 4 Fire Nexus, 4 Scrap, 3 Pent, 3 Solar, 2 Cryosects, that's Foreboding, 2 Postamoose, and 2 Vol Tempest. And then a bunch of one-offs. So we do see Lunar Aggro come full circle as being the most represented deck. We've seen Blistrix kind of fall off in popularity. Bugsnax is really super random, but I think that's probably because Josh played Antitan. Um, and everybody. There's so many people that net deck Josh. It's incredible. Like Josh can play anything, and the next tournament it'll have like whatever Josh played is the most represented or second most represented deck. It's kind of incredible. So let's take a look. Lunar Aggro. Here we go. 01 Lunar Aggro. Here we have a more traditional Lunar Aggro with the Nauberts and the Doppeljaders, as well as the 2. So this is a very classic Lunar Aggro, going all the way back to like when we sided the Lavalith. So this is super, super out of date, but people play what they know. 01 drop, another 01 drop, another way back to the start of the format. This one plays 3 Lunar Phase Full Moon though, which is psycho. Also, oh my god, look at all this lunar. Look at how much lunar is in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lunar. Or 9 lunar. I can't count. That's so much. Here we have a Lunar Aggro featuring Pharaohgeist, 1, 2. This one plays Viscerus. So this one is different. It's also incomplete side. Incomplete side with 5-sided spirits, including spirits of the same color that our main spirit color is. Okay. Also, there's one Lumaru. Can we? Why are you guys allergic to playing 3 Rabbit? Please just play 3 Rabbit. 3, 6, 8. Also, there's only 8 counter. I'm gonna crash out. This is Fire Lunar Aggro. Shout out to Law for finally. I think I pilled Law on combining all the lunar aggro variants into one. So this is a Fire Lunar Aggro, and so just in case we need to lecture again, we can see how the core is the same because this is like these are going to be in every Lunar Aggro deck that you play. These are going to be in every Lunar Aggro deck. Here's two 5 bodies, and then we have some flavor. And like this is just a starter that searches for another 5. So this is kind of a 5. It's a 5 under Galaxies, so like it's kind of a 5. We replace a 5 for a Lavalith and some Kinleos. So it's basically still just Lunar Aggro, right? So we have 3, 6, 3, 6, 10, 12. 12 counter runes, so this is basically the Trevor deck, and I think this deck's really good. This might have been Trevor. Yeah, was this shirt again? I think this actually might have been Trevor, because I remember that this time we rocked up like as a squad with it, because this time I could actually play. And I don't remember if I'm the only one that topped with the Fire Lunar deck. Because I remember I think Shirt crashed out. I think he had just like a really unlucky run. And I don't remember if Josh played this deck too, or if Josh went off on his own, or Josh like didn't play at the last minute or something. Something happened. But I think this was Trevor again. Here's a Lunar Aggro. This is more traditional Lunar Aggro from way back in the day. So outdated deck list, but still solid. 2-3. This is a Thunder Lunar Aggro. This one's playing Quackles and Arcoliths with extra Thunder. You guys already know how I feel about Arcolith and Quackle, so not the biggest fan of those choices. 3, 7, 10 counter runes. Yeah, like we're cutting counter runes for Quackles. Like we don't need that. We're not playing heal. Also, second Doppelgator, I'm not the biggest fan of. Here's another Fire Lunar Aggro. I don't remember who this was. I played Morfrost. Oh, that's right. You played Morfrost. For 10, 12. Yeah, this is literally the same list. So I feel like this has to be somebody from our group if this isn't Shurit. Josh, do you know if JJ played the Fire Lunar Aggro deck too? Because I didn't submit the list until 1 minute before deadline. Yeah, I remember begging you to build it the night before, but I think you were sick or something. And you were just like, nah, I have to go to bed. I don't even know if I'm going to play. It was something like that. Because I know me and Shurit played this deck. Did we have a third person that played it? Because this is card for card the same as the other list. So I have to assume that this is somebody who had the deck list or like a variant. Because I don't think this is my list. But like this, I think was the other one that was floating around in the group. Because I think this is the main deck that I played. Here was another Fire Lunar Aggro. This one's slightly different. This one doesn't play the small Tugas. It does play Nobbies though, but Nobby bad card. Here we have a traditional Lunar Aggro with the Nobbies. Okay, so instead of Doppelganger, this one plays 4 Nobbies. So I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that one of these Nobbies is a Doppelganger. Or it's just 4 Nobbies. Incredible. Also 2 Werepup. Is this a Sand Sally moment? Did Sand Sally play in this tournament? Did she play two Werepup again? Because I think Sand's like the only human being that plays Lunar Aggro with 2 Werepups. This is Lunar Aggro with Pharaohgeist. 3, 6, 8. Okay, hold on. This one plays 3 Temple, 3. What's it called? Oh, you know who this maybe could have been? Did Justin play? Justin might have played. Rob copied my list. Yeah, maybe. She played Cunning Offer. Oh, that's right. I forgot because I made all the Brewlock memes. I forgot about that. This deck was horrifying. Yeah, this is the scary deck. This is the Josh was right all along theory, where Josh like built a deck that looked like this at the start of the format, and then we progressively were all like, Josh, this deck is terrible. But like Josh, of course, would open perfectly with this deck every time, so it wasn't terrible when he played it. But when anyone else played the deck, it was awful. But like theoretically, if you draw perfectly, this is the best. Like theoretically, this is the scariest deck to play against in the entire game if they do not brick and they draw perfectly all the time. Thunder Lunar Aggro. Why is there a time? Is that Volt Tempest? Wait a sec. What is Volt Tempest doing here? Oh, that is absolutely fucked up. I'm gonna move past that one. Here we have an Earth Lunar Aggro. This is the Swolax net deck. It looks like, yeah, this is just the Swolax net deck, like card for card. Here we have Bugsnax. So this is the Josh Psyop of, hey, look, Titanos, whatever this card is called, isn't bad. 3, 6, 9. So 9 counterings. That is not enough. Let's see. 3, 5, 7, 9, 10. Shoutouts to 1 altar. That is, once again, not enough. But also, what the fuck? Is that the middle stage for Farragut? What the fuck, dog? Yeah, okay. 2 rabbit, no side. Okay, I'm moving on. Let's do Barometer. 3, 5, 6, 8. Panzer. Shoutouts PK Starks. 8, 11. So it just barely passes on Barometer. 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. Sandstorm. What the hell? Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2 Bugsnax. 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. 2 Werepup again. Oh, this is a Josh net deck. This is a Josh net deck. This is a Ignector version with Helios' Chariot Ride. Oh, Jesus Christ. Chariot Ride, 3, 6, 8, 10. Plus Chariot Ride's not too bad. I think we could like fit in one. Oh, there's no Demeter in here. These should be Demeters probably, and also we should have a side deck. Here's a 1/2 bug snacks wasp ivy. 2 poison tunic and wasp ivy is a theory that we've developed. This should be 1/1/1 on necklace scythe tunic. So I'm gonna move past this. This is bug snacks with Ardbub. Is this a Josh Net? This is not a Josh Net deck. This is like a more classic Ardbud deck. Yeah, this seems solid. 1/1/0 drop. So maybe they were just playing for Prizing and had to go. This is a 2/3. This is let's do barometer 2 or 9, 11, 13, 14. Yeah, solid dudes. Solid back row lineup. Oh, but they play Bloom. Bloom probably should have just been a real card. Like these could have been Cryo Blasts. 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. Barometer, hold on. That's 10, 12, 14, 15. So like 15 to 16-ish good cards. Yeah, okay, that seems fine. The side decks is a little bit whack though. We see the I regret not net decking Josh side deck I see here. And you know that it's a I looked at Josh's list and then changed some stuff because they're only playing 2 Werepup, and if you're gonna side it, you'd side all 3. So I think that the 3/4 here is probably a skill issue based on like they're clearly net decking but don't understand like why certain ratios are played. This is a 3/3 Josh net deck. Never drew Bloom, always sided it out. That's unfortunate. What went wrong here then? If this was your list, what went wrong here? Also, Shadow's Panzer. This is the Rhino Sect bug box. So let's do barometer 3, 5, 7, 10. I'll say 11 out of 21. Yeah, that's 3, 6, 8, 10. Okay. 2 Eddie in the side, Elichick in the side, Demeters in the side. Yeah, these should have all just been in the main deck. Same with Elichick or Equilinks. Like so many good. Look at all of these good cards in the side that just are not like in the main deck. Like literally everything in this side deck should have been in the main deck. Also, we're siding Earth in Earth. We're siding Water in just for Eddie. Yeah, this whole side, everything that's in this side deck should have been in the main deck, and like everything else should have just been scrapped, and they should have just built an actual side deck. Moving on to Tornado. Wait, how did this one do? 4/3. Yeah. Tornadian, let's see. Tornadian with Draco Ray. Will we see a Tornadian player do something super cool? We see the 1 Quackle. 2 of the same field spell. That's a no. 2 of the same field spell. That's a no. Where's this one has 2 Quackles, which. Here we have the Lunar Phase variant. Yeah, I still hate this variant. Tornadian Morfrost variant. This variant I think is the same as this variant. This one's a little bit better though. I do like the Morfrost a little bit more. I also like the 3 Galaxy. That's kind of cooking, but no rabbits out of 10. Here we have a 3/2 Tornadian. Any cooking? Any cooking? No. Still no cooking. Here we have the Wind variant with with 1 Apollo, but 2 Aeolus. Aeolus MS Paint Theory, but 1 Nemisail, 2 Exalter. So they do have the way to get value. 3, 4. Yeah, this is just really awkward, unfortunately. Like. Playing Plucky instead of Elichick and no Zeus feels kind of awkward and kind of un-Fortnite. And then the Argo stuff on the side, yeah, there's a lot going on. on here. They are playing Aeolia, but they're not playing the other stadium. Fuck. Please just play 1-1 and like Tornado and like Thunderstorm and stuff, please. Thank you. Didn't play well. Hadn't played in a month. Okay, so that one's a skill issue then. Alright, but I feel like skill issue is like the best thing that can go wrong in a tournament, right? Because that's correctable in the future. Like, if I personally always like misplaying over like stuff being out of my control, because I can correct misplays. Like, I can go back and say, okay, here's what I did wrong. I'm not gonna mess that up next time. Whereas if something's out of my control, there's just nothing I can do about it. There's nothing to be learned there. So skill issue is like it sounds like skill issue would be like a bad mark, but I think it's actually like a fine way to like get knocked out or to like have a bad run. I think it's like preferable. We have Tornagian Solar with a lot of solar. That's 9 solars in the Spirit deck. And this looks like a Trish Solar deck from Daybreak, where we have like Nebuleo, like Celestleo, 1 Lestragon, 1 Celestleo, 3 Exaltus, no Argo because I was built on Argo bad. This is like a disciple of mine from like 6 months ago. Incredible. Unfortunately, I was a very stupid dummy. Tornagian, we got 4-3. This is fairly standard, but no quackle, no fun stuff. Please, can somebody do the fun stuff, like the Trish fun stuff theory, please? Like, can one of you guys, like, just change whatever deck that you guys are queuing tomorrow? And can somebody just queue, like, a standard Tornagian deck, but, like, with one of each stadium and, like, 1 Tornado, 1 Thunderstorm, 1 Hurricane, or, like, even 2 Hurricane? You can play the 2 Hurricane and just play 1 and 1 of the other 2 just so that you can always hit off Tornagian if you need it. Please, can somebody do that for me? Please make me happy. Did we already look at this one? Yo, shout out to TechWord. Oh yeah, here we go. Tornagian Phosphocell. 3-6 boop-a-doop-a-deeb-a-deeb. This is too many illustrals. Let's do barometer. 6, 9. I'll count calf mouse, so that's like 12 out of 23. Yes. Pay for my entry and you got it, boss. Okay, alternatively, no. Or, ooh. Hold on. Thinking. Do you have a stamped Galaxy that I could steal? Because I'll pay for your entry if I can have a stamped Galaxy. Like, I'll buy a stamped Galaxy off you for $20 if you promise to play the funny Tornagian deck with Trish Theory. I'll make that deal. I'll make that deal. Hit my DMs if you have one, and I'll take you up on that deal. 3, 6, 9. Yeah, this isn't an off back row that doesn't pass barometer. And it's going in 2 different directions. I'll have one, sadly. Damn it! I needed one. Yeah, I don't like the 2 different directions this is going in, unfortunately. This is also the smoke screen. Didn't we say that this was progress? Didn't somebody say that like this was somebody that like always played this stuff in their main deck, and like seeing it in the side is actually progress for them, and that we should be happy? I feel like this is probably that person. So I'm gonna say good job. 5-2 Tornagian heal. 3, 6, 7, 10. 10. I'll say 12 because of Calf Mal. Out of, what is this? 19? Yeah. Okay, that passes barometer. This is the one that's smoke screening into Pent. Oh, it came back. This ran back with the Pent smoke screen. The Pent smoke screen is so funny. I can't get over that. That one's peak. That one's peak. I like this because it smoke screens into Pent. 18th is me. Pent best deck. Pent best deck, bro. I've had this theory for a while that like Pent Terror is low key Like the low, like if Fire Nexus is low key the best deck, even lower key is Penterror has been the best deck since base set, and has been the best deck of every format, and just no one plays it like, either nobody plays it or nobody plays it well, like, and that's always the issue. Because think about it, Penterror's really big, like mucho grande dragon, big good. So secretly, Penterror is actually the best deck ever. And Ari did get third with it at Dallas. I'm just saying. The truth is out there, folks. Blizzards. 01. Josh Net Deck. 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 Oh, thank God this one doesn't play Rabbit. This one's not enough Josh Net Deck. Yeah, this one isn't a Josh Net Deck, therefore it's suboptimal. Moving on. No Josh Net Deck. Not a Josh Net Deck. I love how we can put every Blizztrix into a camp of, did they net deck Josh, or did they not put the Ass Rabbits in the deck? I think it's particularly good right now because it feels good into Werepup and Argo. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the thing with Pent is in limited constructed, so like not in like tournament constructed, but apparently, I didn't know this until like a couple days ago, but apparently Penterror has won like every single limited constructed tournament that it's ever been played in. So like all the draft leagues that like people have done, like it's won 2 Elestriads, like Pen has done so much in limited. It's like, wait, why is nobody doing this in constructed? And like in early base set, like even like bad Penterror decks were winning. And I think it could just be that like a Fire Nexus thing where like the good players just weren't playing Pent. Because like the quote unquote air quotes good players are kind of limited, right? Like I think a lot of the people that we would recognize as like good players are in this chat room right now. And like people from Nimbug. Like it's like Nimbug people and people who are also in this chat room. And I don't know many of the people that are among that like group that frequently play Penterror. Like usually when you like every now and then you'll see a good player like play Pent, and like they might do okay, they might not, right? But you don't see any of like the top players in Elestrals grinding Pent. And that makes me wonder if Pent, like, say we had like 1,000 player tournaments consistently for Elestrals, I wonder how Penterror would do in those tournament settings. But they just refuse. Yeah, I think there's something to it. I think Penterror low, like, could be like a secret best deck. And that's something to think about. That's something kind of interesting. So, Pent maybe best deck. But who will know? Time will tell. Maybe it's Firestorm. Maybe I'll play with it in Firestorm. Like, I don't think Pent best deck Firestorm. Ooh, actually, hold on. I'm cooking. What if Pent best deck in Firestorm? Because, okay, imagine this, right? Turn 1, you go cast Werepup, set Full Moon, set a back row, pass to opponent. Draw phase, ascend into like a champ, summon some Werepups, right? Maybe you counter run out, but like, you know, maybe they thunderstorm you. Right? They pop your back row, and you're like, oh shit. And then they cast a Spectress, and they walk over your Leica champ. And you're like, damn, that's really good. And then what if you Siphon Ascended into Penterror on the next turn? What would they do? I'm just saying that Leica champ does make the bricks less bricky. All I'm saying. You know, the more I talk about Pentair, the more I regret selling my Stellar Pen. The more I regret selling Stellar Pen. I'm sorry, Penty Poo. This is an 04, 04, what's it called? Eddie. It's also siding Vol Tempest. This is 5 siding into Vol Tempest. Immaculate game plan. A dedicated 15s emote. In the meantime, we have Fent. No. Fent is the 15s emote. It's all the same. Here we have incomplete side deck with Eddie. This is I think this is a net deck, but incomplete side. Also, shout out to Werepup in the side. Here we have another 5s of all good dudes, plus Heliolith. Shout out to Heliolith. Is that Ruminous? Why is Ruminous here? Bro thinks he's part of the club. 5s with Wasp Ivy. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. 3, 6, 9. Why is there 1 Side Nectar, 1 Wasp Ivy in this deck? This is literally just 5s with a 1-in-1 ratio. Also, we're doing the thing again where it's 2 tunic. Like, can we please just play 1-1-1? Please? You don't need multiple tunics. You have Poison Tip Arrow. Ruminous is the funniest guy. I love when people play the random shitty 2-drop Alestrals. Like, it just brings me joy. But I also wonder what is the lowest played rate Alestral in the entire game. Like, what is the Alestral that has been, like, scientifically proven to have been played the least number of times in this game's entire lifespan? I wish they had data on that. Like, I really hope they have data on that. I should ask Dan A Drive if they have data on that, actually. I'm going to ask Dan A Drive if they have data on that, actually. 3, 6, 9, 11. Yeah, all good cards. I'm going to rate this a... You are not Bo out of 10. This is a... Actually, are you Bo? No. Bo didn't play this. I forgot my place. Where am I? Here we go. We are Lunar 5s, 3, 4. Gotta be Gadaball? No, because people have been playing Gadaball. Like, that's the thing. People have been playing it recently. Sakurasaur? Oh, yeah, it could be Sakurasaur. You're right, actually. I don't think we've ever seen Sakurasaur, ever. No, we've seen Coastalith. People like Coastalith because he's funny. 3, 6. Yeah, this seems okay. Yar. Yeah. This seems fine, I guess. It's just 5s. This is another 5. Oh, this one went 5 too. Hold on. This one played Jolt and Olympus with Arcolith and Toxeon. See, I don't like this whole row of dudes and like these. And also, 1 Demeter, 2 Zeus is kind of psychotic. But this did go 5 too. I mean, good shit. Yeah. I mean, Arcolith jump scare is strong. I'm going to chalk this up to you drew Arcolith in under 5 Spirits games at least twice out of 10. Paleoth Ascension? Oh, yeah, Neander Sloth I don't think has ever seen play. Champ Vertilith is going to have the Coastalith treatment where people are going to play because it's funny. Yeah. Leonite's seen play and stun. Yeah, Leonite is definitely seen play. Like, a lot of stuff saw play in base set. And the thing with base set, because like base set went on for so long without an expansion that people were just playing shit. Like, people were just playing stuff just to play it in base set. And also on top of that, like, there was a lot of times that, like, in base set, like, people were still learning the game in base set. Because, like, tournaments would only get up to, like, 30 players in base set. Which is crazy compared to, like, the 100 players we have now. But, like, a year ago, 30 players was kind of the standard. It was best of one, and people would just, like, play fucking whatever. Like, very frequently. Does it actually have good stats, if nothing else? I don't know if... Sakura-Sora is the only one that I can't think of. Titanostock, yeah, did unfortunately see some play. And Titanostock is low-key my favorite Celestial. Because it's so funny to me that Titanostock was nerfed. Like, heavily. Because I have a prototype Titanostock, and Titanostock originally was a 2/5 ceremonial bell that just said, while this card is on the board, both, like, your opponent plays with their hand revealed, or something like that. Like, you didn't have to expend for it, and it wasn't a 2/4. Like, it had a decent defensive stat line, and you just got to look at the opponent's hand. The crazy part is that Titanostock still wasn't good. Like, it's still not that good. But I guess in prototype testing, it was considered so overpowered that they nerfed it into the ground. Meanwhile, they buffed Astrabbit. Titanostock was too good, but Astrabbit wasn't good enough. And that, to me, I think is the funniest bit of Alestral's lore ever. So, shoutouts to Titanostock. Heal Control, this one went 0-2. This is the Solar variant. I think this is just the Julian net deck. This is old Heal Control 0-1, but they did play the Crab Blast, so they did good. 0-1 drop. 2-3 Heal Stall. This one's playing Titano Strike. Shoutouts to Titano. With 3 Thunder. This dude is prepped for Firestorm. Dude is absolutely prepped. Unfortunately. Oh, and Jim Joe good. I'm going to go next. Let's see. 3, 6, 7. 7, 10. Yeah. Is this just the Julian net deck again? This might just be the Julian net deck. This is the Julian net deck. This is 4-3. Yeah, these are all just heal decks that, like... They're all just heal. Nothing interesting there. Nobody really innovates in heal. It's kind of hard to. Farrageist. 0-2 Lunar Phase Farrageist. Werepups. The funny cat. Lots of these things. I'm gonna go next. This one plays Artemis. I'm gonna go next. This one has Circle the Sky in it. I'm probably gonna go next. Yeah. Oh god. Let's do Barometer. Hold on. 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. But there's also Posthumous in it. I'm gonna go next. This one went 4-3. Hold on. Let's do Barometer. 4, 6, 9, 11. Yeah, okay, it's got mostly good dudes, but you're still playing Ferrogeist, you're playing Tunic. Yeah, I think the problem here might just be that you're playing Tunic and not Scythe of Demeter, because I think the Scythe of Demeter to, like, wall up for the Ferrogeist would be one thing. Also, not playing Werepup and Ferrogeist feels really bad. Like, you want the Full Moon Spirits to get into Ferrogeist. This is me. Rat King, where's your Werepup? Where Werepup? I think really the only thing here that you probably can change is Navigator for the Werepup engine, just so that you have it for Ferrogeist, as well as maybe making this Scythe of Demeter so that stuff can stick around for longer until you can, like, ascend into Ferrogeist. That I think is like the main things I would change here. Everything else seems fine. Burn. We got Burn, O2, Dragalis. Oh my god, is that Ignector? Armadon. Oh god. Only 2 Tsunami for the Gambit, sad. This should be 3 and 3 if you're gonna run this. Dragalis. Dragalis bad, Dracoray good. 11 Fire is Elestriad, way too much. Let's do counts. 3, 5. Only 5 non-niches. Yar out of 10. Burn featuring Volt Tempest. Oh, Jesus. This is Volt Burn. Because Volt Tempest wasn't enough burn. I don't think that... I dislike that. I think that Volt is enough burn. You just want to get to the Vault game plan, and then you just burn them out. And, like, I think playing the Fire with Vault is fine, because then you can Fire Enchant Vault so that you can't get burned in retaliation, which is fine. Let's see. 2, 5... Or, I'm sorry, 5... Or 3, 6, 7, 10. So it's like 10 real Elestrals, just barely under Barometer, because there's a Dracoray. Yeah. This is a 2/2 burn. This looks like the Swolax like Gambit deck. So at least they're playing 3 and 3. I respect that. That's pretty good. Here we have another Gambit deck. 4/3 burn. So shout out to the Gambit. This one plays Krakatoa. Fire Nexus. I love playing versus Vault because I just slapped Necklace on it. Yeah, somebody did that to me in the Elestriad. 1S Plays did that to me in the Elestriad. If you haven't watched that match. And I slapped a Vault down against them because... so if you're looking for like a meta call for tomorrow, like Vault is a decent meta call because it's good versus Fire Nexus. Because if you cast out a Vault Tempest with a Fire Spirit under it, there is no way for Fire to either Eruption spam you or to deal with the Vault Tempest. But then they slapped a Necklace on me and I'm like, oh shit, that's gonna get that. I don't know how I'm going to deal with that. But thankfully, Volt Tempest does outburn the Necklace. You do outburn the Necklace. But it was kind of scary. I was like, oh, shit. That was kind of good. So we have 01 Kinleo. What is that guy? Is that Caperfume again? And Smokies again? Ash Rabbit to the side. Get me out of here. Side deck. 2 Ass Rabbit, no side deck. Okay, thank God. This one actually plays like... side deck, the Edwards. Let's do Barometer. 3, 6. Just 6. 6 with 3, 6, 9, 11, 13. Okay, I like 3. I like 13. I would probably... we're already playing Scavacole for... So... Like, because we're playing Small Tuga, I don't think we need Scavacole, Stoke, Forge. Like, that all doesn't feel great. I would probably just replace these for, like, Edwards, and, like, these could be Zeus's, and then, like, these can come out, and then you can play, like, these can be, I don't know, Elichick and one other card. That's what I'd do here. Elestriad is good times. Fell awful for Caleb. They bricked like crazy. Yeah. I think I watched that one live. Like, I think I, like, spectated that. And I remember just seeing Caleb go, like, yeah, I'll expend a draw. Yeah, I'll expend a draw. I'll expend a draw. I was like, oh, Caleb. But I was also very grateful that, that Caleb lost. Because I love Caleb. But I'm very scared of him. His deck was very scary. So thank you, Hunter Sir. Thank you, Mr. Hunter Sergey, for defeating Caleb. And you guys should all go watch Elestriad Finals, which I think should be posted on Sunday, is what they said. So keep your eyes peeled. Like, I think Sunday is when it's coming out, so definitely go watch that. It is a clash. I'll do the A-Drive voice. This is a clash you don't want to miss. So go watch that. Shout out to Elestriad. Um. Ooh, this looks like it passes barometer. This is Fire Nexus. It goes 5-2. That passes barometer on 3, 6, 9, 10, 12 good Alestrals out of 18. So only 6 tech cards. That's pretty good. It's Mating Thunderstorm. I'm not a fan of Mating Thunderstorm, but sure, why not? I think you would probably be better off with Cryoblast, the main. I think you'd also probably want one extra Thunder Spirit, looking at their Spirit deck. They look like they have just a little bit too much fire. Especially with the Thunderstorms in, like, because even without the Thunderstorm, I'd want to be playing 5. So with their current ratio, like, I think 5 would still be, like, enough, but, like, kind of pushing it a little. Let's look at Scrap. Lestred went by so quickly. Forgot it existed. Only caught the quarterfinals. Yeah, I mean, they kind of skimmed through with the pools and the top 16. And I think it's because, like, my theory is just that we got a late start because, like, there's 32 people. It was kind of a mess to coordinate. And so I think if things had moved a little bit faster, like, on our end, like, as the players, they probably would have had more time to edit videos. And that's my guess as to what happened. Also, Shaq, welcome back, bro. Got 8-hour Alestral stream. Yeah, I've been reviewing. There's over 500 decks to review, so like, I had to lock in on this. Like, fuck, dog. I was really hoping this would go fast. It did not. Solar Scrap 01. This is photosynthesis. This is a bow net deck. Why is it that every time people net deck bow, they play 14 cards in their side deck? I don't understand that. What did I tell you? Bow net deck 14 card side. Are you even halfway? Yeah, we're almost at the end now. Here, oh my god, traditional scrap. Oh my god, traditional scrap with all the colors, and this one 5-2. Glad to see that scrap is not completely dead. Actually, this is something that I think we'll see a lot of tomorrow. I think if you're looking for like decks to anticipate tomorrow, I think we're gonna see a lot of like traditional scrap and fire artifact Nexus because of the Shattered Star support and people want to play with the new toys. I think the secret that I'm going to tell you guys is I don't think they're very good. Because originally, like, I have my Fire Shattered Star stuff here, right? Originally, let me find Vulcan. Oh, it's right on top. I see, you can barely even tell what it is. Valkyrie's Champion. I have Valkyrie Champion, right? Originally, I thought this card's broken. You know, it searches for a Nexus Bank for you. It searches your Hephaestus. You can get artifacts. And, you know, obviously everyone's excited for this for Firestorm. You know, like search your Torch of Hestia, blah, 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 blah. We don't have that yet. But even in Firestorm, I don't feel like it's that good. Because the more I've played with it, the more I realize that it's just like, we're just playing Fire Nexus, but like, now there's another like dude in it. Like it's kind of unchanged Fire Nexus. Champ Volk is bad. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like Champion Volk kind of doesn't feel good. Like it's the only good card that they got, and the more I've played with it, the worse I feel it is. Do strong enough stuff, but it's just alright. Yeah, it's kind of mid. Reforge is crazy. I agree with that. I think a lot of people are sleeping on Reforge. I think Reforge is actually really, really strong. But I also think it's not worth playing Reforge. Because I originally really liked Reforge. And then the more I played, it's like, well, hold on. I don't want to be playing artifacts. Like, I don't want to be playing a bunch of artifacts. I don't want to play any of the artifact support. And the more I, like the more I play with the cards, the more I'm just like, damn, these cards all suck ass. Because it's like, you're gonna play. So here's the pitfall that the Fire Vault like the Valk Champion stuff falls into. You put Valkyrie's Champion in your deck, and you say, okay, great. Now I'm going to build around artifacts because I have this new Valkyrie's Champion that's really good and makes all my artifacts broken. And then you don't draw Valkyrie's Champion, but now you have a bunch of artifacts in your deck that are just bad cards. Like, you just have a bunch of bad cards in your deck that are like, yeah, sure, these cards are okay. They're like slightly better when we have Valkyrie's Champion. But what about when we don't? And that's, I think, the crux of the problem. And I think it forces you to play cards that you don't really want to put into your deck. That they unfortunately don't fix any problems that the deck had. And they also don't deal with the Champion Like a Void problem, really. Like, they kind of do. Like, because you can go, like, I guess, desperately Valk Champ, add Hephaestus, search a necklace, play necklace, discounted for 1 spirit, punch Like a Void Champion, and then you burn yourself for 2. So it's like a really shitty, expensive way to deal with it, and then you just lose to any counter in anyway. Because, like, that's the real problem, is that I think people are excited about it because they're like, oh, Valkyrie's Champion, it's like a 6. Because you play it, and then you search Hephaestus, and then Hephaestus gets you Torch, and then you catch Torch for free, and it's a 6 that then attacks, and then foretells, and then you stack your deck, and blah, 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 and that's broken. It's like, but I don't want to ever attack with Valkyrie's Champion. Because if I get shielded, I lose my artifact. And I just, like, burn myself for a bunch, right? So I don't want to do that. So instead, I'd only want to play Valkyrie's Champion if I have Argo. And then I don't want to play Hephaestus. I just want to hold that as a bank. And it's like, I'm going to play Valkyrie's Champion and pass. But now you know I have Argo, because why did I do that? So it's like, it's really awkward in my mind. Now, spiders, though, unfortunately, I think spiders are ass, but I haven't played with them enough, and I think that there's potential there. So, like, spiders may be okay. Didn't Cerebral see play in Frostfall for Sparkit reasons? Allegedly. So, Cerebral Sparkit was a thing that was always discussed, and I don't think anybody ever actually did. Or, like, they put it in the deck, and then it just, like, never happened. Type thing. But it was something that was like a theory gotcha where it's like, oh, because Sparkit exists, I have to set my whole hand. Uh-oh, I played Cerebral, and now I blew up all of your bluffs. Haha. And now I also know what to play around. But the problem is then you're playing a 2-2. And then your opponent is just like Josh, and all their back row was real anyway. And you're like, oh, that's pretty bad. Definitely saw a little play. It might have, but like, there was Frostfall was like a weird time to play Alestrals because like the community was a lot smaller and like there weren't as many tournaments and they weren't as competitive. So like, I don't really know how much it was played. I know it was talked about though. I like it a ton. Oh, that's scary. If you're saying it feels good, that's scary. Pen Terror, let's see. Ooh, hey, Pen. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Let's do our counts. 5. 5 Alestral. I'm gonna go next. Let's do Barometer. God damn it! This is the Arianet deck again. 2 fucking Astros. You know what? I'm skipping it. Oh, that was it. It went 3-3 anyway. Okay, Solar. O1 Solar, and this looks like a Dimax. Yeah, this is a Dimax net deck, and we know that because of the one fuck-ass Galaxair. But this person also decided to add in a Draco Ray and a what the fuck is this thing called? Arrow, Lumiere, 6/6. Added the 6/6. So this is Dimax Net Dex plus 6/6. Here we have Solar Reanimator 4/3. Oh God, I remember this guy. Oh my God, seeing his deck list is the funniest shit ever. Hold on, I have to screenshot this. I'm screenshotting this. So, I don't know who played this, but I do know that this deck terrorized Nimbug. I think like 3 people from Nimbug got eviscerated by this. I'm pretty sure Shurit lost to it. I think JJ did play. I think JJ played was the other Fire Nexus that queued up that I looked at and it's like, this looks like a Nimbug deck. Because I think JJ lost to this too. I think Josh maybe played against this and almost lost to this. This dude was cooking people. And it's really funny to see that he had a 5-card side deck and 2 of them were spirits. Because, like, from what I heard, this dude was just, like, deep drawing for, like, one of these big-ass Ascensions plus, like, Golden Apple and Rise. And just, like, I'm just going to pitch this shit to the grave and get this shit out on turn 1. Good luck. Turn 0 fair, guys. What do? Fucking better have opened Earthquake, dumbass. I think the one thing to know against this deck probably is that you just have to hard maul. Like if you find yourself in this situation, like game 1, obviously you can't do anything about it, right? But games 2 and 3, you just hard mulligan until you have an answer to one of the big drops. Like I'm just gonna like mulligan until I have like, oh look, Earthquake. Oh look, Laurels. Oh look, Boombat. Okay, I win. Extend Handshake. GG. It's also even funnier knowing that this dude did not play any counter runes anywhere in his deck, and he went 4-3. Even the one I lost. That one plays 17. Oh, dear God, there's multiple? Oh, no. They played the same deck. They were friends. That's crazy. That's crazy that these guys played the exact same deck and they both did well. That's horrifying. Like, knowing that, like, this deck exists and it's like, okay, I'm just gonna hard mulligan for the out is, like, one thing. But, like, oh my God. Jumped up by the Aussie group of players. There's Australians that play this game? That's kind of awesome. But yeah, like, good shit to them. I like this. They're called the Lumaroot! There's no way. If that's a real thing that exists, that's incredible. Winter Phase, we got O2 Voldusk. This is Voldusk out of 10. This is also Voldusk out of 10. This one also played weird, but this one went 1-6. Oh my God. It played 11 Alestrals. Please don't play Voldusk, because look at this. Look at this. This is a Voldusk that attempted to play real counter runes. The only Alestrals in this deck are Astrabbit, Werepup, and Voldusk. Which means that the only Alestral in this deck that has an attack stat higher than 3 is Like a Void. I think that this should be all the proof you'll ever need that you need to play Alestrals that have attack stats. Please play real Alestrals. This is my deck. Hit me up with the sauce. Keeps, please. Please play Alestrals with real attack stats. What the fuck? Why did you play 9 Alestrals? That's so crazy. Why are both of the Voldusk players in chat? What the fuck, you guys? You know what? YOLO. Rip the deck from an old word Swiss. Aha! It's Wirtz. That's what it was. I knew I smelt trickery. Trickery and tomfoolery is always Wirtz. Oh, I miss Wirtz. When the fuck was the last time that Wirtz played this game? Subscribe to Wirtz, by the way. 3, 6, 8. Oh my god, it's the funny Hypnosum. Just Hypnosum. Posthumous 01. I just want to see the Brewlock deck. Where's my Brewlock? Oh, is this Brewlock? Those Toxaries? This could be Brewlock. I see Toxaries. This looks like a Brewlock deck. Wait, no, he's manning them. Oh, maybe this is Brewlock. This one's probably Brewlock then. Make a deck with Voldusk since it's their favorite Alestral and tried to make it good, so I tried. You know what? That's respectable. I can... You know what? This makes sense. I respect that. Evolution of deck list he released during Daybreak. Yeah. Fairgeist Reanimator deck. Yeah, Fairgeist... The... Hold on, where is it? This is a Wirtz deck. There is a Wirtz video on this deck, except instead of 3 Celestlio, it's 3 Fairgeist. I watched that video. I know that exists. Here we have a Volt Tempest that went 2-3. This actually looks like a pretty solid Volt Tempest, actually. I really like this list. Wait, yeah, no, hold on. This is actually a good Volt Tempest list. Except I don't like the Arcolith and Boombat. These should just be like beaters or something. I do kind of like the Quackles in this deck because sometimes you do run out of gas with Volt Tempest. Like you run out of burn. But unfortunately this deck's just a little too slow sometimes. But I do think that if there was any time to play Volt Tempest, it's tomorrow. Because if everybody's queuing fire decks with like eruptions and shit, this is the deck to beat it. Because this deck will match their pace, and then you just sit on your fucking rabbit, and then you're like, ooh, rabbit! Ooh, rabbit! Ooh, rabbit! Okay, fire Volt Tempest, I win! So, and then we have a 2-1 Volt Tempest. 2-1 drop is interesting. I don't like the Toxicons, unfortunately. I don't like the side spirits, but at least they're siding the right. Never mind. That's fine. No, those are fine. Yeah, this is a fine Volt Tempest. I like this Volt Tempest list a little bit better, but I like this one side deck a little bit more. So I think, like, play this main deck with this side deck. One-offs. Oh my god, we're almost done. Boys, we hit the one-offs of the last slideshow. How long has this stream been? Can you guys please hit the like if you haven't already? It's been 8 hours. It has been 8 hours. So if you've been here this whole time, you're an absolute G, and I fucking love you. But, like, holy, we're almost done. We're in the end stretch. You could literally go to work, start your workday, listen to this stream as a VOD the entire workday, and you could be on the train going home right now because we are still streaming and we're still not done. That's crazy. So we have Liftbox 02. Let's see. We have. Oh, I think we saw this deck in a previous, in like the previous tournament. Looks like they cut the Arcolith for a second Vertilith. Unfortunately, I don't think this deck... I think the problem is this is just... We played Golems out of 10. Here we have Suppression Control. Unfortunately, Necrolith, Artemis, etc. is still bad. Like, Suppression doesn't matter is really the name of the deck. Time to clock it for my Cassis Corner Shift. Yeah, remember the punch card. Remember the punch card. Currently listening to this at work. Well, I'm sorry because like the stream will probably end within the next 45 minutes. But would you believe that you could rewind the stream and have a stream for the entirety of your shift? Could you believe that? Um, that's incredible. We have. Should you out at work? I'm home now. So many decks, dude. Oh, but I'm a man of my word. I will review every deck in this game. So help me God, even if it takes a long time. Also, this deck is siding one Astrabbit. It's siding an Earth and it's siding two Thunder, and we are playing 13 Earth in the main Spirit deck. Please, for the love of God, explain to me what we need the 14th Earth for. It is the 14th Earth Spirit that gets you, chat. Oh my God, is that Lotagon? I haven't seen Lotagon since... When was the last time Words played this game? Base set? I'm actually really sad. Lotagon was the first holo that I ever pulled in Alestrals. And I really... And it's a dragon, right? So I really wanted to play Lotagon, like, Fruit. Because back in, like, base set, you would always pull, like, 1-2 of holo. Like, everything... You'd get, like, one... Every holo you got would be, like, a 1 of holo, right? Except there would always be one that you got, like, doubled up. You always would get one holo, like, twice. And mine was Lotagon. So I had 2 Lotagon. So I was able to build Fruit. I always wanted to play it, and then I never did. And then they banned Drataya. And I'm very sad. I do not think that Drataya should have been banned the way that it was banned. I think... Like, I think we banned Drataya, sent it to Tartarus, but I think that errata Drataya that we're getting in Firestorm is terrible. I think all they had to do is print Drataya again and just type the phrase once per turn on it. And that's all. The only change they needed to make was once per turn. Because, like, yeah, EFT Drataya makes me sad too. Like, the discard to draw 2 is so bad. Because, like, Drataya used to be, like, kind of cool. Like, it wasn't like a floodgate, but it had, like, a little, like, cool niche interaction where it's like, oh, I play Drataya, I play Ambro, I'm gonna draw 2 cards. Oh, what's that? You want to play Ambro? Gotta deal with my Drataya first, otherwise I'm gonna draw 2 cards. And I think that the fact that EFT Drataya, like, doesn't have that little gimmick to it is really sad. Because I felt like that was the identity of Drataya, was, like, it gave you the draw 2 cards, but it also said to your opponent, you can't play Ambro this turn. Or you shouldn't play Ambro this turn. And that, I think, was the thing that made... like, that made me really sad. Because that was the thing that I liked the most about Drataya, and we've lost that. And that makes me really sad. So, shout out to Lotagon. But also, this side deck's gonna make me crash. That's an Elichick on the side, too. I'm moving on. Okay. 2 Astrabbit again. I'm going to scream! Please, just play 3. It's not... This game's been out for how many years? Please, just play 3 of the fucking bunny. It's so good. Pot of Duality is a good card. This was proved a decade ago in Yu-Gi-Oh! Please, please. Literally, I think this was also proved in One Piece. Because I remember playing One Piece, like, super early on when One Piece came out. And, like, there was, like, 8 different Astrabbits in that game at the start. Like, and I think they've all been banned since that time. There was, like, a bunch of cards that were all, like Pot of Duality, like, Astrabbit type cards, and every single one of them in One Piece is banned. Like, can we please just play this card at 3, please? I'm begging. Also, there's Glisdale in this deck. Crocodile is a 1/1. That's 2 Astrabbit again! Oh! Oh! Okay, this one plays 3, thank God. Oh, thank you, Jesus. But it plays the 1 Galaxy, I'm gonna cry. This one plays 3. Thank you, God. This plays it. Oh, this is the Sand Sally deck. This is the anti-Brewlock special. Hold on. I must show you guys the greatest piece of media that has ever been created. So here's the lore. Brewlock played against Sand Sally in Dallas, and I believe that was Brewlock's first loss was against Sand Sally. He then cues into Sand Sally again at this premiere, round 1, and gets 2-0'd. Both times he's crashed out like crazy. And so, of course, the entirety of the Chicago server has been clowning on him every time he crashes out about losing to Sand Sally. And it's the funniest thing on this planet. And so, of course, he tags me and says, "It happened again. I need can you, like, cook a meme for me? Like, can you make a meme about cunning offer, because I just got cunning offered." And so, of course, I said, "Yes, absolutely, Brewlock. Please give me 12 hours and I will get back to you." And of course, I enlisted Sand Sally into this to help me troll Brewlock, because of course I did. So where is it? I have to find the video. I got 68th. I don't know. I'm just assuming that this is you, because I haven't seen a deck that looks like it would be you yet. So I have to assume that this was you. Where is the video? It should be on my desktop somewhere. I found it. That's all. I love... No, oh, wait, could you guys not hear that? No audio. Oh my God, no. No audio. Wait, from me? Or from the thing? Put the sound on, it's so good. Wait. What? Hold on, maybe, it could be a Windows Media Player thing. Hold on, let me try opening it in VLC. Yeah, can you guys hear it now? Okay, we'll play it again. It's so much better with the audio. Oh God. You guys have no idea. It's so much better with the audio. Wait, can you guys still not hear it? Hold on. What? Oh my God. There has been music playing this whole time. I just noticed what... Hold on. Let me show you. So I thought the music was working properly this whole time. So this is how it looks right now. This is how it looked a second ago. The audio was just disabled. So I looked at the monitor on OBS, and it was monitoring like the audio was playing. So I thought everything was fine. But it was just going only to the recording track. This has been a musicless stream. That's awesome. Well, at least I know we're not getting demonetized. Awesome. Alright. Do you guys hear it now? You should be able to hear it now, right? There we go. There you go. It's just a million Sand Sallies just coming out of the Trojan horse. Activating Cryoblast on Bruloc's blood pressure. So, absolutely incredible work. So, huge shout outs to Sand Sally for helping me create that masterpiece. So, and then the best part, the cherry on top is Sand Sally was just playing for prizing, so she 2-0s Bruloc and then drops. 2-0s him with cutting offer and then drops. It's the funniest shit in the world. I need you to please never stop boogeymanning Bruloc because it's the funniest shit. I've made so many Bruloc memes. It's so good. Oh, thank you. Anyway, Cryosect. Here we have very standard Cryosect that plays Astrabbit, unlike someone who cut it. Anyway, Sonicore. Oh, Jimjo good, but not good enough to be at 3 this time. So 2-5. Shout out to them for playing it out. Always play it out. I'm going to move on. Schnark. What the I love how. Can we get Curse of Law YGO? What the fuck does Schnark box mean, Law? Snark box. Oh. Anyway, let's do our barometer count. So this is 3, 4, 7 out of 16. So that's still bad. And then of the remaining Alestrals, it's Rune Dude, Ascension. So literally, we're failing on 2 fronts, which is that we're only playing 7 Alestrals, and the only 7 Alestrals we're playing are the only good Alestrals in the deck as well. And also there's Trident. There's Draco Ray. 3, 6, 9, 11. Okay. Let's do barometer. This is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Okay, that's passes barometer. So what went wrong here? P gleams, eruptions. Side deck's a little wonky, but I think the thunderstorms probably should have been Zeus's. I think not having a Zeus in this deck probably hurt us. Like, thunderstorms not great. But I think the real problem is just that we're playing Draco Ray. This is a Water Nexus. Shout out Starbit. No Hurricane. Starbit L. I think, like, this... Starbit is a deck that wants to play Hurricane, unfortunately. Also, Aphoros is always a bad sign. Aphoros is, like, the telltale I have not learned Alestral's theory yet. Because Aphoros... Like, drawing cards is less good than playing good cards in Alestrals. So that's that theory. There's also Chronodile in this. Oh, yeah. Phosphocell, we have 3, 9, 11. Where is the... Oh, they're just playing 1 Phosphocell. Like, just randomly. Like, there's no Larvacell, there's no Anacell, there's just 1 random Phosphocell. I can't believe I lost to this. I drew so bad. Wait, what deck? The Water Nexus? Hunter Sergey, what did you lose to? Bronto Wisping. This is Swolax, I think, because I think he was trolling and playing Bronto Wisp. And I think there was, like, some ruling thing that came up with Bronto Wisp where something happened on stream. And I think it's, like, special cast Bronto Wisp from deck? Yeah, Starbit. Oh, I see. I don't remember what the stream thing was with Swole and Bronto Wisp. I remember somebody saying that there was something, though. But yo, Weirpup! Oh my god, he played Weirpups. Is that Torching? God damn Bellaby, Wind beat down with Bellaby. This feels like a Dimax deck, but I know Dimax didn't play this deck, which tells me that Dimax potentially gave this deck to somebody. Fire Winds get +1. You can target a Fire Wind enchanted Lestral and give unaffected by counters. Bellaby kind of bad. I still love that the Cockatoodle occasionally sees play because people don't know that you can play around it, which is awesome. I was about an Alestral being misenchanted and Fungite effect. Oh, yeah. Ooh, hold on. We're almost done. Warfrost, this is Josh at 5'2", right? Because I think... Did Josh smokescreen into Blizz? What the fuck? Oh, Josh really was having fun for this tournament. That's why I thought he played he played Blizz. He did play Blizz Tricks, just in the side deck. Classic Josh. That's terrible. Don't do that. You know that it's bad when Josh doesn't top with it. Because I love Bellaby. He's really cute. Wait, Dinosaur, is this you? That's awesome. I love that you're like, I made this deck because I think Bellaby's a really cute guy. Goes 5/2 Bubbles. That's incredible. If this is your deck and that's the reason why you play this, I think that's sick. And like I think it makes sense too. Like this is the Wind 5s deck just with Bellaby's in it. So like it's just like a slightly worse version of the deck, but like hell yeah. Bellaby is a very cute guy. Like you are not wrong. He is extremely cute. And now we get to the top 8. So we have 2 Earth Lunar aggros, a Fire Lunar aggro. That's me. Tracking Temp. Oh, that was Tracking Temp. Can we get a Curse of Law YGO, please? Let me just send a Curse of Law. That's Dimax. We got Cryosec. Shout out to Sir Tractor. I don't know if he's still here, but low key, like I gotta glaze Sir Tractor real quick. I've played against Tractor a lot in these tournaments. And, like, I love all of y'all, but I low-key think Tractor is, like, one of the best... I think he is the best non-Nimbug player that I've ever played against in this game. Like, he plays so fucking well, dude. I have so much respect for Tractor. Like, Tractor's fucking crazy. I remember DMing him after he beat me in top 8, and I was like, dude, you're winning this tournament. Like you will win this tournament. And then it happened, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Because, like, bro is just a fucking animal at this game. He knows his deck so well, too. Very scary player to play against. Yeah, I got 2-0'd, and, like, I don't think any of it was luck. I think it was entirely me just getting outplayed at every turn. Yeah, like, shout out to Tractor. There was a Penter! Best deck. Photo made it in. I assume that this is Bo and a Farrageist as well. So we got Doom Raider 14 card side deck with a Farrageist, but this does look like a very good Farrageist deck list. I will give it that. Yeah. This looks solid. 3, 6, 10. But I like the choice of the counter rune, so that's good. 2 Weird Pup's a little bit weird, but I get it. I guess. Not really. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. But sure. Oh, I guess it... No. Hold on. I do get it. This is the same theory we used for Josh's deck, where you play 2/1/1 so that it trades perfectly with the Nabi package on the side. Okay. For that specific reason, I like it. Sure. We have the Kevin deck. Oh my god, Kevin put the altars in! Kevin, thank you! Oh, you finally listened! Oh, thank you, Kevin. Deep lore. But yeah, okay. He played the Earth Lunar aggro. Again, cool. He played. Okay, it is Bo with Solar Scrap. This is just the Solar deck. Oh shit! Wait, you topped this? Because I remember I played Bo. Like we played like super early on this tournament, right? Because I think I was I your only loss then, or did you go X2 and like get in? This is not scrap. Yeah, I know that's a lawism. That's a curse of law YGO. I think it's probably because there was a period in like Daybreak where I think Law was calling scrap decks like Argo Tempo or something like that. I think I like bitched at him. I was like, oh, Law, it's fucking like scrap. Like, please just call the scrap deck scrap so that people don't get confused. Please, I'm begging. And now I think he calls everything with Argo scrap. Wasn't super early on, but I think you were my only loss in Swiss. Oh, damn. I thought it was early on because what I remember was like we played and like I feel like it was very one sided, and then I was like, damn, I guess like whatever Bo was experimenting with like wasn't better than Photo because that felt way too easy. That's really sad because I was hoping the pure solar build would do better or like do well because I like solar. And then like I don't think I ever like heard any updates from you from the rest of the day. And then I'm like, oh shit, wait, you topped. So like good shit. Last top 8, because I decided on taking Calfmel over Ambro off a rabbit, and they top deck Spectres. Ah, yep, that'll do it. That will do it. But I mean, like, technically Calfmel's better, so, like, I don't blame you. Because Ambrosia gets a +2 differential, Calfmel gets +3, so, like, Calfmel is the better pick. So I don't think you're technically wrong to do that. Like, yeah, I think that was fine. So good shit. This was me. I played the fire deck. Oh, hey, wait. This side deck was the same as JJ and Shirt. Oh, okay. I didn't remember that. Yeah, this deck sucked. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this deck was actually really bad. Like, okay, like this was like good because this is just lunar aggro theory. But of all the lunar aggro decks I played, this one I think was the worst. Like, I don't remember what it was, but there was a lot of times during the tournament where like I was doing like the Ash Rabbit loop. Like, it was a lot of fun putting Soren into the vortex of like I'm gonna sit on Ash Rabbit and re-enchant it, re-enchant it, re-enchant it, re-enchant it, re-enchant it for like a billion turns. That was super fun. But I had to do that multiple times. Like, I had to do that against Tractor twice, like games 1 and 2. And that's why I lost. Is like, he forced me into the situation where it's like, okay, my only play here is to do the Ash Rabbit dance and pray that you just can't stop me for long enough. And he's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna play a cry over and attack that shit. I'm like, ah, shit, I can't deal with that. So yeah, this deck was really bad, but it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed this. Don't play this. This is a much better version, which is the Shaz Y Rebellion on the Earth Lunar Aggro. This is, I think, the same main deck that Kevin played actually. And did Kevin play the same side? No, he played something different. Yeah, I like this. I mean, this is still just Earth Lunar Aggro. This is, I think, like my favorite deck of the format. Like, of all the decks that I've built in this game, I think this one's my favorite that I ever put together. So I'm glad that people are seeing success with it. Because that was one thing that, like, I know that me and Justin have like worried about is that we have noticed that a lot of the times the people who would top with Lunar Aggro, like at least prior to Dallas, it was just people from our group that were topping with it. And so we were like bugging out thinking, oh my god, this deck's actually not good at all, and like we're just skill diffing people, like yada yada yada. And this is part of where our Fire Nexus low key best deck theory came from. Is like, what if this isn't the best deck, and instead it's just the deck that we are playing, and what if we're just like gods amongst men or something that can top with anything. So it was very reassuring to see people who were not us do well with the deck. So that's very good. So I'm glad to see that this deck has continued to thrive throughout the format. Seeing them steadily improve over Moonrise. You know, I haven't really been tracking them as a player, but I believe you. Like, something that I think I've really liked seeing, especially over like Daybreak and Moonrise, is there's been a lot of players that like used to just either be like okay or like you know, you could even just say straight up bad or like, you know, just kind of mid, and they have a lot of them have like become good players. Like we have seen rotations in Moonrise and Daybreak of like outside, at least outside of like the Nimbug group of guys that like always play and like do decent. Like everyone else who I would consider good players, we've seen rotations in it. We've seen a lot of people develop, and that's been a lot of fun. And like also like I know that I've developed a lot as a player too. Like I've developed a lot of new theories. Like how we're developing new theories even on this stream with like the niche versus like the good versus niche stuff. Like that's a new barometer that we have, and I'm very excited for Alestrals because there's a lot of theory in this game that I think doesn't exist in other games, and I hope that we continue to develop it in Firestorm. Because I'm actually very excited for Firestorm meta, even though I think it's going to be really toxic. I think that Firestorm is going to be really toxic, at least at start, because it's going to be a huge shakeup to what we're used to, like pacing-wise. But I think it opens the door to some really cool stuff. Like, I think there's some really sick stuff in that metagame. So I'm, like, really excited. But also, I'm, like, scared shitless. They're a local, so I've seen it seen it a ton and talked in theory with them. Oh, hell yeah. All I learned is play a 14 side deck. No, Shaq, no, damn it, Shaq. Also, Shaq, when are you getting into this game? Bro, do you need cards? Like, get into this game. Like, I will hook you up. I have hella extra shit. We got Ari on Pent. Yo, Pent best deck. Let's go, baby. Yo, I like the Galaxiers. Yo, Galaxier in this deck, cooking. Mucho bueno Lyco el Galaxo in this deco. Big fan of this. Everything else seems solid. I like that the Nobbies are not here, because Nobby bad card. But yeah, everything else I like a lot. The Viscerus... Okay, I gotta ask you, because you do this every time. Why is Viscerus in your side, like, always? Is this, like, a matchup thing? Like, what is this for? Good against solar. Okay, when you say solar, I see. Okay. Okay. I understand. Okay, moving on. Dimax tracking deck. Oh my god, it's Dimax playing a Dimax deck again. I saw it, so I'm not going to ruin too much of the fun of Firestorm metagame. But this is 100% Dimax playing a Firestorm deck before Firestorm. Because I've played against his Firestorm variant of this deck, and that shit's evil. Like, I fucking hate this little guy and this big-ass guy. Like, I hate these cards. But, like, good deck. Very Dimax. This is very much... Dimax has, like, two modes. He plays Hurricane decks and he plays Argo decks. And sometimes he plays Hurricane Argo decks. And... so, good shit. Also, Tractor, gotta glaze the fuck out of him. But, like, where the fuck is the rabbits? Is that Nectar of the Gods? I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream. Like, this deck looks like it's trolling, but, like... Bro. I guess it's fine to cut Rabbit if you're playing Nog. Yeah. I think that's where I'd settle on. Is like, it's fine to cut the Rabbits if you're playing Nog. But also Nog bad. But Nog is like exclusively good in a Cryoling deck. That's like the caveat here is Nog is exclusively good in Cryoling decks because you want to put spirits, like you want to dump spirits into your grave for the Cryolings. And the other thing too that I've noticed is that like this deck is also really good at going second because you can just like if your opponent mulligans, you can just freely mulligan just to shoot for a better hand, which is psychotic, and to also set up the Cryoling. Like this deck is evil. Cut Rabbit for Nog. Wait, hold on. No. Only cut Rabbit for Nog maybe if you're playing exactly Cryo Rhino Sect. And also only do this if your name is Surtractor. Because this deck is kind of bad. But like, Surtractor is also kind of a god. It said this fire build is the worst build compared to the one he used the premiere before. I agree. I did like his list from the previous premiere where he got 9th a lot more than this one. I unfortunately was not able to gatekeep because this deck did pressure the hell out of me, but like bro just plays so well. I don't think I was gonna be able to gatekeep. At least not with that deck. Maybe with a different deck. Maybe this time. I'll get my revenge this tournament. So if I play against him tonight, I'm gatekeeping the fuck out of him. That's my goal is to beat Tractor. Yeah, I think this is the first time Tractor beat me though. I'm trying to think because we've played a lot. Like me and Tractor have played a lot. It's like normally I gatekeep him in Top Cut. I think he might have beat me in Swiss once or twice, but then like I beat him back in Top Cut maybe. I don't know. I just know that we've played a lot and bro's like actually goated. But anyway, it's very late. What is it? Oh, I clocked it. Oh, we got there before 2 in the morning. Okay, it is 1:48 a.m. This stream has been going on for 9 hours. If you have been with us the whole time, please drop this stream a like. This has been a absolutely wild ride and has been a very long time. I'm very grateful that you guys hung out. This has been a lot of fun. We are now finally caught up. There's one tournament left in Moonrise. Just one tournament left. It is tomorrow morning in like 6 hours from now. So if you are playing tomorrow, good luck. Please get some sleep. And you know, hopefully if we play tomorrow, we have good games. If not, oh well, womp womp, rip. So if you guys have been using this as your background, I'm sorry to leave you guys. But if you guys join at any point in the stream other than like, what? Who cares? Anyway, there's a lot of backlog that you can go through. There's literally like 500 decks worth of content here. But closing thoughts. What have we learned? We came up with new theories on deck evaluation, which was pretty good. We've come up with I've at least like publicized the thought of lunar aggro is literally every deck, and also like how do you evaluate a deck? Like play the good cards basically. But if you are not going to play the good cards, if you're going to deviate from the norm, at least understand why you're deviating from the norm and how those cards can fill the same shoes as the ones that you're cutting from a good deck. So if you want an example, take a look at the Swolax versus Bow deck lists. Very different decks, very different play styles, but technically they're the same deck with enough mental gymnastics. So practice your gymnastics. What else is there? Pet Best deck. And watch Alestriad, subscribe to the channel, like the video, become a channel member, Curse of Law YGO.